Chapter 25. In the square outside of the Branch family courtyard, there were many youths in their teens standing close to each other. There were about 200 plus people in total. Half of them were disciples of the various Branch families, while the other half were disciples of other surnames that the Yi clan had recruited within the boundaries of Celestial Firmament City. If a big family clan wanted to prosper, they needed fresh blood. It didn't matter if it was a disciple of the main family or a disciple of a different surname. As long as they were talented, they were worth nurturing. Of course, the focus was still on the main family disciples. Therefore, in the Ye family, the main family disciples were the most important, followed by the Branch family disciples, and lastly, the disciples of the different surname. The new disciples this time came from the Branch family, and the disciples of the different surname. As for the main family disciples, they had been nurtured since they were young. At the edge of the square, there were many teenagers looking at the new disciples from afar. They were all disciples of the main family, and their gazes were filled with a sense of superiority. Yi Weihong stood in front of the 200 new disciples. Beside him was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. The old man gave Yi Xing a very dangerous feeling. Yi Xing was sure that ever since he came to the Starry Continent, he had never seen such a powerful martial artist. Even Yi Yunlong was much weaker compared to this old man. This old man should be in the 6th stage of the martial path. Yi Xing scanned him with his super brain. Indeed, he was in the 6th stage of the martial path. Juniors, from today onwards, you are officially disciples of the Yi family in Celestial Azure City. From today onwards, the glory of the Yi family is your glory and the shame of the Yi family is your shame. You must remember this. No matter what, you will always be with the Yi family. Yi Weihong said loudly. Now say it again. No matter what, we will always be with the Yi family. The juniors shouted. Too soft. Yi Weihong's voice was like thunder. No matter what, we will always be with the Yi family. The juniors shouted. Say it again. No matter what, we will always be with the Yi family. Yi Weihong finally nodded in satisfaction. Good. Remember what you said today. From today onwards, anyone who dares to harm the Yi family is your enemy. After saying that, Yi Weihong introduced the old man beside him to the juniors. This is our clan's elder Yi Weining, in charge of the new disciples' cultivation. Next, elder Yi Weining, please speak. Yi Xing and Yi Feng both blinked and turned to look at each other. Today could be considered their first day in the main Ye family, yet they had already met elder Yi Weining. Yi Weining was actually in charge of the cultivation of the new disciples. Yi Xing and Yi Feng both had a bad premonition. Yi Xing and Yi Feng merely turned their heads, but Yi Weining's eyes were already fixed on them. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Yi Weining took a few steps forward and said, First of all, this old man represents the Yi family to welcome you juniors. Second, this old man wants to warn you that no matter how great you were in the past, whether you were a dragon or a tiger, you must know your place in the main family. If you are a dragon or a tiger, you must lie down. If anyone dares to challenge my authority, this old man will give you an unforgettable memory for the rest of your life. After pausing for a bit, Yi Weining continued. The Yi family is a large family with rules and regulations. Rewards and punishments are clear, and resources are limited. However, we have a large number of people. The rule of the Yi family is to work for the mediocre and value the elites. Next, we'll conduct the Heavenly Fate test. Those with 6 stars and above will be accepted as personal disciples by the elders, and will be heavily nurtured. Those with 5 stars don't need to work, and will cultivate every day. As for those with 4 stars, they will be assigned to different departments and have to complete their tasks. Next, we'll begin the test. As Yi Weining spoke, a deacon moved a stone and placed it on the square in front of the crowd. This stone was completely black with a groove in the middle, and a row of stars engraved on the side. There were a total of 9 stars. This is the Blood Fate Stone. Starting from the left, report your name, origin, age and cultivation. Then, drip a drop of blood into the groove in the middle of the stone to test your heaven's mandate. This is one of the criteria for your treatment. Yi Weining waved his hand and said, Yi Yuheng from Green Mulberry Town, 14 years old, 3rd stage of the martial path. The first youth on the left walked to the blood fate stone, and said loudly. He then bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the groove in the middle of the stone. Soon, the stars on the blood fate stone began to emit a red light. 1 star, 2 stars. Finally, 5 stars lit up. Green Mulberry Town Yi Yuheng, 5 stars of heaven's mandate. Yi Weiheng announced Yi Yuheng's talent. Yi Yufeng from Green Mulberry Town, 16 years old, 4th stage of the martial path. Soon, a second youth went up and dripped a drop of blood into the blood fate stone. Only 4 stars lit up. Green Mulberry Town Yi Yufeng, 4 stars of heaven's mandate. Yi Weiheng announced. Skywater Town Yi Dao, 4 stars of heaven's mandate. Skywater Town Yi Jian, 4 stars of heaven's mandate. 100 Justice Town, Yi Baixing, 4 stars of heaven's mandate. 100 Justice Town, Yi Baiyuan, 5 stars of heaven's mandate. The test started with the branch family disciples. Soon there were dozens of juniors taking the test. Most of them had 4 stars of heaven's mandate, and a few of them had 5 stars. As for those above 5 stars or below, there wasn't a single one. Thousand Bull Town Yi Man, 6 stars of heaven's mandate. When the 49th youth's result came out, there was a burst of exclamations in the square. From the start of the test until now, this was the only 6 stars of heaven's mandate. Even Yi Weiniang's eyes lit up as he said, "Good Yi Man, I want to accept you as my personal disciple. Are you willing?" Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Man was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Yi Weiniang. Disciple greets master. Yi Weiniang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, you don't need to participate in the rest of the test. Go back and pack your things. In the future, stay at my place and someone will take you there." Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Man left. 6 stars of heaven's mandate, even among the main family disciples, were rare. Once they appeared, they would definitely be geniuses. This time, after Yi Man, there were no other juniors with 6 stars of heaven's mandate. Most of them were 4 stars of heaven's mandate, and there were fewer 5 stars of heaven's mandate. Yi Xing, from Greenleaf Town, 16 years old, 3rd level of the martial path. Not long after, it was Yi Xing's turn. He was the first one to go up. Yi Xing didn't even drip his blood. As soon as he reported his origin, age and cultivation, a few youths sneered. A 16-year-old 3rd level of the martial path, only 2 had appeared in the past. It was even rarer than 5 stars of heaven's mandate. His talent was really bad. As the youths sneered, Yi Xing felt a sharp gaze sweep over. It was Yi Weiniang. Whether it was the other youths or Yi Weiniang's gaze, Yi Xing was unmoved. His expression was calm as he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the blood life stone. Soon the stars on the blood life stone emitted a red light. 1 star, 2 stars. The 3rd star faintly flickered for a moment before extinguishing. 2 2-star heaven's mandate? Yi Weiheng's voice was filled with shock. 1 to 3-star heaven's mandates were considered low-grade heaven's mandates. Every time the Ye family recruited a disciple, it would be hard for them to produce a 3-star heaven's mandate. As for 2-star heaven's mandate, it had never appeared before. To be able to be chosen by the main family of the Ye family, they were all geniuses in the branch families. How could they only be 2-star heaven's mandate? Talent was divided into 2 aspects. One was the astrology, and the other was the heaven's mandate. The astrology was related to the soul, and the heaven's mandate was related to the body. Yi Xing was speechless. His soul was his, but his body belonged to the original owner. He knew that the original owner's talent was very bad, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Not only did he not have an astrology, he couldn't sense the stars, and even his heaven's mandate was only 2 stars. When Yi Weiheng announced the result, the youth's sneers turned into laughter. In the previous test, the worst was only a 4-star heaven's mandate. A 2-star heaven's mandate? This was simply a piece of trash. No wonder he's only 16 years old, and is only at the 3rd level of the martial path. How was he chosen to join the main family? Is there no one in Greenleaf Village? Many disciples from the other branch families began to ridicule. Yi Feng, Yi Qing, and Lu Shuangling were also shocked. They didn't dare to believe that Yi Xing was only a 2-star heaven's mandate when he performed so well in the Greenleaf Village's gathering. If this was spread back to Greenleaf Village, who would believe it? Yi Xing had a mature soul, so he didn't feel ashamed. Moreover, he didn't think that his talent was bad just because his heaven's mandate was low. He felt that his astrology was extraordinary, and talent was the combined potential of the heaven's mandate and astrology. Moreover, his cultivation speed also proved that a 2-star heaven's mandate was not scary. Under everyone's ridicule, Yi Xing walked back to his seat. At this time a voice sounded. "Who is your father?" Yi Xing stopped and looked at Yi Weiniang, Yi Feihong. Yi Weiniang suddenly laughed. "So you're Yi Tiannan's grandson, ha ha. Yi Tiannan, Yi Tiannan, you're a 6-star heaven's mandate, but you actually produced a 2-star heaven's mandate trash. Laughable, truly laughable, ha ha." Seeing Yi Weiniang's savage laughter, Yi Xing asked, "Elder, is a low heaven's mandate trash?" Yi Weiniang didn't think that Yi Xing would dare to ask him such a question. He was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "A low heaven's mandate is obviously trash." Yi Xing shook his head and said, "Junior doesn't think so. Junior thinks that a low heaven's mandate trash." Yi Weiniang's heart felt stifled. He had a feeling that he was speechless. Even the youths who were ridiculing couldn't help but be stunned and suddenly became quiet. A 2-star heaven's mandate trash dares to talk about strength. At this time, a disdainful voice came from the crowd. The person who spoke was Yi Baiyuan from the Bai Town's branch family. He was 16 years old, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. Among the new disciples, his cultivation was the highest. Yi Baiyuan's words were echoed by a few people. They were all 5-star heaven's mandate geniuses. As for the 4-star heaven's mandate geniuses, they all agreed with Yi Xing's words. If a low heaven's mandate was trash, then wouldn't they also be trash compared to 5-star heaven's mandate geniuses? No, of course not. Yi Xing's words hit the bottom of their hearts. A low heaven's mandate geniuses are trash. Some of the confident 4-star heaven's mandate geniuses didn't feel that they were weaker than 5-star heaven's mandate geniuses. In the new week, there is an urgent need for recommendation tickets. Brothers, please vote. Chapter 26. Compared to Yi Xing's test, the rest of the tests were much more ordinary and didn't cause much of a stir. Very quickly, the branch family disciples finished their tests. Other than Yi Xing, there was no other 4th-grade heaven's fate. However, Yi Feng, Yi Qing, and Lu Shuangling were all from Qingye village, so they were all noticed by Yi Weiniang. Especially Yi Feng, who was also Yi Tiannan's grandson. Yi Weiniang also remembered him. After the branch family disciples test, it was time for the disciples with different surnames. In terms of quality, the disciples with different surnames were obviously worse than the branch family disciples. Among the 100 or so youths, only 2 were 5-star heaven's fate. The rest were mostly 4-star heaven's fate, and a few were 3-star heaven's fate. As for 2-star heaven's fate, there was still not a single one. Yi Xing was the only one. The Ye family's aptitude test could only measure heaven's fate. As for astrology, there was no such condition. Therefore, the level of aptitude was naturally determined by heaven's fate. After the aptitude test, it was time for the strength test. Next, there will be 2 main family disciples coming to test your strength. Let's see how many moves you can withstand under the hands of the main family disciples. Yi Weihong announced. The strength test didn't have any practical meaning to the treatment and distribution of the juniors. The real reason why the strength test was carried out was to let these new disciples be taught a lesson by the senior brothers of the main clan, so that they wouldn't be disobedient. After all, these new disciples were all top figures in their original places. It was inevitable that they would be proud and arrogant. It was necessary to kill their arrogance. After Yi Weihong finished speaking, 2 youths walked over. The one on the right was older, about 15 or 16 years old. The one on the left was younger, about 13 or 14 years old. The 2 of them swept their gaze over the branch family disciples and disciples with different surnames. Their faces were filled with obvious arrogance. When the 2 youths came closer, Yi Weihong introduced them. These 2 are the main family disciples who will be testing your strength. The one on the right is Yi Yuntao, 16 years old, and his cultivation is at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. The one on the left is Yi Yunfan, 14 years old, and his cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd stage of the martial path. Both of them are elder Yi Weining's favorite disciples. Among the new disciples, there were some at the 3rd stage of the martial path, and some at the 4th stage of the martial path. If they only used one main disciple to test their strength, then sending a disciple at the 4th stage of the martial path would be enough to crush a disciple at the 3rd stage of the martial path. It would be meaningless to send a disciple at the 3rd stage of the martial path. But if they sent a disciple at the 3rd stage of the martial path, they wouldn't be able to suppress a disciple at the 4th stage of the martial path. Since Yi Weining was in charge of the cultivation of the new disciples, then the task of testing the strength of the new disciples would naturally be his disciples. Master. Second Deacon. Yi Yuntao and Yi Yunfan walked over and bowed to Yi Weining before greeting Yi Weihong. Yi Weining nodded to the two of them, and then waved to Yi Yunfan. Yi Yunfan immediately walked over to Yi Weining. Yi Weining whispered a few words into Yi Yunfan's ear. He glanced at Yi Xing and Yi Feng without anyone noticing. Yi Yunfan nodded and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cruel smile. He also glanced at Yi Xing and Yi Feng. Yi Xing scanned the area with his eyes and saw through all of the other party's actions clearly. A smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yi Feng looked a little nervous. Although he didn't see Yi Weining and Yi Yunfan's eyes and didn't know what they were talking about, he understood that it wasn't a good thing for him and Yi Xing. When Yi Weining gave the signal to start, Yi Weihong said loudly, "The strength test will now begin. Those at the 4th stage of the martial path, ask Yi Yuntao for guidance. Those at the 3rd stage of the martial path, ask Yi Yunfan for guidance. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Yuheng, 3rd stage of the martial path. Please enlighten me." Yi Yuheng was still the first to go up and walked in front of Yi Yunfan. "Let me give you a lesson. I'll let you know the difference between you and the main clan disciples." Yi Yunfan walked out. "Begin." Following Yi Weihong's order, Yi Yunfan immediately stretched out his finger and used the mid-level martial art, Mountain Splitting Palm. In just 2 moves, Yi Yuheng was sent flying by Yi Yunfan's palm. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Since he wanted to show his strength to the new disciples, he naturally couldn't go easy on them. The second to go up was Yi Yufeng, 4th stage of the martial path. His opponent was Yi Yuntao, 4th stage of the martial path. Yi Yufeng's situation wasn't any better than Yi Yuheng's. In just 2 moves he was sent flying by Yi Yuntao and couldn't get up for a while. One by one, the new disciples went up. These top geniuses in their respective branch clans couldn't take more than 3 moves from Yi Yuntao and Yi Yunfan, who were at the same level. There were only a few who could take 5 moves. Although Yi Yuntao and Yi Yunfan's cultivation were at the peak of the 4th and 3rd stage of the martial path, their martial arts were also a big factor. They were much stronger than the branch clan disciples. Seeing the new disciples being defeated one after another, the new disciples were shocked. There was indeed a big difference in strength between them and the main clan disciples. This show of strength was very effective. 8th move. 9th move. 10th move. Yi Baiyuan is so strong. He's the first person to last more than 10 moves. After Yi Baiyuan from Bai Town went up, the new disciples exclaimed. He had lasted 10 moves from Yi Yuntao and hadn't been defeated. Before this, no matter if it was Yi Yuntao or Yi Yunfan, no one had been able to last more than 10 moves. Yi Baiyuan lost to Yi Yuntao in the 15th move, but he only suffered light injuries. His face was full of joy as he glanced at the new disciples. The new disciples who went up after Yi Baiyuan were the same as the previous ones. No one could last more than 10 moves, not to mention the 15th move. Yi Xing, 3rd stage of the martial path. Please advise me, senior brother. After Yi Baiyuan, it was Yi Xing's turn. Yi Yunfan's eyes lit up as he walked out with a cruel smile. This 2-star heavens mandate trash even dared to boast about his strength. How strong can he be? I think he won't be able to last more than 1 move. Yi Baiyuan said sarcastically when he saw Yi Xing going up. Senior brother Baiyuan's eyes are like torches. He definitely didn't see wrongly. He could still use his strength as an excuse when he was tested to be a 2-star martial path. Now that his strength has been tested, there's no excuse left. Yi Baiyuan's display of strength shocked the new disciples. Many of them started to flatter him. The rest of the new disciples didn't flatter Yi Baiyuan, but they agreed with Yi Baiyuan's view. Only Yi Feng, Yi Qing, and Lu Shuangling, who came from Qingye village, had strange expressions on their faces. While everyone was discussing, Yi Xing and Yi Yinfan had already started to fight. Mountain-splitting palm. When Yi Weihong gave the order to start, Yi Yunfan rushed up and pressed down on Yi Xing's head with his palm. Yi Yunfan attacked Yi Xing with much more force than he had used against any of the other new disciples. Facing Yi Yunfan's full power attack, Yi Xing remained calm. He casually walked forward and performed the bone-exploding fist, casually throwing out a punch. Bone-explosion fist? When the new disciples saw this, their eyeballs fell to the ground. Yi Xing didn't even use any martial arts techniques. He only used the bone-explosion fist to strengthen the body. How could he block Yi Yunfan's mountain-splitting palm? The mountain-splitting palm was a middle-grade martial arts technique. If there were some new disciples who weren't sure if Yi Xing could only take one move from Yi Yunfan, then they were sure now. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fist and palm collided. Yi Xing's body didn't even move back half a step. On the other hand, Yi Yunfan felt a terrifying force coming towards him and couldn't help but take a step back. What, are my eyes playing tricks on me? The new disciples couldn't believe their eyes. Some of them even rubbed their eyes. However, their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. Yi Yunfan was indeed pushed back by Yi Xing's punch. Not to mention the new disciples. Even Yi Weihong and Yi Weining, who were seniors, were shocked. Yi Weining's face was very ugly. He snorted and said, "Didn't you eat? You don't have any strength at all." Yi Yunfan's face was flushed red. All of his previous opponents had been beaten to a pulp by him. This was the first time he had been beaten back by his opponent. He couldn't believe the result. Thinking of the task his master gave him, his eyes revealed a fierce look. Meridian separation palm. Yi Yunfan shouted and rushed towards Yi Xing again. The meridian separation palm he used this time was also a middle-grade martial arts technique. However, compared to the mountain-splitting palm, it was much more vicious. The person who was hit by it might have his meridians disrupted, resulting in serious consequences. Even his meridians would be broken, and he would become a cripple. Yi Xing's face turned cold. His opponent actually used such a vicious martial arts technique. However, this was the main tribe and his opponent was a disciple of the main tribe. Although Yi Xing was angry, he didn't show it. Yi Yunfan's attack trajectory couldn't escape Yi Xing's eyes. Yi Xing's body flashed and dodged his opponent's meridian separation palm one by one. In Yi Xing's opinion, his opponent would stop after 10 moves when he couldn't hit him. 10 moves. 15 moves. 20 moves. Yi Yunfan didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, his attacks became faster and more vicious. The new disciples were all frightened. Even though Yi Xing had already withstood 20 moves from Yi Yunfan, he was still ignored. Now all the new disciples were scared out of their wits. Looking at Yi Yunfan's expression, it wasn't testing Yi Xing's strength. It was as if he wanted to kill Yi Xing. Even a clay bodhisattva would be angry. After Yi Xing dodged 20 moves, his opponent was still aggressive. Yi Xing's anger exploded. "Get lost!" Yi Xing shouted angrily. He exerted 70 to 80% of the strength of the bone explosion fist and punched out. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's fist and Yi Yunfan's palm collided. A scream was heard, and a figure suddenly flew backwards. "Monday, please recommend me. Brothers, please support me." Chapter 27. Yi Xing did not move an inch from his original position. The person who was sent flying back was Yi Weining's disciple, Yi Yunfan. Other than Yi Qing, Yi Feng, and Lu Shuangling, the rest of the new disciples were shocked and dumbfounded. Yi Yunfan's strength was something the new disciples could feel. Before Yi Xing, there were dozens of branch family disciples who were at the 3rd level of the martial path. None of them could last more than 10 moves. Most of them were defeated in 3 to 5 moves. However, such a powerful Yi Yunfan was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. The new disciples found this hard to believe. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Bang! Yi Yunfan flew for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. He rolled a few times on the ground and rolled right at Yi Weiniing's feet. At the side, Yi Yuntao was stunned on the spot and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Yi Weiniing looked at Yi Yunfan at his feet. His old face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, and his eyes were burning with anger. He specifically told Yi Yunfan to take care of Yi Xing and Yi Feng when he met them from Qingye village. In the end, Yi Xing was not hurt at all by Yi Yunfan, while Yi Yunfan was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch to Yi Weiniing's feet. What was this? This was simply asking for Yi Weiniing's face. However, Yi Weiniing could not do anything. This was a test of Yi Xing's strength. Yi Yunfan was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. This only proved that Yi Xing was strong and Yi Yunfan was not qualified to test Yi Xing's strength. Junior thinks that those who are weak are the real trash. Yi Weiniing recalled what Yi Xing said not long ago, and his face was as gloomy as water. He had thought that Yi Xing, a 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator, was trash, but Yi Xing had used his actions to prove that his disciple was the real trash. Yi Yunfan's palm was in pain and his injuries were not healed. Seeing Yi Weiniing's gloomy face, his face swelled up like a pig's liver. Yi Xing, I'm going to cripple you. Yi Yunfan felt Yi Weiniing's anger and was shocked. He blamed everything on Yi Xing. He got up and shouted, then rushed towards Yi Xing again. Stop! Yi Weiniing shouted coldly. What kind of eyesight did he have? Earlier, Yi Xing had been dodging, but when he counterattacked, he sent Yi Xing flying with a punch. He could already tell that Yi Xing's strength was far beyond that of a martial disciple. If Yi Yunfan charged forward again, there would only be one result. He would be knocked down by Yi Xing for the second time, humiliating himself and embarrassing himself. Yi Yunfan didn't dare to disobey Yi Weiniing's words. Yi Weiniing shouted angrily, "You're not even as good as trash. Get lost." Yi Yunfan looked at Yi Xing with resentment, then stepped aside without saying anything. Elder, what do you think of my strength as a 2-star martial disciple? Yi Xing smiled and asked Yi Weiniing. He looked at Yi Weiniing's expression and knew that this was not the end. This old man would not let him go so easily. Since that was the case, Yi Xing didn't need to act like a grandson in front of him. When it was time to speak, he would speak and slap his old face until it was swollen. Yi Weiniing snorted and said, "Looks like you're very confident in your strength. Then let Yuntao give you some pointers." Yuntao. Yi Yuntao took a step forward with a fierce look in his eyes. "Disciple is here." Yi Weiniing said, "Teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Let him deeply experience the strength of a main clan disciple." Understood. Yi Yuntao laughed and walked towards Yi Xing. On the way he nodded to Yi Yunfan. "Junior brother Yunfan, I will teach this brat a lesson." As a martial artist at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path, even if Yi Xing's strength was above that of a martial disciple, it was still nothing in Yi Yuntao's eyes. Yi Yuntao's laughter was filled with disdain. He looked at Yi Xing as if he was nothing. All the new disciples were silent. Yi Yuntao, who was at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path, was going to teach Yi Xing a lesson. In their opinion, Yi Xing would definitely be ruthlessly taught a lesson. Even if Yi Qing, Yi Feng, and Lu Shuangling knew that Yi Xing's strength was extremely strong, they didn't think that Yi Xing was Yi Yuntao's opponent. After all, when Yi Xing defeated Yi Qing, he was only at the early 4th stage of the martial path. On the other hand, Yi Yuntao was at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. If Yi Qing and Yi Yuntao were to duel, it would definitely be difficult for him to last more than 2 moves. The three of them had different expressions. Yi Feng was worried about Yi Xing and had a nervous expression. Yi Qing and Lu Shuangling, on the other hand, were looking forward to Yi Xing being taught a lesson. They were gloating over Yi Xing's misfortune. Yi Baiyuan was also gloating over Yi Yuntao's misfortune. Previously, he had belittled Yi Xing and even boasted that Yi Xing could only take 1 move from Yi Yuntao. In the end, he was slapped in the face by Yi Xing. Now he was happy to see the scene of Yi Xing being taught a lesson by Yi Yuntao. Hee. Some people actually dared to injure a main clan disciple. They are too arrogant. They deserve to be taught a lesson. Yi Baiyuan's sarcastic remarks were particularly obvious in the silence of the new disciples. Yi Yuntao had a smile on his face. He was very pleased with Yi Baiyuan's words. He circulated the internal strength in his meridians and completely revealed his cultivation of the peak fourth stage of the martial path. With an incomparably surging momentum, he crushed Yi Xing. Even the new disciples who were more than 20 meters behind Yi Xing felt as if a mountain had been turned upside down when they saw Yi Yuntao. It was easy to imagine how much pressure Yi Xing, who was at the front, was under. However, Yi Xing stood as straight as a javelin. He was like a real mountain. No matter how the storm came, he would remain unmoved like a mountain. Yi Xing's expression was calm. Yi Yuntao's pressure had no effect on him. Seeing that Yi Xing did not panic under his pressure, Yi Yuntao's face showed displeasure. He coldly snorted and rushed in front of Yi Xing in a few steps. He waved his fist and punched. Middle-level martial skill. Roaring Tiger Fist. The fist pierced through the air and produced a muffled sound like a tiger's roar. Yi Yuntao's whole person was like a tiger that had been released from its cage. His expression was powerful as he used the essence of the Roaring Tiger Fist. Yi Yuntao's mastery of mid-level martial skills was much higher than Yi Yunfan's. His Roaring Tiger Fist had already surpassed the minor completion stage. When a martial artist of the peak fourth stage of the martial path used a Roaring Tiger Fist that surpassed the minor completion stage, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. It was much more terrifying than a real tiger's pounce. While the new disciples were wondering how Yi Xing would block this punch, or imagining what would happen to Yi Xing had already made his move. Crackle crackle. Yi Xing's bones made a series of crackling sounds. It was unknown how many crackling sounds there were, but in short, it was very, very many. What bone explosion fist? The new disciples were dumbfounded. At this point, Yi Xing still did not use any martial skills. Underestimating a martial artist of the peak fourth stage of the martial path was simply courting death. Even Yi Yuntao himself could not help but be surprised. Yi Xing dared to use the bone explosion fist to deal with him? But then he was happy. This was even better. He wanted to break Yi Xing's arm with one punch and send Yi Xing flying far away. After Yi Xing fell, he would never be able to get up again. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided. Both of them felt the terrible power from the other's fist. However, both of them were as immovable as a mountain, and did not retreat half a step. Yi Xing used the full power of the bone explosion fist, and even used the small amount of internal strength in his meridians. How amazing was his strength! Even if it was a Roaring Tiger Fist that surpassed the small success stage, it would not be able to suppress him. Wu Yi Xing blocked Yi Yuntao's fist and in the next moment, took the initiative to attack. With the sound of his bones exploding, his fist went straight for Yi Yuntao's face. The scene before their eyes left everyone dumbfounded. Many people even looked at their eyes to see if they were hallucinating, because the scene in front of them was too unbelievable. Yi Yuntao was even more shocked. The scene in front of him was completely different from what he had expected. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been hit in the nose by Yi Xing's fist. Bang 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 bang. Yi Yuntao blocked Yi Xing's fist with one fist, and then repeatedly used the Roaring Tiger Fist to attack Yi Xing. However, all of them were blocked by Yi Xing's bone explosion fist. The four fists continuously collided, and the muffled sound continued. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged 10 fists. The two fists collided and engaged in an absolute confrontation of strength. However, the result was unbelievable to everyone. Yi Xing, who was at the third level of the martial path, was actually able to fight against Yi Yuntao, who was at the peak of the fourth level of the martial path. Yi Xing's cultivation was already at the peak of the third level of the martial path. In his meridians, there was already internal strength. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to step into the fourth level of the martial path. His strength was much stronger than at the Greenleaf Village clan meeting. Even though Yi Yuntao's strength was far superior to Yi Qing's, Yi Xing could still engage in an absolute confrontation of strength without fear. There was a burst of gasps and exclamations from the new disciples. Whether it was Yi Feng who was worried for Yi Xing, or Yi Qing, Lu Shuangling, Yi Baiyuan or the other new disciples, the scene in front of them shocked them. Even the main family disciples who were watching from afar at the edge of the square were shocked. Many of them were dumbfounded. Yi Yunfan, who was previously injured by Yi Xing, was petrified when he saw that Yi Xing was able to fight with Yi Yuntao without being at a disadvantage. Yi Yunfan had been looking for excuses for his previous defeat. He believed that he was definitely not weaker than Yi Xing. But now, it seemed that he was not only weaker than Yi Xing. Their strength was not even on the same level. Yi Weiniang's face was gloomy. Although there was no change in his appearance, his heart was bursting with anger. He was an elder of the main family, and was at the 6th level of the martial path. However, when he wanted to deal with a new disciple, he couldn't do it. Other than when he fought with Yi Tiannan in his youth, when had he ever been so sullen? Soon Yi Xing and Yi Yuntao had exchanged more than 10 moves. The two were still evenly matched. Based on the current situation, it would be difficult to determine the winner after another 10 moves. Yi Xing's mouth revealed a faint smile. He was clear about Yi Yuntao's strength. He didn't want to delay any longer. He immediately activated the Super Brain scanning mode. Yi Yuntao's figure was swept into the Super Brain. To Yi Xing, there were no secrets about Yi Yuntao's body. Please recommend, please click, please comment, please reward. Slap, 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 slap. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 28. Yi Xing's Super Brain scanned Yi Yuntao's energy flow, internal energy flow, flesh, tendons, and bones reaction. Based on these changes, the Super Brain instantly calculated Yi Yuntao's follow-up attack trajectory, strength, and weakness. Yi Yuntao's strength was already on par with Yi Xing. Now that Yi Xing knew his every move and even his weakness, how could he be a match for Yi Xing? Yi Xing no longer fought Yi Yuntao head-on. Instead, he dodged the latter's fists while his fists penetrated the latter's defense and counterattacked. Yi Yuntao was very depressed. He had already used all his strength and his punches were at their maximum speed. However, Yi Xing did not use his fists to block his attacks. Instead, he used his body to dodge them. No matter how fast his punches were, Yi Xing's body seemed to be prepared for them. He dodged to the side almost at the same time, causing his roaring tiger fist to hit empty air. On the other hand, Yi Xing's bone explosion fist was ferocious. In just a few moves, it broke through Yi Yuntao's defense and landed a punch on the latter's chest. Yi Yuntao was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. His situation was even worse than Yi Yunfan's. He flew for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. Yi Xing calculated the distance and strength. Yi Yuntao rolled a few times on the ground, and coincidentally rolled in front of Yi Weiniang's feet. This was equivalent to giving Yi Weiniang a hard slap in the face. Yi Yuntao's chest was hit by Yi Xing's punch. His breathing was interrupted. He held his chest tightly with a pained expression. He would not be able to recover for at least 3 to 5 breaths. Looking at Yi Yuntao lying in front of his feet, Yi Weiniang's veins were bulging on his neck. His hands and his sleeves were trembling with anger. Because he hated Yi Xing, he specially ordered his disciples to teach Yi Feng and Yi Xing a lesson. However, in the end his 2 disciples were taught a lesson by Yi Xing. However, even though Yi Yunfan and Yi Yuntao had been dealt with by Yi Xing, Yi Weiniang was filled with anger, but he could not vent it. He was an elder of the main clan. Could it be that he had to personally take action and fight with a junior disciple? He couldn't afford to lose face like this, and then find an even more powerful main clan disciple to teach Yi Xing a lesson? So what? Yi Xing was already in the limelight. If he were to fight against a main family disciple who was stronger than Yi Xing, it would be natural for him to lose. But if he won, it would only increase Yi Xing's momentum. This was not worth it. In fact, when Yi Weiniang asked Yi Yuntao to teach Yi Xing a lesson, he was already facing such a situation. Yi Yuntao was a martial artist at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. If Yi Xing lost to him, it wouldn't damage his reputation. But if Yi Xing won, it would be a heaven-defying battle record. It would become a glorious event in his life. Now, Yi Weiniang regretted it. If he knew that Yi Xing was stronger than Yi Yuntao, he wouldn't have used his disciple as a stepping stone for Yi Xing. To encourage Yi Xing's momentum? Elder, is my strength of a 2-star heaven's mandate enough? Yi Xing said with a smile as he chased after Yi Weiniang to give him a slap in the face. At this time, Yi Yunfan, who had recovered from his shock, quickly ran over and helped Yi Yuntao up. Yi Weining looked at the two injured disciples in front of him and listened to Yi Xing's words. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. In the end, in order to show the bearing of an elder, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and maintain a balanced tone. Your strength is not bad, especially your strength. A normal martial artist wouldn't have such strength. It seems like you were born with divine strength. The cafeteria needs a talent like you. You will be assigned to the cafeteria and be responsible for fetching water. How could Yi Weining not see that the reason Yi Xing's strength was so strong was because he had cultivated more than 100 bones? He must have had some fortuitous encounter and used some precious medicine to strengthen his bones. He wasn't born with divine strength. However, he insisted on throwing Yi Xing to the cafeteria to fetch water. That was the worst job in the Yi clan. Thank you, elder. Yi Xing smiled as he bowed and walked back. Last night, he stayed in the Yi clan for a night. Among the necessities sent by the main clan, there was an introduction booklet for new disciples. It described the various departments of the Yi clan, various jobs and various benefits. No matter which department, what job, or the level of benefits, the benefits for learning martial arts were the same. Once you entered the main clan, you would be able to learn mid-grade martial arts. Once you reached the 4th stage of the martial path, you would be rewarded with a mid-grade medicine as a reward. You would also be able to enter the martial pavilion to learn martial arts secret manuals for 2 hours. Moreover, no matter how high your aptitude was, as long as you reached the 5th stage of the martial path or defeated an elite disciple of the 5th stage of the martial path, you would be promoted to the ranks of the elite disciples and enjoy the best treatment. To Yi Xing, his first goal in coming to the Yi clan was to learn martial arts of a higher level. Everything else was not a problem. His goal was to become a martial saint and become a peerless expert. His goal was definitely not to stay in the Yi clan or Azure Sky City. His future lay in a broader sky. Therefore, Yi Xing didn't care what kind of job was assigned to him. Yi Yuntao and Yi Yunfan were both beaten up by Yi Xing. They had lost their image as the main house disciples. As long as Yi Xing was there, no matter how many new disciples they defeated, they would not be able to change their image. Therefore, Yi Xing did not have to go through the strength test for the new disciples. Instead, he began to arrange their jobs. The new disciples behind Yi Xing managed to avoid being taught a lesson by the main clan disciples. Yi Yuheng Martial Arts Hall. Cultivate. Yi Yufeng Medicine Hall. Cultivate. Yi Baixing Star Silver Hall. Mine. Yi Baiyuan Martial Arts Hall. Cultivate. Yi Qing Martial Arts Hall. Cultivate. Lu Shuangling Medicine Hall. Cultivate. Yi Feng Canteen. Chop firewood. Not long after, Yi Weining assigned the new disciples their jobs. The 5-star Heavens mandate didn't need to work and could directly enter the martial arts hall to cultivate. The rest of the people had their own jobs and could only cultivate after completing their daily tasks. As Yi Xing's grandson, Yi Feng was very honored to be assigned the job of chopping firewood in the canteen. This was comparable to Yi Xing's job of fetching water in the canteen. After Yi Weining assigned the new disciples their jobs, Yi Weihong made a concluding statement. There are many people in the Yi clan, so work is necessary. Some jobs are easier, and some are more tiring. This is normal. Your jobs were assigned by Elder Yi Weining according to your potential. It is fair and just. Yi Weihong's words were sincere and earnest. For the sake of the Yi clan's strength, those with lower aptitudes need to work hard, so that those with higher aptitudes can cultivate wholeheartedly. Therefore, if you feel that your job is not good, don't be resentful. There are still opportunities for you. If your cultivation reaches the 5th stage of the martial path, or if you defeat a disciple of the 5th stage of the martial path, you will be promoted to an elite disciple and enjoy the best treatment. If you don't shine, it is not because the Yi clan is unwilling to nurture you, but because you are not made for it. After a long speech, Commander Yi finally talked about the topic that interested Yi Xing. Next, I'll teach you the Yi clan's middle-tier cultivation method, Xianqin technique. Xianqin technique is one of the top middle-tier cultivation methods. It can be used to open up 6 meridians. It's much faster than the lower-tier cultivation methods and middle-tier cultivation methods that you've learned before. Now, a copy of the Xianqin skill will be given to you. You have 2 hours to study it here and memorize it carefully. You are not allowed to copy it, and you are not allowed to take it away. You only have 2 hours. After 2 hours, we will collect the copy of the skill. A new disciple asked. 2 hours, what if we can't memorize it? Yi Weihong said. From now on the 1st, 11th, and 21st of every month, there will be lessons from the elder. If you can't memorize it or don't understand it, you can ask the elder for guidance. A faint smile appeared on Yi Xing's face. 2 hours? To him, it only took half an hour. No matter how complicated the Xianqing method was, he could memorize it from beginning to end without missing a word. Soon, the deacons handed out copies of the Xianqing method to everyone. Branch family disciples could not learn a high-rank cultivation method like the Xianqing method. Even if they could learn a middle-rank cultivation method, it would be incomplete and would not be able to open 6 meridians. As for the disciples of other clans, their conditions were even worse. They had never seen such a high-rank cultivation method before. Therefore, when the copy of the Xianqing method was given to the new disciples, they all buried their heads in studying it. Yi Xing was the only one who was calm. His superbrain activated scanning mode. Every time he flipped a page, the content would be scanned into his superbrain. It would always be there and would never be forgotten. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Xing finished reading the entire manual on Xianqing martial art. The superbrain's powerful ability allowed him to understand the cultivation knowledge of Xianqing martial art. He projected a human projection, and continued making deductions based on the cultivation method of Xianqing martial art. Soon, the 7th meridian appeared in the perfected version of the Xianqing method. The 8th meridian, the 9th meridian. The cultivation method of the Xianqing method was very complicated and profound. It was indeed extraordinary. The superbrain study soon reached the 10th meridian. Only when the 10th meridian reached 100% did he stop. The Ye family's Xianqing method could only be cultivated by opening 6 meridians. It was 1 more meridian than his perfected evergreen method. However, Yi Xing's perfected version of the Xianqing method could open a total of 10 meridians. Compared to the original Xianqing method, it was definitely more than 10 times faster. It was a huge improvement. A cultivation method that could open 10 meridians had already surpassed the category of a middle-grade cultivation method. It was considered good even among the high-grade cultivation methods. In Celestial Azure City, there were fragments of high-grade cultivation methods. However, there was no complete high-grade cultivation method. Yi Xing was the only person in the entire Celestial Azure City who could cultivate a complete high-grade cultivation method. Although his heavenly fate was only 2 stars, he could feel that his astrology was extraordinary. Therefore, in Celestial Azure City, his cultivation speed would definitely not be slower than others. In fact, it would be faster by a lot. Yi Xing tried to cultivate the perfected version of the Xianqing method. In an instant, the surging power of the stars enveloped him. His 10 meridians absorbed the power of the stars at an unbelievable speed. In just a few breaths' time, Yi Xing could feel a faint shadow outside the 3rd ring in his dantian. The day of Yi Xing's rise in Celestial Azure City is not far away. Requesting for recommendation votes. Chapter 29. Yi Xing was overjoyed. This was the prelude to entering the 4th stage of the martial path. The complete Xianqing method was indeed worthy of being a high-grade cultivation method. Originally, in Yi Xing's estimation, even if he learned a middle-grade cultivation method from the main clan, he would still need at least 10 days to absorb enough power from the stars to become a true martial artist. Now it seemed that he would only need 2 or 3 days at most. Yi Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. After entering the 4th stage of the martial path, he would be qualified to enter the martial pavilion and learn martial arts for 2 hours. With his super brain scan, he would be able to learn at least 10 martial arts in 2 hours. Now Yi Xing's biggest shortcoming was martial arts. Although the perfect bone-exploding fist was very powerful, it was not a martial art. It only strengthened his bones and laid a perfect foundation. Yi Xing was very clear that although he could use the bone-exploding fist to fight against a peak 4th stage martial artist, It was limited to martial artists who had not practiced any body refining techniques. Martial artists who had practiced body refining techniques were much stronger than normal martial artists. Yi Xing was still unable to fight against them. Even after entering the fourth stage of the martial path, he was not 100% sure that he could suppress them. Moreover, Yi Xing had another shortcoming. His speed was not as fast as a true martial artist. Whether it was Yi Yuntao or Yi Yunfan, their movement techniques were not good enough. Therefore, after scanning with his super brain, Yi Xing could easily dodge their attacks. However, if the opponent's speed reached a certain level, even if Yi Xing could scan the opponent's attack trajectory in advance, he might not be able to react or dodge it. Therefore, one was a martial arts technique, and the other was a movement technique. These were both things that Yi Xing lacked. In the Yi clan's martial pavilion, there were many low-grade and middle-grade martial arts. Most of them were martial arts techniques, followed by movement techniques. For Yi Xing, this was a huge treasure. Step into the fourth stage of the martial path as soon as possible, and enter the martial pavilion to study. This is the first step to my rise in the main clan. Yi Xing thought to himself. After cultivating for a while, Yi Xing stopped and continued to read and think about the Xianqing skill. When cultivating, there would be fluctuations in the power of the stars, which could be sensed by other martial artists. The time to learn the Xianqing martial art was only 2 hours. If Yi Xing used it all on cultivation, it would be abnormal. Yi Xing's ability to learn things quickly was related to the superbrain. He did not want to stand out and be noticed by others. Once he returned to his place, he would have plenty of time to train. 2 hours later, Yi Weihong had people collect the copies of the Xianqing method from the hands of the new disciples. Most of the new disciples had a reluctant look on their faces. For them, 2 hours was not enough to memorize the entire Xianqing method, let alone fully understand it. After collecting the copies of the Xianqing method from the hands of the new disciples, Yi Weihong said, "I know how you feel right now. You can't wait to hold the Xianqing method in your hands all the time and comprehend it thoroughly. This is obviously a wonderful idea, but if you want to obtain it, you have to contribute to the clan. These 2 hours are free for you. If you want to continue reading, you have to exchange for contribution points. For every 2 contribution points, you can read any low-grade martial art for 2 hours. For every 10 contribution points, you can read any middle-grade martial art for 2 hours. As for how to earn contribution points, you have all the information in the manual. Take a good look. From tomorrow onwards, go to your posts and work. No mistakes. Dismissed." The new disciples had all read the manual, so they knew how to earn contribution points. The disciples of the drill hall would earn 3 contribution points for a day of cultivation. The disciples of the Starsabil hall and the botany hall would earn 2 contribution points for a day of work. The rest of the disciples would earn 1 contribution point for a day of work. Not only could the disciples of the drill hall cultivate all day, they could also earn 3 contribution points for a day. The contribution points earned in 10 days could allow them to read any middle-grade martial art for 6 hours. As for the disciples of the Starsabil hall and the botany hall, they could only read for 4 hours after 10 days of work. The rest of the disciples were even worse. They could only read for 2 hours after 10 days of work. At this time, the difference in treatment between different posts was fully displayed. The new disciples were happy and sad. The disciples of the drill hall, Starsabil hall, and botany hall all had bitter expressions. As for the disciples of the Starsabil hall and botany hall, some of them were sighing and some of them were happy. Needless to say, the disciples of the drill hall were all very superior. Yi Qing's face revealed an extremely refreshing smile. His gaze swept past Yi Xing and Yi Feng with an expression of superiority. Yi Xing, I really didn't expect you to only have a 2-star Heaven's Mandate aptitude. You've been assigned to the pantry hall to fetch water? If this news were to spread to Qingye village, I wonder what the patriarch's reaction would be. Huh? Yi Qing's heart was very carefree. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Go fetch water every day. I want to see when you'll be able to cultivate to the 4th level of the martial Dao. You came to the main village to further your studies, but in the end, you'll be fetching water for 4 years. Yi Feng, who was standing to the side, was furious. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was not alarmed. Instead, he revealed a harmless smile and said, "Even if you're fetching water, I'll take care of you in a matter of minutes. You're just a defeated opponent, so what are you doing in front of me? Showing off your incompetence and weakness? Cursing people and exposing their shortcomings, hitting people in the face." As soon as Yi Xing spoke, he exposed Yi Qing's background and slapped the latter's face loudly. This caused Yi Qing's smile to freeze. His sense of superiority disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only humiliation and defeat. Yi Qing angrily said, "The road ahead is still very long. You've only obtained a temporary victory. What does it count as? With your 2-star Heaven's Mandate aptitude, you can forget about stepping into the 4th level of the martial Dao in your lifetime. As for me, in the next few years, my cultivation will definitely step into the 5th level of the martial Dao. When we return to Qingye village, I, Yi Qing, will be a martial artist of the 5th level of the martial Dao, and you, Yi Xing, will still be a martial disciple of the 3rd level of the martial Dao. Who's the real genius and who's the real trash? Who's the real genius?" Lu Xuangling coldly said from the side. Some people obtained a fortuitous encounter and thought that they were the fish that leaped over the dragon gate. Their confidence swelled. Now they've finally been beaten down to the mundane world. Obtaining first place in the clan meeting at Qingye village really made them think of themselves as dragons. Turns out they're only 2-star Heaven's Mandate, just a stinking bug. Originally, Lu Xuangling still had a trace of hope. She wanted to get closer to Yi Xing in the main clan, so that Yi Xing would change his mind. However, after knowing that Yi Xing was only a 2-star Heaven's Mandate, and was assigned to fetch water in the cafeteria, she no longer had this thought. In her heart, Yi Xing became the same as before. He was just a piece of trash. At best, he was just a piece of trash with a relatively strong strength. What's the use of having a high battle talent? If you can't step into the threshold of a martial artist, you'll be stepped on by others in the end. It was rare for a 2-star Heaven's Mandate to reach the 3rd level of the martial Dao. Whether it was Yi Qing or Lu Xuangling, they had never heard of a martial artist before. Xuangling, let's go back together. Don't go with this piece of trash. He offended Elder Yi Weining. He definitely won't have a good time in the main clan for the next 4 years. Yi Qing saw that Lu Xuangling no longer liked Yi Xing, and was overjoyed. He excitedly said to Lu Xuangling. Lu Xuangling pondered for a moment and nodded her head. Seeing that this pair of dog couple who looked down on him were about to get together again, Yi Xing laughed and said, "Yi Qing, listen to me carefully. You don't have the qualifications to talk about the future in front of me. 3 days later, I'll step into the 4th level of the martial Dao. 1 month later, I'll defeat someone of the 5th level of the martial Dao and become an elite disciple. I'll enjoy the best treatment. In a year's time, I'll step into the 5th level of the martial Dao and become the #1 junior in Azure Sky City. This is my future. As for you, you've already been stepped on by me. In the future, you don't have the qualifications to compare with me." Yi Xing was extremely confident in his own future. However, in the ears of Yi Qing and Lu Xuangling, it was a great irony. There were other new disciples who heard Yi Xing's words and treated it as a joke. They looked at Yi Xing with disdain. "Yi Xing, it seems like you didn't sleep last night, because you were too excited on your first day in the main clan. Today's daydream is not bad." Yi Qing let out a mocking laugh and left with Lu Xuangling. "Brother Xing, I believe in you. You went from a piece of trash to a martial disciple of the 3rd level of the martial Dao, and took first place in the clan gathering. This is already a miracle. I believe that you can continue to create miracles." Yi Feng clenched his fist and said excitedly. He was the only one who believed in Yi Xing. Yi Xing patted Yi Feng's shoulder and said, "Let's go back." Half of the day had passed and Yi Xing and Yi Feng went to work in the cafeteria. From tomorrow onwards, Yi Xing and Yi Feng returned to their respective rooms. Once back in his room, Yi Xing could not wait to start cultivating. The improved Xianqin skill allowed him to absorb the power of the stars at an extremely fast speed. All 10 meridians in his body were absorbing the power. If someone were to look at Yi Xing with their third eye, they would definitely be shocked. The power of the stars being absorbed by Yi Xing was like a surging river. The amount was just too much. The clan courtyard was where the disciples of the clan resided. Today, they had all learned the new Xianqin skill. After returning, everyone took advantage of the time to cultivate while the memory was still fresh in their minds. The clan courtyard was very quiet, and Yi Xing was not disturbed. This cultivation lasted until late at night. The power of the stars in Yi Xing's body was surging, and the fourth ring in his dantian was gradually becoming clear. Yi Xing estimated that in less than 3 days, the fourth ring would be completely clear by tomorrow night, and he would completely step into the 4th level of the martial Tao. Very good. After becoming a true martial artist, I will go to the martial pavilion to learn a lot of martial techniques. When I reach a certain level, I will be considered an expert among the younger generation of martial artists in Tiansong City. The time for me to rise in Tiansong City will not be long. Yi Xing thought happily in his heart. Late at night he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yi Xing and Yi Feng went to the cafeteria together. Chapter 30. Yi Xing, you will be in charge of the canteen's daily water needs. 100,000 caddies a day. You must finish before sunset. Yi Feng, you will be in charge of the canteen's daily firewood needs. 150,000 caddies a day. You must finish chopping before sunset. Yi Xing and Yi Feng reported to the canteen. Yi Xing was led to the water storage room, while Yi Feng was led to the firewood storage courtyard. The canteen deacon assigned them their tasks. The disciples assigned to the canteen were not only Yi Xing and Yi Feng. Some of the other disciples were assigned to the mountain to chop firewood, while others were assigned to light the fire. They were all tiring tasks. Other than Yi Xing and Yi Feng, who were the main family disciples, the rest of the disciples assigned to the canteen were all disciples with different surnames. In the Ye family's main family, being assigned to the canteen was basically a good for nothing. This was because the canteen disciples had never produced an elder-level character before. Those who could become deacons of the main family were also extremely rare. The water storage room was very spacious. There were 2 huge pools in the room. Each pool could hold 100,000 caddies of water. The Yi family had a large population, and the amount of water they consumed every day was astonishing. The water in one pool was only enough for the Yi family to consume for a day. Whenever the water in the first pool was used, the second pool would be filled to the brim. Whenever the water in the second pool was used, the first pool would be filled to the brim. Repeating this process, 100,000 caddies of water every day. Yi Xing stood in the middle of the water storage room. His gaze swept across the containers used to carry water, and he chose a huge water tank. There was a note beside it stating that this water tank weighed 200 caddies and could hold 1,000 caddies of water. Yi Xing felt that the other buckets and small vats were too little and too troublesome to carry water back and forth. However, this large vats only needed to be filled 100 times to fill up the pool that could hold 100 kilograms of water. When Yi Xing first came to the Star Continent and occupied the body of the original owner, he was only about 1.65 meters tall. In the past month, Yi Xing had cultivated the perfect bone explosive fist to perfection. His body had also strengthened greatly and he had grown a lot taller. His current height was close to 1.8 meters. However, compared to the huge water tank that could hold 1,000 caddies of water, his body was still very frail. Yi Xing walked to the front of the huge water vat and lifted it up by one hand. The huge water vat was like a small bag in Yi Xing's hand. It didn't take him much effort to lift it. The place where the water was fetched was not far from the water storage room. It was only about 1 li away. Yi Xing carried the large water jar and walked as if he was flying. He arrived very quickly. Yi Xing grabbed the edge of the large water vat with one hand and the bottom of the vat with the other. He scooped some water into the vat and then bent his body. He held his breath and used all his strength to lift the vat. With a splash, the large water tank filled with water was dehydrated in an instant. Yi Xing lifted it up and carried it on his shoulder. 1,000 caddies of water, a 200 caddies tank. Even if the water tank wasn't 100% full, it wasn't empty either. The weight of the water and the tank added together was at least 1,100 caddies. An ordinary third-stage martial artist wouldn't feel good carrying 1,100 caddies of water. It would be even more difficult for them to walk. However, Yi Xing carried the large water tank and walked with big strides like the wind. Soon, Yi Xing returned to the water storage room and poured the water into the pool. His face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. He carried the large water tank and walked as if he was flying as he went to fetch more water. Yi Xing carried the large water tank back and forth. On the way, many Yi clan members saw him carry the large water tank back and forth. They didn't find it strange. There was once a group of people carrying water in the canteen who used this method to fetch water. However, what they didn't know was that the people who used this method to fetch water were all martial artists who had reached the 4th stage of the martial path. If it was a martial disciple, they would obediently use a bucket to fetch water. Although Yi Xing's strength was great, and he could carry the large water tank once or twice without any problem, after 5 or 6 times, he was still a bit out of breath and felt a bit of pressure. When Yi Xing fetched the 10th tank of water, his breathing was already a bit hurried. He met with a group of youths. They were the new disciples of the martial arts hall. Every morning, they would have the same training, and then they would have free time. In the morning, they had to run 10 laps around the Yi clan's residence. There was a part of the route that just happened to cross the path that Yi Xing took to fetch water. Now they just happened to meet. Look, isn't that a 2-star trash? Haha, he's fetching water. A mocking voice came from the group. It was Yi Baiyuan. He always refuses to admit that he's a good-for-nothing. He thinks that he's a genius just because he shined during the strength test. However, isn't carrying water the job of a good-for-nothing? Huh? Senior Baiyuan is right. Senior Baiyuan, compared to you, he's obviously trash. As soon as Yi Baiyuan's voice fell, the voices of many youths echoed. Yi Xing even heard Yi Qing's voice among them. The group of youths was in the middle of a long-distance run. Their speed was not slow, and they ran over in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing carried the large water tank. His expression did not change, but he was already angry at Yi Baiyuan in his heart. He and Yi Baiyuan didn't have any interactions. It could be said that they minded their own business. However, Yi Baiyuan repeatedly insulted him. Yi Xing had a plan in his heart. If there was a chance, he would definitely teach Yi Baiyuan a lesson. The disciples of the martial arts hall only ran 10 laps around the Yi clan. The chances of them meeting Yi Xing while fetching water was very low. After a few more rounds of fetching water, Yi Xing didn't meet them again. However, as the number of times he fetched water increased, Yi Xing felt more and more pressure. It was as if the water tank on his shoulder was getting heavier and heavier. Carrying a large tank of water while walking, not only was he gasping for breath, even the muscles in his entire body were aching. Especially the muscles in his legs and arms. The feeling was the most intense. On the 20th round of fetching water, Yi Xing carried the large water tank and walked less than half of the distance. He was completely unable to take another step. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Yi Xing knew that this time it would be very strenuous. However, he didn't expect that it would be to the extent where his legs couldn't take another step. Now that he was carrying a large tank of water, it wasn't easy to put it down and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. This caused him to fall into a dilemma. Being stuck in a deadlock halfway wasn't a solution. Yi Xing carried the large water tank and stood in the same place. He tried to operate the Xianqing technique. In an instant, the surging power of the stars was absorbed by the 10 meridians and transported to all parts of his body. Yi Xing felt that the soreness and exhaustion in his body suddenly lessened by a lot. Moreover, what surprised Yi Xing was that his body at this moment was like a starving beggar who had seen a large amount of delicious food. It was madly absorbing the power of the stars at a much faster speed than normal. It was more than twice as fast. When the body is tired, the body's muscle energy will be greatly consumed. At this time, it is urgently needed to replenish energy. Therefore, the speed of absorbing the power of the stars is faster than normal. Doesn't that mean that if I cultivate in this state, my cultivation speed will be greatly increased? Yi Xing's superbrain spun, and he immediately understood. If I cultivate while working and cultivate faster, then I don't need to wait until tonight. Today, my cultivation can break through to the fourth stage of the martial path. Thinking that the time to break through to the fourth stage of the martial path was brought forward, Yixing was overjoyed. After standing in the same place and cultivating for a while, Yixing felt that the soreness and exhaustion had almost disappeared by 80 to 90%. At the same time, the speed of his body absorbing the power of the stars had also decreased. It was no different from normal. It seems that only when the body is extremely tired can it maintain a fast cultivation speed. Since that's the case, then I will carry the water tank and cultivate at the same time. I will always keep my body in a state of exhaustion but not falling down. Yixing thought to himself. He carried the large water tank and continued to walk forward. Normal people had to be focused when doing things. They could not be distracted. For example, when cultivating xianqin, they had to be quiet and not be disturbed. When walking with the water tank, they could only walk with the water tank. They could not do anything else. If they forced themselves to do two things at the same time, it was very likely that problems would occur. For example, the cultivation of xianqin would be messed up, and they would fall down while carrying the water tank. However, for Yixing, who had the super brain, multitasking was not a problem at all. As long as he wanted to, he could even multitask. The super brain was so powerful that it could allow Yixing to multitask and focus on two things at the same time. For example, when Yixing carried the water tank and walked, his cultivation of xianqin was under the control of the super brain. There was not a single mistake. After walking for a while, Yixing felt that he was not tired enough, so he decided to just run. As expected, running while carrying something that weighed more than 500 kilograms was much more difficult than walking. Yixing did not run for long before he panted heavily. All the muscles in his body, especially the muscles in his legs, were extremely sore. At that moment, Yixing's cultivation speed of xianqin was much faster than usual. It was at its fastest speed. His body kept absorbing the power of the stars, and it slightly reduced the soreness and fatigue in his body. However, when Yixing carried the water tank and ran, it quickly made the soreness and fatigue in his body worse. Just like that, he fell into a cycle. Yixing's cultivation speed of xianqin did not decrease at all. The only thing that was tested was Yixing's willpower. His legs did not reach the point where they could not move, as if they were filled with lead. However, with every step he took, he would feel an intense soreness. A normal person would definitely not be able to endure it. However, Yixing gritted his teeth. His running speed did not decrease at all. I want to become a warrior saint. I want to become a peerless elite. I want to become a man above all others. A king among kings. Yixing shouted in his heart. A person who had an ideal and persisted in it was terrifying. Their willpower was indestructible. Yixing was such a person. 21st time. 22nd time. 21st time, Yixing did not rest. He carried a full tank of water time and time again. He ran back to the water storage room and poured the water into the pool. At the same time, his cultivation base rose at an alarming rate every time he fetched water. The fourth ring in his dantian gradually grew clearer and clearer. 91st time, Yixing was still running while carrying a full tank of water. His cultivation had also reached the most critical juncture. At a certain moment, the fourth star ring finally changed from its dim and hazy state. It released its first ray of starlight and became clear. The fourth star ring was completely clear. Yixing's cultivation had taken an important step. He had entered the fourth stage of the martial Tao and become a true martial artist. Chapter 31. After breaking through to the fourth stage of the martial path, Yixing's soreness and tiredness were all swept away. What replaced it was a smoothness. It was as if a shackle had been unlocked in the xianqin technique's 10 meridians, producing a dense inner strength. When Yixing was at the peak of the third stage of the martial path, he had already cultivated inner strength in his meridians. However, the amount was very small, as if it was suppressed by an invisible door. This invisible door couldn't be opened, so the inner strength could only be maintained at a low level and couldn't be cultivated anymore. That invisible door was the suppression of cultivation. Because Yi Xing's cultivation hadn't stepped into the fourth stage of the martial path, he wasn't a true martial artist yet. Now that his cultivation had broken through, the suppression of cultivation naturally didn't exist anymore. And Yi Xing had cultivated 10 meridians. Compared to a martial artist who cultivated the normal Xianqing technique, who only had 6 meridians, Yi Xing produced a lot more inner strength. Therefore, when Yi Xing stepped into the fourth stage of the martial path, he felt that the inner strength in his body was very dense. Even a martial artist in the middle stage of the fourth stage of the martial path might not have as much inner strength as Yi Xing, who had just entered the fourth stage of the martial path. This was Yi Xing's biggest advantage. Moreover, regardless of the density of the inner strength, just the quality of the inner strength was much stronger than a martial artist who cultivated the normal Xianqing technique. This was because after Yi Xing's Xianqing technique was strengthened by the super brain, it was a high-grade technique, while the normal Xianqing technique was a middle-grade technique. The quality of the inner strength produced by different grades of techniques was also different. The higher the grade of the technique, the higher the quality of the inner strength produced. Yi Xing's heart was filled with great joy. This was only the 3rd day of his arrival at the Azure Sky City's main clan, and he had already stepped into the 4th stage of the martial path, becoming a true martial artist. This greatly exceeded his expectations. After becoming a 4th stage martial artist, he had the qualifications to enter the martial pavilion to learn martial arts. The martial pavilion was the place he wanted to go the most. 92nd time. 93rd time. 94th time. After Yi Xing stepped into the 4th stage of the martial path, he was still running back and forth to fetch water. Moreover, he had been cultivating the Xianqing technique. Although the effect was much worse than before, it was still faster than usual. 99th time, 100th time. 101st time. Because the water tank wasn't filled every time. Yi Xing, Yi was filled to the breast. He was 100 and 100 and 100 and 100 and 100 and times. Only when he filled the entire pool did he put the tank back. Even though he ran all the way and filled the entire pool with water, because of the breakthrough in his cultivation and the cultivation of the Xianqing method, the power of the stars nourished his body, so he was not very tired. Yi Xing sat on the spot and cultivated the Xianqing technique for a while. Very quickly, all his exhaustion disappeared. He was in high spirits, filled with energy like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage. The speed of running back and forth to fetch water is indeed fast. Originally, I would have needed close to a day to finish this pool. In the end, it's not even noon and I'm already done. I can now go to the martial pavilion to learn martial arts. Once I cultivate martial arts, with the powerful super brain, I will definitely be able to cultivate martial arts to a very high level. At that time, even if it's a 5th stage martial artist, what will I have to fear? Yi Xing stood up with a cheerful smile on his face, and left the water storage room. He didn't go straight to the martial pavilion. Instead, he went to the firewood yard first. The firewood yard wasn't far from here. He first went to take a look at Yi Feng. Cafeteria, firewood yard. Yi Feng's mouth was stained with blood. He had a painful expression on his face as he was stepped on by a 15 to 16-year-old youth. On the side, there were 3 other youths watching. Of the 3 youths, Yi Feng recognized 2 of them. One was Yi Qing and the other was Yi Baiyuan. They were both new disciples of the martial hall. Yi Feng also recognized the youth who was stepping on his chest. He was the only 6-star Destiny Realm genius in this batch of new disciples. He was accepted as a personal disciple by Elder Yi Weining on the spot. Yi Man. Senior brother Yi Man is indeed worthy of being a 6-star Destiny Realm cultivator. It's only been 3 days since you arrived at the main clan, and your cultivation has already reached the peak of the 4th stage. Beating this little trash is like stepping on an ant. Impressive. Yi Baiyuan smiled as he bowed to Yi Man, and gave him a thumbs up. In the martial arts hall, Yi Baiyuan was an extraordinary genius disciple. Among the new disciples, there were many who bowed and flattered in front of him. However, in front of Yi Man he could only bow and lower his head to flatter Yi Man. As Elder Weining's personal disciple, senior brother Yi Man is naturally extraordinary. Not to mention this little trash, even Yi Xing would have to crawl in front of senior brother Yi Man. The youth that Yi Feng didn't recognize said. This youth had a slender figure, and was a disciple of the main clan. However, his status wasn't high. Yi Xing's strength was so strong that he wasn't any weaker than Yi Man, who had a natural godly body, and was at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. Yi Man was shocked, but Yi Xing wasn't surprised at all. He continued to attack like lightning and punched again. After seeing Yi Xing's strength, Yi Man didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. He waved his fist to block, but unexpectedly, Yi Xing's fist was only halfway out when he suddenly stopped and changed his move. His body slanted, and another fist swept out like lightning. Yi Man's block missed. At the same time, he suddenly kicked Yi Xing unexpectedly. Yi Xing dodged and his attack missed. At this time, Yi Man stood on one leg and couldn't withdraw his move. It was even harder to dodge. Yi Xing's punch landed on his face. Yi Xing was angry and didn't show any mercy. The power of this punch was terrifying. It broke a row of Yi Man's teeth. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the side. Before Yi Man fell to the ground, his body suddenly stopped. Yi Xing grabbed his arm. Bang! Bang bang bang. Then a second punch, a third punch, a fourth punch. Yi Man's face was continuously smashed. Yi Man's face was lacerated and blood flowed. His head was hit repeatedly. Even if he was born with godly strength and a strong body, he was still dizzy. Yi Xing threw 7 or 8 punches. Finally, he grabbed Yi Man's arm and pulled it up. He kicked Yi Man's abdomen and sent him flying. He let out a shrill scream and flew more than 10 meters away. Senior brother Yi Man. The other 3 were shocked. They exclaimed and ran toward Yi Man. The 3 of you can't escape. Yi Xing glanced at Yi Qing, who was struggling to get up. The bones in his body cracked, and he rushed toward Yi Qing and the other 2. Junior brothers, block Yi Xing. I'll go find reinforcements. When the slender youth saw that Yi Man was easily defeated by Yi Xing, his face was filled with shock. His body leaped up like a swallow, and his qinggong was actually quite good. He directly jumped over the wall and escaped. Yi Qing and Yi Baiyuan didn't have this kind of qinggong. When they saw Yi Xing rushing toward them, they could only assume a fighting stance and fight with Yi Xing. Although Yi Baiyuan had always verbally humiliated Yi Xing, when he really faced Yi Xing, there was a sense of fear in his heart. Especially when he personally witnessed Yi Xing beating Yi Man, until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. He was even more fearful. As for Yi Qing, needless to say, he had lost to Yi Xing before. He was instinctively afraid of Yi Xing's strength. Facing Yi Xing, Yi Qing and Yi Baiyuan were afraid. Their strength was greatly reduced. How could they be a match for Yi Xing, who had already stepped into the 4th stage of the martial path? In less than 3 moves, Yi Baiyuan was kicked in the chest by Yi Xing. He was knocked out of breath and flew more than 10 meters away while screaming in pain. Chapter 32. Yi Qing's left wrist was grabbed by Yi Xing. His right fist swept towards Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing's superbrain scanned and calculated Yi Qing's attack trajectory. He punched out and hit Yi Qing's wrist. Kacha! Yi Qing screamed. His wrist was dislocated and his right hand fell to the ground. Don't hit my face! The moment he screamed, he saw Yi Xing holding his left wrist and not moving. Yi Qing's face turned pale, and he screamed. At the Ye family meeting in Qingye village, he was slapped by Yi Xing and was sent flying 720 degrees. He was still traumatized. Now you don't want to hit my face? Too late. Slap Yi Qing's face had a bloody red palm print. His head was slapped to the side. Tell me, are you from Qingye village? Am I right? Yi Xing asked angrily. At the same time, he slapped Yi Qing's face. Am I right? 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 Every time Yi Xing asked a question, he slapped Yi Qing's face. He slapped Yi Qing's face no less than 10 times before he stopped. Yi Qing was a descendant of Qingye village. Not only did he not take care of Yi Feng, who was also from Qingye village, but he even came with Yi Man and Yi Baiyuan to beat up Yi Feng. What was this? A classic example of a traitor. Yi Xing hated this kind of trash the most. Although he didn't like Yi Qing before, he didn't hate him to the extreme. Now he hated him to the extreme. Yi Qing was beaten until his mouth was full of broken teeth and blood. The skin on his face was torn, and blood flowed out, mixing with his tears. Yi Xing's movement stopped. Only then did Yi Qing catch his breath. He whimpered, "Yes, yes, yes, I am. Brother Xing, don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I am from Qingye village. I am." Yi Baiyuan, who had been kicked by Yi Xing, got up from the ground at this moment. He looked at Yi Xing in horror and hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. "Do you think this is enough?" Yi Xing threw Yi Qing to the ground and stepped in front of Yi Baiyuan. Yi Baiyuan screamed in fright and turned to run. Yi Xing caught up from behind and kicked Yi Baiyuan to the ground. Before Yi Baiyuan could get up, he was kicked by Yi Xing and flipped over. Yi Xing's body pounced, and his legs pressed down on Yi Baiyuan's hands. His body sat on Yi Baiyuan's stomach, and he raised his hand to slap Yi Baiyuan's face. "Tell me, are you trash? Is that right? 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 Is that right?" Yi Xing's anger exploded, and the consequences were very serious. Like Yi Qing, Yi Baiyuan was also rewarded with 10 slaps by Yi Xing. Yi Baiyuan was hit until he was dizzy and disoriented. Broken teeth and blood flew everywhere, and his eyes were filled with tears. I'm trash. Senior Yi Xing, please don't hit me anymore. I beg you, please don't hit me anymore." Yi Baiyuan cried even more miserably than Yi Qing. "Bastard, I'll feel better if I don't hit you." Yi Xing stood up and kicked Yi Baiyuan away. Then he walked toward Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng had already stood up by holding onto the wall. Although he looked miserable, his eyes were bright and full of spirit, and he was full of joy. He had always believed that Yi Xing would create a miracle, and the result was indeed so. Compared to yesterday, Yi Xing was much more powerful, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. "Yi Xing!" Yi Feng shouted excitedly. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Yi Man and the others and said excitedly, "I was right, right? In front of brother Yi Xing, you guys are just sh*t. He can stomp you into pieces with a single step. You pieces of trash." Yi Man and Yi Qing sat on the ground, their faces red. Yi Baiyuan was still lying in the distance, and he had not recovered yet. Yi Xing walked in front of Yi Feng, patted his shoulder, and asked, "Are you injured internally?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No, they're all superficial wounds. I'll be fine soon. Brother Xing, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, I would have been beaten up badly by them." Yi Xing smiled faintly. Before he could say anything, he heard a series of footsteps. He turned around and saw a few teenagers walking in. The leader was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old. He was wearing a tight black robe with golden embroidery on the cuffs. A green brocade belt was wrapped around his waist, and he had an extraordinary aura. Behind this teenager, there were a few other people who were younger. Among them, the slender teenager who had escaped earlier was among them. Senior brother Yi Man. The slender teenager quickly ran to Yi Man's side and helped him up. He pointed at Yi Xing and said, "Senior brother Yinkong, he is Yi Xing. He is the one who beat up senior brother Yi Man." "Yi Yinkong?" Yi Xing and Yi Feng looked at the black-robed teenager again. So he was the grandson of Yi Weining. After coming to the Mania family, Yi Xing naturally knew more about Yi Yinkong. Yi Yinkong was not yet 17 years old, and he was a mid-stage 5th-stage martial path martial artist. He was ranked in the top 10 of the elite disciples. In the Yi family, only disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path could be ranked as elite disciples. There were much fewer of them than the ordinary disciples, only about 30 of them. Among them, the most famous one was undoubtedly Yi Yunlong. He was the young master of the Yi family, and the number one of the younger generation. He was the pride of heaven in the entire Azure Sky City. However, to the younger generation of the Yi family, every elite disciple was famous. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 of the elite disciples were even more famous. Yi Yinkong was young, and was the youngest of the top 10. He had great potential in the future. When he was older, he might even fight for the top 3 of the elite disciples. Yi Yinkong was a 6-star mandate warrior. As long as he wasn't lazy and the family nurtured him, he would definitely become a 6th-stage martial path martial artist in the future. If his horoscope wasn't bad, or if he was lucky enough, or if he put in enough effort, it was possible for him to become a 7th-stage martial path master. In the main family, many people called Yi Yunkong the second genius of the family. They thought that he was second only to Yi Yunlong. Although this statement was rejected by the other top 10 disciples, it could be seen that Yi Yunkong was indeed extraordinary. Senior brother Yunkong. Senior brother Yunkong. When Yi Xing and Yi Feng were sizing up Yi Yunkong, Yi Qing and Yi Baiyuan hurriedly got up and bowed to Yi Yunkong. To the ordinary disciples, any elite disciple was a lofty existence. The top 10 elite disciples were even more unreachable. When they saw Yi Yunkong, the majority of the ordinary disciples would put down their dignity and try to hug Yi Yunkong's thigh. If they could hug him, he would be a future elder of the main family. Living in the Yi family would definitely be beneficial. However, Yi Yunkong didn't look at Yi Qing and Yi Baiyuan. Instead, he glared at Yi Xingyu. How dare you? Yi Xing stared at Yi Yunkong, thinking about how to deal with him. Yi Yunkong was a 5th-stage martial path martial artist. His inner force had been refined from his meridians into his flesh and blood. He was much stronger than a 4th-stage martial path martial artist. He was not easy to deal with. Moreover, Yi Yunkong was not in the early stage of 5th stage. He was in the middle stage of 5th stage. Yi Xing's superbrain was filled with thoughts. Then he relaxed and said, Senior brother Yunkong, the Yi family is a big family with rules. Everything is reasonable. Are they allowed to bully us and we can't fight back? Yi Xing's expression didn't change in front of him. Yi Yunkong was surprised. He said, Looks like you're not afraid of me. Yi Xing said slowly, Why should I be afraid of you? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of senior brother Yunkong? Ignorant fool, do you know who senior brother Yunkong is? He's in the top 10 of the elite disciples. How dare you talk to him like that? 2 level 4 martial artists beside Yi Yunkong immediately scolded. A disdainful smile appeared on Yi Xing's face as he ignored the 2 of them. Yi Yunkong raised his hand and stopped the 2 of them. His gaze was still sharp as a sword as he stared at Yi Xing. He said, According to you, it was my junior brother who bullied you? So you taught him a lesson? Yi Xing put his hand on Yi Feng's shoulder and said, Although he didn't bully me, he bullied my brother. Yi Yunkong said, Because my junior brother bullied your brother, you taught him a lesson. Is that right? Yi Xing nodded. Yes. Good. Yi Yunkong's body suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura. It rushed toward Yi Xing like an avalanche. Since my junior brother bullied your younger brother, you stood out and taught him a lesson. Since you hit my junior brother, as his senior brother, I can only stand out for him and teach you a lesson. The direction of the conversation was within Yi Xing's expectations. He pretended to change his expression and said, Senior brother Yunkong, you're in the top 10 of the elite disciples. Don't you think it's beneath you to attack an ordinary disciple who fetches water from the canteen? Yi Yunkong sneered and said, I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of my junior brother. How is that beneath me? Yi Xing frowned. Was this guy really going to attack him regardless of his status? If they were to fight, Yi Yunkong was a 5th-stage martial arts realm martial artist. He was definitely proficient in martial arts and lightness skill. Even if Yi Xing had the super brain scan, it would be difficult for him to win. Yi Xing's expression did not change. He said, A top 10 elite disciple fighting with a disciple who fetches water from the canteen. If this news spreads, senior brother Yunkong will be embarrassed. I have a way to make senior brother Yunkong feel better. Yi Yunkong's eyes flickered. He said, Tell me. Yi Xing took a step forward and released a surge of momentum. He faced Yi Yunkong head-on and said, Yi Yunkong, I Yi Xing, a disciple who fetches water from the canteen, challenge you. 1 month later, in front of all the disciples, we will fight in the square in front of the drill hall. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Everyone was stunned. Yi Xing was challenging Yi Yunkong. The people present were not stupid. They immediately understood that Yi Xing was trying to get out of this predicament. He knew that Yi Yunkong was going to attack him, so he wanted to delay the fight for a month. This was a blatant provocation. But it was also a provocation that had a 100% success rate. How could Yi Yunkong not accept Yi Xing's public challenge? However, would delaying the fight for a month be useful? Absolutely not. Other than Yi Feng, everyone present thought so. Chapter 33. Yi Yunkong's face turned green. How dare a disciple who fetched water from the canteen challenge him? Yi Yunkong. If word got out, he would be a joke. Yi Yunkong said coldly, You don't have the right to challenge me. Yi Xing smiled contemptuously and said, Maybe I don't have the right now, but in a month's time, I can beat the crap out of you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Yi Xing, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? You want to compete with senior brother Yunkong in a month's time? Even if you have a year's time, you can only look up to senior brother Yunkong. A trash who fetches water can only look up to senior brother Yunkong for the rest of his life. Before Yi Yunkong could say anything, the disciples beside him had already retorted at Yi Xing humph. Yi Yunkong snorted and anger appeared on his face. He did not want to say anything more. His aura rose again, and he was about to attack Yi Xing. What? You don't dare? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that I will beat you up in front of all the disciples in a month's time? If that's the case, Yi Yunkong, your courage is not as scary as your strength. You are just a coward. Yi Xing said sarcastically. Yi Xing had no confidence in fighting now. But in a month's time, Yi Xing had absolute confidence. No matter what, he had to provoke Yi Yunkong and postpone the fight to a month's time. Yi Yunkong's aura stopped. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. He looked furious, but he suppressed the thought of fighting. Yi Xing had already said so. If he still did not accept the challenge, no ordinary disciple would dare to say that he was afraid of Yi Xing. But he would definitely be laughed at by the other elite disciples. Especially the top 10 elite disciples who did not get along with him. They would definitely use this to attack him. By then he would be mocked as a coward just like Yi Xing said. Fine. I accept your challenge. In a month's time, I will break your bones inch by inch. Yi Yunkong said coldly as he stared at Yi Xing with a gloomy face. Yi Xing heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled and said, My bones are very hard. You can't break them. When the time comes, you will be looking for teeth all over the floor. However, a cold look flashed across Yi Yunkong's face. He said, You've injured my junior brother today. Don't think you can get away with the battle in a month's time. I'll give you a chance. I'll only attack you once. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying you because of my cultivation. Yi Yunkong let out a cold laugh and continued. Since you dare to challenge me in a month's time, you're obviously not weak. You should be able to take one move from me. If you can't even take one move, the challenge in a month's time will be nothing but a joke. Don't mention it again. Yi Yunkong's intention was to teach Yi Xing a lesson now. He had no interest in the challenge in a month's time. If he won, he would be in the top 10 of the elite disciples. If something went wrong, Yi Yunkong would lose all his face. Therefore he had to attack now. He believed that one move was enough to deal with Yi Xing. It was enough to teach Yi Xing a painful lesson. If Yi Xing could not even take one move from him, then he could use Yi Xing's strength as an excuse to exempt him from the challenge in a month's time. Yi Yunkong did not care about Yi Xing's opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in front of Yi Xing and struck his palm toward Yi Xing's head. Middle-grade martial technique, mountain-splitting palm. It was the same mountain-splitting palm, but when Yi Yunkong used it, it was more than 10 times stronger than when Yi Yunfan used it. Needless to say, the difference in martial arts attainments was obvious. Yi Yunfan's mountain-splitting palm was only at the beginner level, while Yi Yunkong's mountain-splitting palm was close to the realm of full mastery. In terms of speed, Yi Yunkong used Qinggong and was as fast as a phantom. Coupled with the difference in cultivation level and the strength of their internal forces, the difference in power was several levels. Yi Xing faced Yi Yunkong's thunderous palm. Other than Yi Feng, almost everyone felt that Yi Xing could not block it or evade it. He would be seriously injured by Yi Yunkong's attack. Even Yi Feng looked nervous. His breathing was rapid as he waited for a miracle to happen. When Yi Yunkong's palm came, Yi Xing raised his hands and crossed his palms. He met Yi Feng's palm head-on, which was as fast as a phantom. A miracle really happened. Yi Yunkong's palm did not break Yi Xing's arm, nor did it send Yi Xing flying. Instead, it felt like Yi Xing's hands were pushed to the side. Yi Xing's superbrain was scanning the state of Yi Yunkong's body. Yi Yunkong's movements were clear to him. However, Yi Yunkong was too fast. Even if Yi Xing knew his opponent's attack trajectory, he could not avoid it. Therefore, he could only use his opponent's weakness to block it. The angle of Yi Xing's push was mysterious. It happened to be the weakest part of Yi Yunkong's palm. It was as if he was pulling 1,000 pounds with only 4 ounces. Yi Yunkong's palm must have been more than 1,000 pounds. Yi Xing's push was also more than 4 ounces. In the end, Yi Yunkong's palm was pushed to the side by Yi Xing. His attack missed. Yi Xing used a trick to dissolve Yi Yunkong's attack. However, he also used all his strength. Before Yi Yunkong could make a second move, Yi Xing jumped back and saluted. "Thank you for showing mercy, senior brother Yunkong." Showing mercy? Everyone present looked at each other in dismay. They could not understand why Yi Yunkong would show mercy to Yi Xing. But if he did not show mercy, why would Yi Yunkong's palm miss? They did not understand. Only Yi Yunkong knew that Yi Xing had pushed his palm to the side. He was secretly shocked. He knew very well that it was not easy for Yi Xing to dissolve his palm. It was impossible for him to break his moves every time. However, because he had said that he would only make one move, Yi Yunkong could only hold back the thought of continuing. He snorted coldly. "Since you can block one of my moves, let's meet at the square in front of the martial arts hall in a month's time. At that time, it won't be just one move." Yi Yunkong turned and left after saying that. Yi Man and the others followed behind him. "Brother Xing, even Yi Yunkong could not hurt you. You're really amazing." After everyone left the firewood yard, Yi Feng could not wait to cheer and walked towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing sighed softly and raised his right hand. His palm was covered in blood, and he felt a sharp pain. As a martial artist in the middle stage of level 5, Yi Xing's strength was indeed extraordinary. Although Yi Xing had hit the weakest part of his opponent's palm and pushed it to the side, the area of impact was still covered in blood. Yi Feng only suffered some superficial wounds. Now that he had caught his breath, he was fine. He walked to Yi Xing's side in a few steps. Looking at Yi Xing's left palm, he exclaimed, "Brother Xing, you're injured?" Yi Xing nodded. Yi Yunkong is one of the top 10 elite disciples. His strength is not ordinary. Yi Feng looked worried. "What about the battle in a month's time?" Yi Xing smiled confidently. "Yi Yunkong will only have one chance to hurt me in this lifetime. In a month's time, I will make him look for his teeth all over the floor." Yi Feng trusted Yi Xing very much. Seeing Yi Xing so confident, he was also affected. He said, "Brother Xing, you will definitely create a miracle." Yi Xing nodded and asked, "Can you still chop firewood today?" Yi Feng clenched his fist and made a powerful gesture. "No problem." Yi Xing patted Yi Feng's shoulder and said, "That's good. I won't help you chop firewood. I have to go to the martial pavilion immediately to learn martial techniques. Otherwise, Yi Weiniang will punish me and forbid me from entering the martial pavilion. That would be terrible." Yi Feng's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Yi Xing in disbelief. "Brother Xing, you have stepped into level 4 of the martial path?" Yi Xing nodded with a smile and left the firewood courtyard. Yi Feng looked at Yi Xing's back as he left. He clenched his fists tightly. His expression was emotional, and his eyes were full of worship. "You only have 2 hours. Junior, the most important thing in martial arts is quality, not quantity. Don't be too greedy. If you want to learn this and that, you will only learn the basics. If you can't master it, you won't be of much use." After Yi Xing arrived at the martial pavilion, Elder Yi Wentian, who was guarding the martial pavilion, tested Yi Xing's cultivation and advised him patiently. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder." Yi Xing nodded at Yi Wentian and entered the martial pavilion. The most important thing in martial arts is quality, not quantity. This was only relative to ordinary people. Because a person's energy was limited, cultivating 5 martial arts to the great success stage was not as good as cultivating 1 martial art to the great perfection stage. Therefore, people who learned less would often be able to cultivate their martial arts to a higher level. However, what if this person was smart enough? If he could cultivate multiple martial arts to the great perfection stage at the same time, then it was obvious that the more martial arts he cultivated, the stronger he would be. Yi Xing was not an ordinary person. He had a super brain. No matter how many martial arts there were, he would have enough energy to cultivate them. He was only afraid of not learning enough martial arts. Therefore, Yi Xing only expressed his gratitude verbally towards the Martial Pavilion elder's suggestion. In his heart, he had already made his decision. The Martial Pavilion had a total of 3 levels. The first level was for low-grade martial arts. The second level was for middle-grade martial arts. The third level was for high-grade martial arts. High-grade martial arts were extremely precious. It was said that in Tiansong City, only the Xiong family had a complete set of high-grade martial arts. Moreover, there was only one type. The Ye family's high-grade martial arts were all incomplete. The first level of the Martial Pavilion had a total of 48 types of low-grade martial arts. Among them, 6 were cultivation techniques, 6 were body refining techniques, and 36 were martial arts techniques. The first level was more deserted. There was only a martial disciple at the third stage of the martial path, reading a martial arts manual. Other than the third level of the Martial Pavilion, the first and second levels were open to the public. Therefore, most of the disciples who entered the Martial Pavilion would enter the second level to learn middle-grade martial arts. There were very few disciples on the first level. Yi Xing's superbrain was scanning. With a glance, it excluded the 6 cultivation techniques. Then he started from the body refining techniques and flipped through them one by one. Every time he flipped through a book, the contents would be scanned and stored in the superbrain, never to be forgotten. Soon, all 6 body refining techniques were read by Yi Xing. Yi Xing then went to the martial arts manual section. Starting from the first book, he started reading them one by one. Chapter 34. Senior brother, you can't learn like this. If you skim through every secret manual, you won't be able to learn a single one and waste 2 hours of your time. Seeing that Yi Xing was reading one book after another, the disciple on the first floor tried to persuade him. My name is Yi Yunxi. Senior brother, you don't look familiar. You must be a new disciple who has broken through to the 4th stage of the martial path. There are so many martial arts in the Martial Pavilion. The first time you came here, you were dazzled and wanted to learn them all. However, senior brother still listened to my advice and chose a martial art to learn. It's better than wanting to learn this and that and not learning anything in the end. Yi Yunxi was obviously a disciple of the main family. From his name, one could tell that he was from the same generation as Yi Yunlong and Yi Yunkong. Yi Xing remembered that Yi Yunfan, Yi Yuntao, Yi Yunkong and the other main family disciples looked at the branch family disciples with arrogance. However, Yi Yunxi did not have any of that. Yi Yunxi had good intentions, but Yi Xing could not listen to him. He said, My name is Yi Xing. You are right, but I still want to look through all the martial arts before deciding which one to learn. Can you let me take a look at the book in your hand first? I will give it to you soon. Yi Yunxi sighed and revealed a speechless expression. He handed the book in his hand to Yi Xing. Yi Xing read very quickly and finished not long after. He returned the book to Yi Yunxi and continued to flip through the next book. Every time he flipped through a book, Yi Xing's superbrain would scan the contents and make a copy. All the contents of the book would be forever stored in his superbrain. In less than an hour, Yi Xing had flipped through the 6 body refining skills and 36 martial arts on the first floor. Have you chosen which one to learn? Yi Yunxi was still there. When he saw that Yi Xing had finished reading, he asked, I have decided. I will go to the second floor and choose a middle-rank martial art. Yi Xing smiled faintly and went directly to the second floor. What a weirdo. Yi Yunxi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't pay much attention to Yi Xing before, but now his curiosity was aroused. He thought about Yi Xing's name a few more times and exclaimed softly, Yi Xing? Yi Xing? That 2-star destiny disciple seems to be called Yi Xing. He seems to be someone that Brother Yunlong picked from a branch family. His 2-star destiny disciple is actually at the 4th stage of the martial path? How strange. I have to tell Brother Yunlong about it. There were more people on the second floor of the Martial Skills Pavilion. There were a total of 5 people, all of whom were teenagers. The new disciples did not have enough contribution points to enter the martial pavilion. Only Yixing had broken through so quickly. Those who could enter the martial pavilion were obviously disciples of the main family. The 5 disciples of the main family on the second floor were obviously not as friendly as Yixing. Seeing that Yixing was an unfamiliar face, they coldly glanced at him with obvious disdain in their eyes and ignored him. Compared to the number of low-rank martial arts on the first floor, the number of middle-rank martial arts on the second floor was half. There were only 24 types. Yixing's superbrain scanned the books. There were 3 cultivation techniques, 3 body refining techniques, 12 martial arts techniques, and 6 movement techniques. Other than the cultivation techniques, Yixing still took everything and copied them into his super brain. Country bumpkin, you must have never seen so many middle-rank martial arts before. Huh. I don't even know what to pick. Seeing that Yixing was flipping through one book after another, a 4th-stage martial artist sneered. Country bumpkin, this is your first time entering the martial pavilion. Of course you're dazzled. You're looking at this and that. How can you differentiate between north, south, east, and west? Another 4th-stage martial artist also sneered. He looked at Yixing with eyes full of contempt and disdain. The other 3 disciples of the main family, who were also 4th-stage martial artists, burst into laughter at the same time. Yixing's self-cultivation was still very good. Although the 5 of them were laughing at him, he revealed a harmless smile and nodded at them. Greetings, senior brothers. This is my first time in the martial pavilion. I'm excited and want to read through all the martial arts. Can I take a look at the secret manuals in your hands? As he spoke, Yixing put down the secret manual in his hands and asked the martial artist beside him. Senior brother, can you let me take a look at the secret manual in your hands? Scram. This 4th-stage martial artist was the first to mock Yixing. His expression froze and he shouted coldly. Yixing was asking for a snub. He retracted his hand, bypassed this person, and picked up the next secret manual to read, ignoring the 5 of them. Country bumpkin. What's your name? Where are you from? A 4th-stage martial artist asked as Yixing ignored them, but the 5 of them wanted to pay attention to him. Yixing continued to flip through the books, too lazy to bother with them. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what we asked you? The 4th-stage martial artist who shouted scram said coldly. Yixing's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness, but he still suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said, I'm Yixing from the Qingye village branch family. You're indeed a branch family bumpkin. No wonder you don't know anything. The 4th-stage martial artist who asked earlier sneered again. The Qingye village branch family is the place where Yi Tiannan was born. The 5 main family disciples who were sneering were stunned and then enraged. Country bumpkin, what did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. You dare to call us pieces of shit, country bumpkin, are you courting death? The 5 main family disciples put down the secret manuals in their hands and surrounded Yixing. Their expressions were extremely unfriendly. Yixing didn't care about the anger of the 5 people at all. He said, I'll make a bet with you. If you 5 pieces of shit can beat this young master together, this young master will scram out of the martial pavilion. If you can't beat this young master, you 5 pieces of shit will scram out of the martial pavilion. How about it? There weren't many martial arts manuals on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion. The bookshelves that stored the martial arts manuals were beside the 2 walls. There was a large open space in the middle, enough for them to fight. You trash country bumpkin, there's no need for the 5 of us to fight. I'll take care of you alone. Yi Weiniang's main family disciple shouted angrily, and took the lead to charge at Yixing middle-grade martial technique. Wind-chasing kick. He rushed in front of Yixing in a few steps. His body leaped, and he kicked at Yixing's head. Bang! This person came quickly and retreated even faster. His wind-chasing kick didn't even touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. Instead, he was kicked by Yixing and was sent flying. The other 4 people were shocked. Although they couldn't see Yixing's cultivation, they could tell that it was definitely not the 5th stage of the martial Dao. Otherwise, he would directly become an elite disciple. It was impossible for them not to know. Since Yi Xing had the qualifications to enter the martial pavilion, it could be seen that Yi Xing had just stepped into the 4th stage of the martial Dao. He was a 4th stage martial artist like the other 5. They were all in the 4th stage of the martial Dao. One side took the initiative to attack, and was sent flying by the other side. This was indeed shocking. Moreover, Yi Xing had just stepped into the 4th stage of the martial Dao. He was in the early 4th stage of the martial Dao. The one who was sent flying was in the late 4th stage of the martial Dao. The remaining 4 people knew that they weren't Yi Xing's opponent. They looked at each other and attacked Yi Xing together. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. A fierce tiger can't fight a pack of wolves. A person's attention was limited. When fighting against many people, even if one's strength was stronger than everyone, it was difficult to guard against everyone's attacks. Therefore, even if one's strength was strong, it was easy to be defeated when surrounded. However, in front of Yi Xing's super brain, numbers were not a problem. The 4 people's figures were all scanned by the super brain. Muscle reaction, power transmission, internal strength circulation. Every movement was clearly scanned. Before the 4 people's attacks came out, Yi Xing had already judged them and easily avoided them. He didn't even get surrounded. On the contrary, every time Yi Xing attacked, he would definitely not miss. Yi Xing's strength was comparable to Yi Xing's. The 4 people's cultivation was only in the late 4th stage of the martial Dao. How could they withstand Yi Xing's punches and kicks? After 3 punches and 2 kicks, the 4 people were sent flying, seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 35. You've got guts. How dare you beat up a disciple of the main family? You're finished. You're completely finished. Someone will take care of you. The few of them were humiliated and annoyed by Yi Xing's attack. They glared at Yi Xing angrily and shouted at him. Aren't you going to leave? Yi Xing laughed and clenched his fists. The sound of bones cracking could be heard as he walked towards them. The 5 of them had witnessed Yi Xing's strength. How would they dare to fight with Yi Xing again? All of them rolled and crawled out of the room. Yi Xing did not care about their threats. He was already fighting with Yi Yingkong, one of the top 10 elite disciples. What kind of reinforcements would these 5 be able to get? Yi Xing gathered the manuals that the 5 of them had read, and continued to read them. Soon he finished reading all 5 manuals, and copied them into his super brain. It was not even 2 hours yet. Since he had finally come to the martial pavilion, Yi Xing did not want to leave early. He picked up the manuals and started reading them. He did not look at the manuals earlier because he was afraid that there would not be enough time. Therefore, he looked at the manuals that were useful to him. Yi Xing's Xianqing technique was already the best among them. Even if he looked at the other cultivation techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation speed. However, there was no harm in reading more. Although the super brain was powerful, it could not cook without rice. Yi Xing's knowledge of the martial arts in the Star Continent was limited. Naturally, the more he learned, the better. The more manuals he read, the more knowledge he would have. In the future, the super brain would be able to deduce and perfect the manuals. After reading all the manuals on the 2nd floor, Yi Xing went to the 1st floor. He also looked at all the manuals on the 1st floor, and copied them into his super brain. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi Xing left the martial pavilion. As soon as he left the martial pavilion, Yi Xing was stopped by someone. Aside from the 5 main family disciples he had taught a lesson to on the 2nd floor of the martial pavilion, there was also a middle-aged man in his 30s. Yi Xing scanned him with his super brain, and found that he was in the 5th stage of the martial path. Yi Xing, you disregarded the clan's rules and beat up another disciple. Elder Yi Weiniang punishes you to reflect on your mistakes on the Sin Cliff of Prison Mountain for a month. I am Yi Zhenxing, a deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall. Come with me. The 5th stage martial path cultivator said as he took out his Law Enforcement Hall token. Yi Xing exclaimed in his heart that it was a close call. Fortunately, he had come directly to the martial pavilion to observe the martial arts after leaving the firewood courtyard. Seeing the deacon of the disciplinary hall waiting here, he knew that the deacon had already arrived. However, the clan's rules forbade him from entering the martial pavilion to arrest people, So he waited outside. If he had been taken to the Sin Cliff of Prison Mountain for a month before entering the martial pavilion, then he would not have been able to enter the martial pavilion to learn martial arts for a month. If he did not enter the martial pavilion to learn martial arts, even if he could consolidate his fourth stage of the martial path, he would not be Yi Yunkong's opponent. At that time he would definitely be dealt with miserably by Yi Yunkong. At the same time, Yi Xing was also amazed by Yi Weiniang's punishment method. He was not punished, but only sent to the Cliff of Sin on Prison Mountain to reflect on his mistakes for a month. The time of reflection was the same as the time of Yi Yunkong's challenge. This was a bit thought-provoking. If Yi Xing was punished, then he would not be sent to the Sin Cliff of Prison Mountain for a month to reflect on his mistakes. However, Yi Xing would still be working in the cafeteria every day to accumulate contribution points. In a month, he would still have 3 chances to enter the martial pavilion to learn. Yi Xing's strength was very strong. Yi Weiniang was very clear about this. Since Yi Xing had entered the martial pavilion, Yi Weiniang could also guess that Yi Xing's cultivation had already stepped into the 4th stage of the martial path. Even though Yi Weiniang was very confident in his grandson's strength, he could not help but worry that something might go wrong. Therefore he did not punish Yi Xing. Instead, he sent Yi Xing to the Sin Cliff of Prison Mountain for a month to reflect on his mistakes. This way, Yi Xing would not have any contribution points, and would not be able to enter the martial pavilion to learn martial arts. Yi Weiniang had personally witnessed Yi Xing's strength. He still attached great importance to Yi Xing taking the initiative to challenge him in a month. After all, this was related to his grandson's reputation and face. Therefore he wanted to put an end to all opportunities for Yi Xing to become stronger. Unfortunately, no matter how much Yi Weiniang thought about it, he did not expect Yi Xing to have a super brain. After looking through the martial arts in the martial pavilion once, all the martial arts were already in his mind. The only thing he lacked was time. While in the Sin Cliff of Prison Mountain for a month to reflect on his mistakes, Yi Xing had a lot of free time. He could wholeheartedly cultivate all kinds of martial arts, as well as Qinggong. Country bumpkin, how dare you hit us? Now you know the consequences. Reflect on your mistakes at the Sin Cliff. You're only allowed to eat 1 meal a day. Haha, you'll starve to death. For a month, you'll only see people when you deliver food. Country bumpkin, you'll be bored to death at the Sin Cliff. Haha, go reflect on your mistakes. The 5 main family disciples who had been beaten up by Yi Xing on the 2nd floor of the martial pavilion laughed. They were very happy that Yi Xing was punished. As for the punishment of reflecting on his mistakes at the Sin Cliff of Prison Mountain, Yi Xing was in a good mood. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Deacon to lead the way. Yi Xing smiled. Then follow me. Yi Xing's attitude surprised Yi Zhenxing, but he did not mind. Seeing that Yi Xing was following Yi Zhenxing to the Sin Cliff of Prison Mountain without any hint of nervousness or fear, the 5 main family disciples snorted angrily. Pretend, let him pretend. Wait for him to stay at the Sin Cliff for a few days. Hee hee, he'll know what it means to go crazy from boredom. Tiansong City was huge. It spanned over a dozen miles and was built beside a mountain. The Yi clan occupied an area of a few miles to the east of the city. There were a few small mountains in the area, and Prison Mountain was one of them. It was specially used to punish family members who had made mistakes. 3 sides of Prison Mountain were surrounded by cliffs that were almost 100 meters tall. Only one side was slightly slanted and had a small path leading up the mountain. Yi Zhenxing led Yi Xing to the path and stopped. He watched as Yi Xing went up the mountain, and then left. This is a good place. I can peacefully cultivate my martial skills and Qinggong here. Good, good, good. Yi Xing climbed up Prison Mountain, and stood on the Sin Cliff. He was overjoyed as he looked at the empty space at the top of the mountain. Yi Xing looked around the entire Sin Cliff. Other than the empty space, there was a spacious stone room at the side for people to live in. He was very satisfied with this place. Yi Xing sat on the ground in the stone room. All the martial arts, Qinggong, and body refining techniques stored in his superbrain appeared one by one. In the first round of selection, Yi Xing excluded the body refining techniques. The body refining techniques needed a lot of nutrients to strengthen the body. He could only eat 1 meal a day at the Sin Cliff. Obviously, It was not enough for him to cultivate the body-refining techniques. In this 1 month, he should focus on martial arts and Qigong. In the second round of selection, Yixing excluded the middle-ranked martial arts. Yixing's goal was not just to become an expert. He wanted to become a peerless expert among millions of martial artists, a martial saint. If he wanted to reach a high enough level, he had to build a solid foundation. Not to mention a martial saint, even a martial grandmaster should start from a low-ranked martial arts. He should start from the basics. Only when he understood more in his heart would he be able to achieve greater success in the future. Although Yixing did not understand the principles of martial arts, he still understood that a sturdy foundation was the most important thing to build a skyscraper from scratch. No matter how high the level of a cultivation technique was, it had to start from the first rank of the martial path and slowly build a solid foundation. Therefore, one could start from a high-ranked cultivation technique, but not martial arts. Martial arts had to start from a low-ranked martial art and take it one step at a time to become a martial grandmaster. In the third round of selection, Yixing excluded sword arts, saber arts, spear arts, and other martial arts that required weapons. He did not have any weapons with him now, so he had to start from a fist art and a palm art. In the end, Yixing chose the first low-ranked martial art, 7-section slash. During the clan meeting of the Green Leaf clan, Yixing had used the 7-section slash when he fought with Yixing. Unfortunately, Yixing's bones had been completely refined. Yixing's 7-section slash did not have any effect on Yixing. In fact, the 7-section slash was considered an extremely powerful martial art among the low-ranked martial arts. It was also extremely difficult to master. It had high requirements on the cultivator's bones and judgment. After deciding to cultivate the 7-section slash, Yixing put the other martial arts aside in his superbrain and focused on cultivating the 7-section slash. A simulated human figure appeared in his superbrain and started to cultivate according to the moves of the 7-section slash. Once there was a mistake, the superbrain would immediately correct the simulated human figure's movements and maintain the perfect state of the simulated human figure's movements. The superbrain's heaven-defying ability was once again displayed. When Yixing cultivated martial arts, it was as if he had the best teacher teaching him. The teacher would not let him make any mistakes. Otherwise, if there was no one to teach him, it would be very easy for him to go astray. During the process of self-learning, because he did not have a complete understanding of the martial arts, he would not be able to detect even the smallest mistakes. By the time he realized that he had gone astray, it would be too late. By then, it would have become a habit and it would be very difficult to change it. Even if there was someone to teach him, it would not be as powerful as Yixing's superbrain. If someone else taught him, they would only be able to see if his movements were accurate or not. As for whether the energy in his body was circulating or not, they would not be able to tell. However, in the superbrain, no flaws could be hidden. The superbrain was the most perfect teacher. The most important point was that the superbrain could simulate a human figure in his mind and conduct simulated cultivation. This was equivalent to the consciousness cultivating in the spiritual world. This was something that others would not be able to experience. There were 2 stages to the cultivation of martial arts. The first stage was the consciousness controlling the body. The second stage was the body's instinctive reaction to the consciousness. A type of martial arts was divided into 5 stages: novice, small success, great success, perfection, and beyond perfection. Novice, small success, great success, and perfection were the 4 stages where the consciousness controlled the body. Beyond perfection was also known as transcendent stage, which was called transcendent stage. Only when the martial arts reached transcendent stage would the body be able to execute the martial arts instinctively and reach the highest stage without needing to be controlled by the consciousness. For most martial artists, the cultivation of martial arts was stuck in the first stage for their entire life. However, Yixing could replace the first stage with the superbrain. The superbrain's simulated cultivation could not only ensure that there were no mistakes, but it could also increase the speed of cultivation by 10 times or even 100 times. This was the superbrain's heaven-defying ability. Chapter 36. With the help of the superbrain, the simulated human became more and more familiar with the 7-section slash, and its speed also became faster. In the end, the simulated human turned into a blur. If other people could see the simulated human in Yixing's mind, they would not be able to see the simulated human's movements at all. However, no matter how fast the simulated human was, the superbrain could still see it clearly. If there was a mistake, the superbrain would be able to discover it on time and correct it. Gradually, the simulated human's speed increased by 10 times, 10 times, 100 times. In the end, it even reached a speed that was 1,000 times faster. It was as fast as lightning. In the time it took Yixing to cultivate the 7-section slash once, the simulated human in the superbrain could cultivate it hundreds of times. No, thousands of times. Even a pig would remember it deeply if it continuously cultivated the same martial art in a short period of time, let alone Yixing, who had the superbrain. In just half a day, Yixing's spiritual consciousness had cultivated the 7-section slash to perfection. Of course, this did not mean that Yixing had cultivated the 7-section slash to perfection. Although the body was controlled by the consciousness, the body might not be able to synchronize with the consciousness from the start. True perfection was not just the reaction of the consciousness, but the perfect coordination between the consciousness and the body. However, since the consciousness had cultivated the 7-section slash to perfection, it would not take much time for the body to coordinate. Yixing stood up and started cultivating the 7-section slash in the stone chamber. This was the first time he had truly practiced the 7-section slash. However, because he had the consciousness of the great perfection realm, the execution of the 7-section slash in his hands was extremely skillful, as if he was a veteran who had practiced the 7-section slash countless times. After he finished cultivating the 7-section slash, the superbrain immediately showed the video of Yixing's cultivation. The superbrain scanned the entire process and saved it. After all, this was the first time his body had cultivated it. Although it felt very familiar, there were still some flaws and shortcomings. The reason why perfection was called that was because the martial art had to be cultivated to perfection. Hence, Yixing was not considered to have reached perfection yet. 7-section slash. Yixing started cultivating it a second time, then a third time, a fourth time. Every time he cultivated, Yixing used his superbrain to scan his body, and he knew exactly where he was lacking. He corrected himself, which was why his progress was incredibly fast. After practicing it more than 10 times, Yixing's 7-section slash had reached perfection. His consciousness and body were in perfect harmony. His attainments in the 7-section slash had reached perfection. In just half a day, Yixing had cultivated an inferior grade martial skill to the perfection stage. No one would believe such a speed if he told them. There were many juniors in the Yi clan, but even if the elite disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path were included, the number of people who had reached the peak of the low-rank martial technique could be counted on one hand. In other words, even the majority of the elite disciples at the 5th stage of the martial path were unable to cultivate a low-grade martial skill to the perfection realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate a martial skill to the perfection realm. And such a difficult task, Yixing only used half a day to accomplish it. The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied and joyful smile. The superbrain could only simulate and improve cultivation techniques and body tempering techniques, but it couldn't help with cultivation. This was because cultivation techniques and body tempering techniques corresponded to the body. It was useless no matter how long the simulated cultivation in the superbrain was. One still needed to rely on real cultivation to slowly accumulate experience. Martial skills were different. Martial skills were closely related to one's consciousness. It was possible to simulate cultivation to improve one's attainments in martial skills. Therefore, the superbrain's greatest ability was to cultivate martial skills. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Cultivating martial skills was an extremely difficult task for others, but for Yixing, it was extremely simple. With the superbrain, Yixing was a true martial arts prodigy. Yixing practiced the 7 sections / 2 more times to consolidate his foundation. He continued to sit cross-legged and started to practice another inferior grade martial skill. The superbrain could only assist in the 4 stages of martial skill realm: entry, small success, great success, and perfection realm. In order to reach the perfection realm, not only did one need to rely on their consciousness, but they also needed to rely on their body's instincts. This was something that the superbrain could not help with. The second inferior grade martial skill that Yixing cultivated was the consecutive palm. During the clan meeting in Greenleaf Village, Yiji had used it against him. Brother Xing. Brother Xing. Yixing had not cultivated the consecutive palm for long, when Yifeng's voice rang in his ears. Yixing stopped cultivating and walked out of the stone room. He saw Yifeng carrying a bamboo basket up the cliff of Sin, and running towards the stone room. Seeing Yixing, Yifeng's face lit up with joy. He said, "Brother Xing, I've brought you food. The senior brothers in the cafeteria are pretty good. I asked them to prepare more food. You're only allowed 1 meal a day on the cliff of Sin. Try to eat until you're full." When Yifeng ran closer, Yixing took the bamboo basket and patted him on the shoulder. He said, "Yifeng, they didn't make things difficult for you today, right?" Yifeng's face stiffened. He immediately shook his head and said, "No, Brother Xing, you don't have to worry about me. I'm sorry that you were punished this time." Yixing's eyes were sharp. How could he not see that Yifeng did not mean what he said? It was obvious that he had been bullied. This made his eyes flash with anger. "Come here," Yixing said and walked towards the stone room. After entering the stone room, Yixing placed the bamboo basket on the table and said, "Yifeng, do you want to become stronger?" Yifeng's eyes lit up as he nodded. "Yes, Brother Xing, you're my idol. I want to be as strong as you." Memories of Qingye Town flashed through Yixing's mind. The only person who was truly good to him was his uncle Yi Fighting. He felt that he had to help Yifeng. Yixing said, "I can make you stronger, but you must keep this a secret. No matter what, you cannot tell a second person, no matter who it is." Yifeng emotionally said, "I will listen to you, Brother Xing. I swear that I will not tell anyone the secret you want me to keep. Even if I die, I will not tell anyone." Yixing knew that Yifeng was a reliable person after interacting with him for a few days, so he taught him the perfected Xianqing merit law. The improved Xianqing merit law was an upper-rank merit law after opening 10 meridians. Yifeng had a 4-star heavens mandate, so it was not bad. It was only a matter of time before he became outstanding in the Yi clan with the improved Xianqing merit law. After learning the improved Xianqing merit law, Yifeng was both surprised and happy. He never expected that Yixing would actually have a complete upper-rank merit law. This was even higher ranked than the one the patriarch of the Yi clan cultivated. He finally understood why Yixing wanted him to keep this a secret. If this matter were to be leaked, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. After Yixing finished his meal, Yifeng once again swore on his life that he would never leak this information. He then happily went down the mountain. Yixing continued to cultivate the consecutive palm. At night, Yixing also cultivated the consecutive palm to grand completion. Early the next morning, Yixing woke up and continued to cultivate a new lower-rank martial art. It was similar to the 7 cuts. After half a day, he was able to cultivate a lower-rank martial art to grand completion. As the days passed, Yixing cultivated one lower-rank martial art after another to grand completion. Every evening, Yifeng would come to deliver food to Yixing. Yifeng didn't have a photographic memory, so he couldn't remember the improved Xianqing merit law. At this time every day, Yixing would teach him for a period of time. Every time he came, Yifeng would bring news about the Yi clan. The news of Yixing challenging Yi Yinkong had already spread. It shocked the younger generation of the Yi clan, and many of the main disciples were furious. This was a big matter that caused a lot of commotion in the Yi clan. Even some of the elders had heard about it. Even though the majority of the disciples said that Yixing was overestimating himself, Yi Yinkong didn't have it easy either. He was challenged by a disciple from the cafeteria. A few of the top 10 elite disciples made fun of him. How many days has he been in the main clan? He actually dares to challenge Yi Yinkong? As the #1 junior in Qingye village, A mere 2-star heavens mandate is already out of my expectations. Challenging Yi Yingkong is even more shocking. Is he looking for trouble? He doesn't look like someone who would mess around. Is he confident? How is that possible? Yi Yingkong is one of the top 10 elite disciples. Even the young lord of the Yi clan, Yi Yunlong, was shocked when he heard the news of Yi Xing challenging Yi Yingkong. Yi Xing only smiled at this news and focused on cultivating martial arts. In less than 10 days, Yi Xing had cultivated 25 of the 36 lower-rank martial arts to grand completion. When Yi Xing was cultivating martial arts, he also divided his attention to cultivate the Xianqing merit law. His cultivation had stabilized a lot, and he wasn't far from the mid-4th level. There were also 11 lower-rank martial arts. They were saber arts, sword arts, and other martial arts that required weapons to cultivate. Yi Xing didn't have the conditions, so he could only put them aside for the time being. On the 11th day, Yi Xing started cultivating the middle-rank martial arts. The difficulty of a middle-rank martial arts was more than double that of a lower-rank martial arts. After an entire day, Yi Xing only managed to cultivate the mountain-splitting palm to grand completion. The difficulty of a middle-rank martial arts from grand completion to grand completion was even higher. After spending another 2 days, Yi Xing finally cultivated the mountain-splitting palm to grand completion. To cultivate a middle-rank martial art to grand completion in 3 days, this was simply godly speed. Not to mention the younger generation of the Yi clan. Even the older generation experts who could cultivate a middle-rank martial art to grand completion could be counted with one's fingers. Yi Xing discovered that the reason why he was able to cultivate a middle-rank martial art to grand completion so quickly was because of the super brain simulation. However, his understanding of martial arts was also a big reason. Yi Xing had cultivated a total of 25 lower-rank martial arts to grand completion. Yi Xing's understanding of martial arts had already reached an extremely deep level. Chapter 37. As Yi Xing's martial arts attainments increased, the time he took to cultivate the middle-grade martial arts techniques to the great perfection stage also became shorter and shorter. Yi Xing took close to 3 days to cultivate the first middle-grade martial arts technique to the great perfection stage. The second middle-grade martial arts technique only took 2.5 days. The third middle-grade martial arts technique only took 2 days. The fourth middle-grade martial arts technique only took 2 days to reach the great perfection stage. Among the 16 middle-grade martial arts techniques, 8 of them were fist and leg techniques while the other 8 were weapon-type martial arts techniques. Among them, there were 2 sword techniques, 2 saber techniques, 1 spear technique, 1 arrow technique and 1 staff technique. After Yi Xing cultivated the 6th middle-grade martial arts technique to the great perfection stage, he stopped cultivating the martial arts techniques and started cultivating the light body technique instead. 24 days had passed and there were only a few days left before the 1-month period was up. The martial arts techniques that Yi Xing had cultivated were enough to deal with Yi Yingkong. However, in terms of light body technique, he still needed to improve. Light body technique was categorized as a type of martial arts by martial artists. In reality, there was a difference between light body technique and light body technique. Light body technique was mainly used for long-distance running speed. The focus was on escaping or pursuing. Light body technique was mainly used for short-distance changes. The focus was on fighting with the opponent in battle. To a martial artist, whether it was a light body technique or a body technique, they were both indispensable. Yi Xing chose 2 out of the 6 light body techniques to learn. One was the 7-star steps and the other was the flying swan skill. These 2 were the top light body technique of the middle-grade martial arts. The difficulty of cultivating them was extremely high. For Yi Xing, who had a super brain, as long as it was related to the cultivation of martial arts techniques, he was not afraid of the difficulty. Yi Xing first cultivated the combat 7-star steps. This would be useful for his duel with Yi Yingkong. Light body technique was more difficult to cultivate than martial arts techniques. Yi Xing used 2 full days to cultivate the 7-star steps to the great perfection stage. At this rate, when the 1 month of reflection at the Cliff of Sin came to an end, Yi Xing would no longer be able to cultivate the soaring swan art. He would only be able to cultivate the 7 steps to perfection. This made Yixing feel that it was a pity. There was no one to disturb him on the cliff of sin. Aside from the fact that he could only eat 1 meal a day, which made it difficult for him to cultivate his body, this place was pretty good. It was quiet and peaceful, very suitable for cultivating martial skills. Even if Yixing punished him for a longer period of time, Yixing wouldn't care. On the 28th day, Yifeng brought good news. He had broken through to the 4th stage of the martial path. Yixing warned him, "If you just want to quickly become a martial arts expert, you can directly learn middle-grade martial arts. If you want to become a martial arts master in the future, then don't be in a hurry. Start with low-grade martial arts and work your way up step by step." "I want to become a martial arts master." Yifeng's eyes were filled with hope. The 1-month deadline that Yixing and Yi Yunkong had agreed on had come to an end. On this day, a large number of Ye family disciples gathered in the square outside the martial arts hall. There were even quite a few elite disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path. Elite disciples and ordinary disciples were not in the same area. They rarely met. To ordinary disciples, elite disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path were very lofty existences. That elite disciple is called Yi Yungue. He's my cousin. That elite disciple is called Yi Yunying. She's my cousin. Some of the main family disciples excitedly introduced the elite disciples they knew to the people around them. Their faces were full of pride. There were indeed quite a few elite disciples who had come. That was because one side of the battle was the top 10 of the elite disciples. Even if the other side was just an ordinary disciple who fetched water from the food hall, as long as it was Yi Yunkong's battle, it was enough to attract attention. Even the top 10 of the elite disciples had come. Those who knew them sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out in surprise. "His Yi Yunjian, ranked 7th among the elite disciples. Look, that's Yi Yunhong, ranked 9th among the elite disciples. That's Yi Yunwan, ranked 4th among the elite disciples. Oh my god, the one beside Yi Yunwan is ranked 3rd among the elite disciples, Yi Yunjua." More than half of the top 10 of the elite disciples had come. Moreover, Yi Yunkong was ranked 8th among the elite disciples. Most of the people who came were ranked higher than Yi Yunkong, causing the ordinary disciples to cry out in surprise. Almost all of the ordinary disciples who knew the elite disciples were from the main family. As for the branch family disciples and other disciples, this was the first time they had seen so many famous elite disciples. Their eyes were wide open, filled with excitement, envy, and even a trace of worship. The elite disciples also had their own small groups. They stood together in pairs, while the ordinary disciples consciously kept a distance from them. In addition to the elite disciples, there were also some deacons and even some elders in the family who came to the square. Elder Yi Weining personally appeared in a pavilion at the side of the square. The disciples were not surprised by Yi Weining's appearance. However, when they glanced at the pavilion beside the pavilion, many of them were shocked. Even the elite disciples were no exception. There were 2 men and 1 woman standing in the pavilion. One of them was a young man who was ignored by others, while the other man was handsome and confident, holding a fan in his hand. The woman was a beauty that could topple countries and cities, and her clothes were like colorful saucers. It's the young master, ranked 1st among the elite disciples, senior brother Yi Yunlong. The one beside the young master is ranked 2nd among the elite disciples, senior sister Yi Yundai. Oh my god, even the 1st and 2nd senior brother Yunlong and senior sister Yundai came to watch the battle between Yi Yunkong and Yi Xing. In the martial arts field, one after another, exclamations rang out. Following Yi Weining's appearance, Yi Yunkong also quickly appeared. Behind Yi Yunkong was a large group of lackeys. Among them were elite disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path. Moreover, Yi Qing, Yi Baiyuan, and other new disciples were also among them. Beside Yi Yunkong was a young girl. The 2 of them were holding hands, talking and laughing along the way. Who is that beautiful girl? Why is she so close to senior brother Yunkong? A disciple of the main family who did not know the young girl asked. There were many disciples present. There were disciples of the main family, new branch families, and disciples with different surnames. Immediately someone replied, "This girl is called Lu Shuangling. I heard that she and Yi Xing are both from the branch families of Qingye Town." Some of the insiders laughed and said, "I heard from Yi Qing, who is also from Qingye Town, that Lu Shuangling is Yi Xing's cousin. Moreover, she is Yi Xing's fiancée." When the disciples heard this, many of their eyes lit up. Someone laughed and said, "Haha, this is interesting. The battle between Yi Xing and senior brother Yingkong hasn't started yet, and his fiancée has already abandoned him." Ah! Many people roared with laughter. Someone said unhappily, "Yi Xing is just a disciple who fetches water in the cafeteria hall. How can he be compared to senior brother Yingkong? He dares to challenge senior brother Yingkong. He is purely looking for trouble. Hee, this Lu Shuangling is smart. She knows that Yi Xing is unreliable, so she has hooked up with senior brother Yingkong first." Someone laughed and said, "Do you think that Yi Xing will vomit blood and die before the battle when he sees this scene?" Haha. Many people laughed at the same time and said, "I think it is very possible." While everyone was laughing, Yi Xing and Yi Feng walked over from the other side of the field. "Yi Xing is here." At first, no one noticed. However, as someone shouted, many people looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing activated his super brain to scan the field. He scanned the field and the buildings nearby. Yi Weining, Yi Yunlong, and many deacons of Martial Path Stage 5, young disciples. Yi Xing knew clearly in his heart. At the same time, he was a little surprised. The battle between him and Yi Yingkong had caused a greater impact than he had imagined. "Yi Xing, how did it feel on the cliff of Sin?" "Haha, you have only been thinking about it for a month. Your fiancé has already run away with someone else. Look at you, you are a cuckold. Your whole head is green, haha." Someone laughed. It was the main disciple of Yi Xing's branch that Yi Weining had taught a lesson in the martial pavilion. Slap. This person was about 10 meters away from Yi Xing. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing used the 7-star steps and appeared in front of him like a phantom. He slapped him and sent him flying. "Cheap mouth. You deserve to be beaten." Yi Xing snorted. With one hand behind his back, he continued walking to the center of the field. The nearby disciples were all dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Yi Xing would hit a main branch disciple just like that. Most importantly, Yi Xing's speed was very fast. Most of the main branch disciples were of Martial Path Stage 4, but none of them saw Yi Xing's figure clearly. This meant that if Yi Xing wanted to, he could send them flying with a slap. This made them very afraid of Yi Xing, and they did not dare to laugh at him. 7-star steps. When Yi Xing used the 7-star steps, all the martial artists of Martial Path Stage 5 and above were surprised. The 7-star steps was very difficult to cultivate. For Yi Xing to be able to learn it was a little out of the ordinary. However, Yi Xing's 7-star steps was only at the entry level. It only surprised the martial artists of Martial Path Stage 5, but they did not take it seriously. This kid actually remembered the cultivation content of the 7-star steps. Could it be that he has been cultivating the 7-star steps at Sin Cliff? He wants to use his movement technique to tangle with Yingkong? Yi Weining stared at Yi Xing from afar. His eyes were like an eagle's as he snorted in his heart. "You want to fight Yingkong with just the entry-level 7-star steps? You will die a horrible death." Yi Yingkong's expression was a little ugly. The person who was sent flying by Yi Xing's slap was his cousin from the same bloodline. However, he was humiliated by Yi Xing in front of so many people. Yi Yingkong's mind turned. He reached out and hugged Lu Shuangling's waist. His other hand lifted Lu Shuangling's chin. Yi Yingkong smiled. "Yi Xing, I heard that she is your fiancée? Haha, she is really good looking. Unfortunately, from now on she is mine. I solemnly announce that from today onwards, Lu Shuangling is my woman. Yi Xing, don't bother her anymore." After saying this, Yi Yingkong felt very refreshed. He felt that he was very awesome. His face revealed a carefree smile. Ha 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 ha. However, Yi Xing laughed loudly and said, "Senior brother Yingkong, so you like to pick up the broken shoes that I don't want. This woman has already been divorced by me. If you like broken shoes, then take them and slowly enjoy them. Haha." Chapter 38. Many disciples thought that Yi Xing would vomit blood from anger before the battle began. They were all wrong. Yi Xing's expression was calm and his face was full of smiles. He was not angry at all. On the other hand, Yi Yunkong's smile froze in an instant. His entire face darkened. It was as dark as a dark cloud. Preposterous. Outrageous. Yi Yunkong was about to vomit blood. He and Lu Xuangling came hand in hand to attack Yi Xing. In the end, Yi Xing did not attack them. Instead, he was humiliated by Yi Xing. He was the grandson of an elder, one of the top 10 elite disciples. Yi Xing called him a man who picked up used shoes. Moreover, he picked up the shoes that Yi Xing did not want. How could he tolerate this? Yi Yunkong's face was as dark as water. He retracted his hand and looked at Lu Xuangling expressionlessly. He whispered, "You have been divorced by Yi Xing?" Lu Xuangling was shocked by Yi Yunkong's cold stare. Her face turned pale and she nodded. "Master Yunkong." Lu Xuangling wanted to explain, but Yi Yunkong had already pushed her away. He growled, "You bitch. How dare you hide something like this from me? Get out of my sight." Lu Xuangling looked at Yi Yunkong in disbelief. She did not expect him to turn against her so quickly. However, she did not dare to resent Yi Yunkong. Her resentment was transferred to Yi Xing. She stared at Yi Xing with resentment. She cursed in her heart. "Senior Yunkong turned against me. It's all your fault, you piece of trash. I curse you to be crippled by Senior Yunkong for life." Yi Xing turned a blind eye to Lu Xuangling's resentful stare. He walked straight to the empty area in the middle of the square. "Senior Yunkong, come on up. I'll make you look for your teeth on the ground." Yi Xing smiled and waved at Yi Yunkong. Yi Yunkong's face was ashen. He clenched his fists and a cracking sound could be heard. However, before Yi Yunkong could respond, a tower-like figure had already rushed out from behind Yi Yunkong and ran directly into the open area in the center of the square. It was Yi Weining's new disciple Yi Man. He glared at Yi Xing and shouted, "Yi Xing, you want to fight with senior brother Yunkong? I want to see if you have the qualifications." Yi Xing narrowed his eyes as a dangerous smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said, "Loser, looks like the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. I heard that you bullied Yifeng quite a bit after that. Very well, I'll deal with you first today." During the month that Yi Xing had been on the Cliff of Sin, Yifeng had been beaten up by Yi Man. There was nothing Yi Xing could do about it. Today, he could only return all the bullying that Yifeng had suffered for the past month to Yi Man. Yi Man clenched his fists and bowed his body. His bones cracked repeatedly as he shouted, "Yi Xing, do you still think you can defeat me like you did a month ago? Bah. My cultivation has already stepped into the 5th stage of the martial path, and I've been promoted to an elite disciple. As for you, you've been on the Cliff of Sin for the past month. What do you have to fight with me?" Yi Man sneered and said coldly, "What you gave me a month ago, I will return it to you tenfold today. I will break all the bones in your body and turn you into a cripple." Yi Xing smiled coldly and said, "Break all the bones in my body? A battle between disciples of the same sect? That doesn't seem appropriate." "What's inappropriate about it?" Yi Man smiled sinisterly. Yi Man then bowed to Yi Weining, who was in the pavilion at the edge of the square, and said, "Master, Yi Xing is very strong. I need to use all my strength. Fists and legs have no eyes. If I hurt Yi Xing, it would be an unintentional action. Master, please uphold justice." The gazes of the martial artists all turned to the pavilion where Yi Weining was. Everyone understood that Yi Man was about to injure Yi Weining. Yi Weining's voice came from afar. "Injuries are unavoidable in a fight between fists and legs. As long as no lives are harmed in today's battle, you will not be punished." "Yes, master." Yi Man bowed again. When he turned to look at Yi Xing, he revealed a cruel smile. At this moment, Yi Xing's face also revealed a cruel smile. His gaze became fierce. "As long as no lives are harmed in today's battle, you will not be punished." This was what Yi Xing wanted to hear the most. In the pavilion beside Yi Weining, Yi Yundai looked at Yi Xing and Yi Man in the center of the square. She frowned and said, "Yunlong, I'm afraid that today's battle will not end easily. Aren't you going to stop it?" Yi Yunlong waved his fan a few times and smiled faintly, saying, "Why should I stop it? This is a challenge issued by Yi Xing. Since he dares to challenge Yi Yunkong, it means that he has a certain degree of confidence. If he wins, it means that the Ye family will have an extraordinary genius. If he loses, then let him be taught a lesson. If a branch family disciple wants to step on the head of the main family's elite, then he must pay a price." Brother Yunlong, Yi Xing just stepped into the fourth stage of the martial path and went to the martial pavilion once. Then he was punished by Elder Weining to be imprisoned at the Cliff of Sin for a month. He just came down from the Cliff of Sin, and the duel has already begun. This is very unfair to Yi Xing. Beside Yi Yunkong, a youth who was 2 or 3 years younger than him said. Yi Yunlong was obviously very close to this youth. He patted the youth's shoulder and said, "Yunqi, there is a price to pay for being a hero. In this world, there is no absolute fairness, but it is definitely very fair." Yi Yunqi did not understand Yi Yunlong's tongue twister, saying, "He is an interesting person. I actually hope that he can win." Yi Yunlong smiled faintly, saying, "I also hope that he can win." The Xiong family and the Wei family both have top geniuses who can enter the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. Only my Ye family does not. If he can defeat Yi Man and Yi Yunkong, then he is a top genius. The Ye family really needs such a genius. While they were talking in the pavilion, Yi Xing and Yi Man had already begun to fight. "I'll let you taste my middle-rank martial skill, Roaring Tiger Fist." Yi Man shouted loudly. His body was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. He rushed in front of Yi Xing and punched out. A fierce wind rose and the faint sound of a tiger roaring could be heard. Yi Man's Roaring Tiger Fist was even more profound than Yi Yuntao's. It had already surpassed the small success stage, and its power was terrifying. A month ago, when Yi Man fought Yi Xing, he did not use the Roaring Tiger Fist. In just a month's time, Yi Man had already cultivated the Roaring Tiger Fist to the small success stage. This was definitely rapid progress. Yi Xing's cultivation speed was fast because he had the help of the super brain. He was an exception. A normal martial artist would need 2 to 3 months to cultivate a middle-rank martial skill to the small success stage, even if they were diligent. From this, it could be seen that Yi Man's Roaring Tiger Fist was profound not only because he was diligent, but also because he had the guidance of others. To be able to guide others in their martial skills, one had to cultivate the martial skill to a very high level. Even if it was not perfect, it had to be close to perfect. Otherwise, it would be difficult to see the flaws and shortcomings of others' martial skills. There were not many people in the Yi family who could cultivate the Roaring Tiger Fist to near perfect, or even perfect level. The only one who could guide Yi Man was his master, Yi Weining. In this month, Yi Weining had spent a lot of effort teaching Yi Man. Moreover, Yi Man's cultivation had broken through the 5th layer so quickly. It was naturally Yi Weining's arrangement for Yi Man to challenge Yi Xing before Yi Yunkong. Yi Man was the first to fight. If he won, Yi Xing would naturally be ruthlessly beaten up. If he lost, not only would he be able to exhaust Yi Xing's physical strength, but he would also be able to let Yi Yunkong see Yi Xing's background. When Yi Man made his move, the entire square became silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on the center of the square. Facing Yi Man's powerful punch, Yi Xing's expression was indifferent. He did not retreat half a step. Instead, he took a step forward and charged towards Yi Man. Just as Yi Man's fist was about to strike, Yi Xing's palm was like a knife, slashing towards Yi Man's fist. Low-rank martial skill, 7 sections slash. Many people were stunned. Although the 7 sections slash was an extremely powerful low-rank martial skill, its power was not very strong. Its main function was to cut off the power of others. If the opponent's cultivation was the same as his, and the martial skill he used was the same as his, then using the 7 sections slash would be a good choice. However, the opponent's cultivation and martial skill were higher than his. Using the 7 sections slash at this time was simply using an egg to smash a rock. The disciples could not bear to look. Yi Man's punch was so powerful that it would definitely shatter the bones in Yi Xing's palm. Only a few people such as some elite disciples, deacons, and Yi Weining in the pavilion were able to see that Yi Xing's 7-section slash was not ordinary. Their eyes were filled with shock. Bang! Yi Xing and Yi Man's fists collided. A mournful scream instantly rang out. The disciples were shocked. The one who screamed was not Yi Xing, but Yi Man. He withdrew his fist as if he had been electrocuted. Yi Man was horrified. He was very clear that the bones in his fist had been broken by Yi Xing's palm. Without waiting for Yi Man to retreat, Yi Xing had already rushed forward. His hands were like knives slashing down repeatedly. Every slash had 7 variations. It was extremely mysterious and the power was astonishing. It separately slashed at Yi Man's hands and feet. Every slash was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Yi Man's entire body went soft. His legs could not support his body and he almost fell to the ground. At this time Yi Xing shouted, "Who taught you the roaring tiger fist? You can't even scratch an itch. Let me see what the real roaring tiger fist is." Bang! Yi Xing's fist blasted out, accompanied by the sound of a fierce tiger's roar. It heavily hit Yi Man's chest. Several of Yi Man's sternum were broken in an instant. Amidst his mournful screams, his body flew backward with a whoosh. He flew for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. He groaned in pain and could no longer get up. In the distant pavilion, Yi Weiniang's face was ashen. He fiercely clenched his fists. It was as if his heart had been punched by someone. It was extremely uncomfortable. Yi Man was actually defeated by Yi Xing so easily. Moreover, he was beaten so miserably. It was really beyond his expectations. Especially Yi Xing's words. "Who taught you the roaring tiger fist?" This was completely slapping Yi Weiniang's old face. It made him even angrier. Yi Yunkong also clenched his fists and frowned. He could not see the bottom line of Yi Xing's strength. Before this, he did not think much of Yi Xing. However, at this moment, he had already regarded Yi Xing as a formidable opponent. Chapter 39. Yi Yunkong had paid attention to Yi Xing's battle records. When Yi Xing came to the main tribe, he did not fight many times. Every time he fought, he did not use any martial techniques. Later, Yi Yunkong found out from Yi Qing and Lu Shuangling that Yi Xing had never used any martial techniques in Greenleaf Village. Every time he fought, he used the bone-exploding fist. But just now, Yi Xing had used 2 martial techniques in his fight with Yi Man. One was the low-grade martial technique, 7 cuts, and the other was the middle-grade martial technique, roaring tiger fist. These 2 martial techniques had been cultivated to an extremely high level, especially the 7 cuts. It was at least above the advanced stage, and was even close to the perfection stage. This shocked Yi Yunkong greatly. If he guessed correctly, Yi Xing had never cultivated any martial techniques before. The 2 martial techniques that he had used just now should have been learned in the martial pavilion a month ago. Then he had cultivated them in seclusion at Prison Mountain Sin Cliff for a month. There were 2 things that shocked Yi Yunkong. First, Yi Xing had only been to the martial pavilion once. In just 2 hours, Yi Xing had memorized the cultivation methods of 2 martial techniques. Second, Yi Xing could cultivate 2 martial techniques to such an advanced level in just a month's time. While Yi Yunkong was still in shock, Yi Xing's voice was heard. "Senior brother Yunkong, fists and feet have no eyes. I was careless just now and injured junior brother Yi Man. I'm really sorry. I wonder if you still dare to come up and fight with me?" Junior brother Yi Man did not dare to fight with him? Hearing this, Yi Yunkong's heart burned with anger. He was fuming. As one of the top 10 elite disciples, Yi Yunkong had never been afraid of anyone. As long as his opponent was not in the top 3 of the elite disciples, even if it was the 4th to 7th elite disciples, Yi Yunkong had the confidence to fight. He was definitely not afraid of Yi Xing. Yi Yunkong walked into the open space in the center of the square and said coldly, "Yi Xing, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Yi Man. You only have the right to fight me. That's all." When Yi Yunkong entered the arena, a few disciples carried Yi Man down. Yi Man had several broken bones. Even with mid-grade healing herbs, it would take a few months for him to recover. In the end, they were still from the same clan. Although Yi Man was hateful, Yi Xing had only broken his bones and not his meridians. He could be saved. If one's meridians were broken, Unless they were treated by the legendary elixirs, they would be crippled for life. Looking at the two people standing in the middle of the square, the disciples widened their eyes, unable to take their eyes off them. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing's strength was terrifying, Yi Xing had already proven himself. At the very least, Yi Xing had defeated Yi Man, an elite disciple of the 5th stage of the martial path. According to the rules of the clan, Yi Xing was already an elite disciple. Ordinary disciples could not compare to him. They could only look up to him. Even the elite disciples looked at Yi Xing with a serious expression. Other than the top 10 elite disciples, they did not have the confidence to defeat Yi Xing. On one side of the square, the 3rd and 4th elite disciples, Yi Yunjue and Yi Yunwan, were whispering to each other. Yi Yunjue, who do you think will win? It should be Yi Yinkong. Although Yi Xing's martial skills are not bad, compared to Yi Yinkong, he is still lacking. From what I know, Yi Yinkong has at least cultivated one low-grade martial skill to the complete realm. Is that so? The martial skill attainments that Yi Xing displayed might not necessarily be his bottom line. Even if it is not his bottom line, it is close. The 7 Cuts is close to the complete realm, and the Roaring Tiger Fist is close to the complete realm. He is only in the 4th stage of the martial path. His martial skills cannot be higher. Yi Yunjue, don't forget that Yi Xing has also learned the 7 stars steps. He's like a deep pool. I can't see through him. I have a premonition that Yi Yinkong might suffer a setback. Yi Yunwan, you think so highly of him? I think his chances of winning are less than 5%. In terms of strength, I am weaker than you. However, in terms of foresight, I am not inferior to you. Yi Yunjue, why don't we make a bet and see who will win? Let's bet. Although most people thought that Yi Xing would win, Yi Yunwan was not the only one who had confidence in Yi Xing. For example, Yi Feng and Yi Yunxi. Senior Yinkong, cripple him. Cripple him. Lu Xuangling prayed in her heart. She could not bear to see Yi Xing having an easy time. The more glorious Yi Xing was, the more uncomfortable she felt. Yi Qing had the same thought as Lu Xuangling. Yi Qing was instinctively afraid of Yi Xing. However, the more afraid he was, the more he wanted to see Yi Xing lose. In 3 days, I will break through to the 4th stage of the martial path. In a month, I will defeat an elite disciple in the 5th stage of the martial path. As for you, you can only look up to me for the rest of your life. When he recalled what Yi Xing had said to him on their first day in the Yi clan, Yi Qing's heart was pounding. He wanted to see Yi Xing fall more than anyone else. In the center of the square, facing Yi Xing was as calm as ever. He said confidently, I said that in a month, I will beat you until you are looking for your teeth on the ground. Today is the day. Yi Yinkong snorted and said, You only defeated Yi Man who just entered the 5th stage, and you dare to be so arrogant in front of me, Yi Yinkong. Today, I will show you the strength of the top 10 elite disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yinkong's figure shot toward Yi Xing like an arrow. His palm came down on Yi Xing's head. Middle-grade movement technique, that was close to completion. Floating light steps. Middle-grade martial technique that was close to completion. Mountain-splitting palm. The mountain-splitting palm was powerful, and the floating light steps was shockingly fast. When combined, it was extremely difficult to block and dodge. Whoosh, however, Yi Xing dodged. He used the Big Dipper steps and was even faster than Yi Yinkong's. Ordinary disciples could only see the two figures turn into illusions. Only martial artists of the 5th stage and above were shocked. They could not believe it. Yi Yinkong's palm missed. He did not even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. He continued to use the floating light steps and continued to attack. Yi Xing continued to use the Big Dipper steps to dodge. Yi Yinkong still could not touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. 3 palms. 4 palms. 5 palms. Yi Yinkong was furious. The floating light steps became faster and faster. He continuously attacked with the mountain-splitting palm. However, Yi Xing's Big Dipper steps was just a little bit faster than Yi Yinkong's. Yi Yinkong's mountain-splitting palm was always just a little bit off. It missed Yi Xing's body. When Yi Xing consecutively dodged 10 of Yi Yinkong's mountain-splitting palm attacks, The fifth stage martial artist finally gasped. A deacon in his 30s exclaimed, "It's the Big Dipper steps at completion. I've been practicing the Big Dipper steps for close to 20 years. I'm still a little bit away from completion." He's so young and his attainments in the Big Dipper steps have already reached completion. His talent in martial arts cultivation is too high. Some of the ordinary disciples who did not understand were shocked. The Big Dipper steps was famous for being difficult to cultivate. Many martial artists wanted to learn the Big Dipper steps at the beginning. However, after a few months, most of them did not even reach the entry level and gave up. The Big Dipper steps at completion was something that even a fifth-stage martial artist from the previous generation would rarely achieve after 20 to 30 years of practice. The Big Dipper steps can only be learned in the martial pavilion. This little bastard only went to the martial pavilion once a month ago and stayed there for 2 hours. Then, in just a month's time, how could he cultivate the Big Dipper steps to completion? In the pavilion, Yi Weiniang's face was ashen. He immediately remembered that Yi Xing did not only cultivate the Big Dipper steps in this month. There's also the 7 sections slash that's close to completion, and the Roaring Tiger Fist that's close to completion. How could he cultivate these in just a month's time? Could it be that this little bastard is a martial arts genius? Yi Weiniang's face was full of unwillingness as he screamed in his heart. No. Impossible. He's only a 2-star Heaven's Mandate trash. He's Yi Tiannan's grandson. How could he be a martial arts genius? This is absolutely impossible. Yunkong, defeat him for me. Yi Weiniang's grandson absolutely cannot lose to Yi Tiannan's grandson. While Yi Weiniang was roaring in his heart, Yi Yunkong was also roaring. Yi Xing, if you have the guts, then don't hide. Let's see who's better. After more than 10 moves, Yi Yunkong did not even manage to touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was really embarrassing for him, and he was on the verge of exploding. Originally, I wanted to see if you could push my Big Dipper steps to the limit. Sigh. Yi Xing helplessly sighed and said, "Since you're so anxious to find your teeth on the ground, I'll fulfill your wish." In other words, Yi Xing had not pushed the Big Dipper steps to the limit. This made Yi Yunkong want to find a hole to hide in. As one of the top 10 elite disciples, when had he ever lost face like this? If you have the guts, let's fight face to face. Let's see if I don't tear you into pieces. Yi Yunkong roared and pushed the floating light steps to the limit. The mountain-splitting palm created wind and whistled as it continuously attacked Yi Xing. Yi Xing did not dodge anymore. Instead, he used the 7 sections slash. His hands were like knives as he slashed towards Yi Yunkong's palms. Yi Yunkong's body was covered in a layer of faint green light. He roared, "You dare to use the 7 sections slash in front of me? Let's see if I don't smash you into pieces." Bang. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's 7 sections slash collided with Yi Yunkong's mountain-splitting palm several times. Yi Xing felt that his opponent's hands were as hard as iron, and Yi Yunkong felt that Yi Xing's palms were as hard as copper. Unexpectedly, neither of them could do anything to the other. They were evenly matched. A perfect lower-grade body refining technique? Perfect 7 sections slash. Yi Xing and Yi Yunkong spoke at the same time, revealing each other's secrets. Low-grade body refinement technique perfection stage, 7 sections slash at perfection stage. Not only the ordinary disciples, even the elite disciples of the 5th level revealed a look of shock when they heard this. No matter which one it was, there were very few level 5 martial artists who could cultivate it. In just 1 month, not only did you cultivate the 7-star steps to the great accomplishment stage, you also cultivated the 7 sections slash to the perfection stage. I have to admit, Yi Xing, you are a martial arts genius. However, if this is your trump card, you will die a miserable death. Yi Yunkong shouted. He did not deny Yi Xing's strengths, but he was still very confident that he could defeat Yi Xing. In the new week, I'm going to rush up the leaderboard again. I urgently need the support of my brothers. Recommendation votes, evaluation votes, urging for updates, any votes would do. Chapter 40. Yi Yunkong used the floating light steps and leaped forward. His palm was like a knife as he chopped down on Yi Xing's shoulder. This was the Monkey King splits rock. Yi Yunkong was like a giant ape, like a Monkey King. He treated Yi Xing like a rock and wanted to split it open with his palm. If this palm hit, Yi Xing's body would not be split open, but the bones in his shoulder would shatter in an instant. Yi Yunkong was a martial artist in the 5th stage of the martial path. His inner strength had already been refined into his flesh and blood, making him very powerful. In addition, he had also cultivated a low-grade body tempering technique to perfection. The strength of this palm strike was astonishing. Even if Yi Xing had refined all the bones in his body, he would not dare to take this palm strike from Yi Yunkong. Everyone's attention was on the two of them. They wanted to see how Yi Xing would block this attack. If Yi Xing continued to use the 7-part slash, he would probably lose. If he used the Roaring Tiger Fist, Yi Xing's Roaring Tiger Fist was only at the minor completion stage. It was not as profound as Yi Yunkong's. Coupled with the difference in cultivation between the two of them, everyone could tell that Yi Xing would not be able to block this attack. Unless Yi Xing had an even stronger trump card. This palm strike will definitely crush Yi Xing's bones. One of Yi Yunkong's followers shouted. However, at this moment, Yi Xing raised both his hands. They were as gentle as a snake, and as agile as a butterfly. They brushed past Yi Yunkong's palm. Low-grade martial art technique. Piercing flower hands. Just as Yi Xing's fingers moved so gently, Yi Yunkong's palm felt its strength lighten. At the same time, it moved to the side and missed. On the side, Lu Shuangling's eyes widened. The piercing flower hands could be used to such an extent? The martial art technique that she specialized in was the piercing flower hands. However, compared to Yi Xing, her mastery of it was worlds apart. What kind of mastery did the piercing flower hands have to be able to neutralize Yi Yunkong's Monkey King splits rock? Perfection. It was definitely the great perfection stage of the flower piercing hand. Previously, Yi Xing had already displayed the Great Perfection Realm's 7 sections slash, which had already shocked everyone. At this moment he displayed the Great Perfection Realm's piercing flower hand, which shocked everyone even more. However, before the crowd could be shocked by Yi Xing's display of the flower piercing palm at perfection stage, Yi Xing's moves suddenly changed. Both of his hands turned into palms in an instant, and like a series of illusions, he struck out continuously. Low-grade martial skill consecutive palm. Quick. It was too fast, so fast that only a few of the martial artists present were able to see it clearly. The vast majority of them could only see a phantom. Chain palm at the perfection stage? A knowledgeable disciple exclaimed. Another perfection stage low-grade martial skill. When the audience heard this, their eyes were filled with shock. Even Yi Yunkong found it difficult to deal with such a fast speed. The rhythm of the mountain-splitting palm was completely disrupted, and he could not perform the next move. However, Yi Yunkong was a level 5 martial artist and ranked in the top 10 among the elite disciples. His strength was not limited to this. He did not have time to change his moves, but with a leap, his legs kicked out like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Middle-grade martial skill, wind-chasing kick. Bang 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 bang. Yi Yunkong's attainment in the wind-chasing kick was also very high, close to perfection. Even though he changed his moves in a hurry, he was able to block all of Yi Xing's consecutive palm. However, Yi Xing's attack rhythm was not over yet. Following the momentum of his opponent's wind-chasing kick, he retracted his consecutive palm, took a deep breath and fell backward. In an instant, Yi Xing's hands were on the ground, and his legs kicked up at the same time. He was so fast that he could not be seen. Low-grade martial skill shadowless kick. Yi Yunkong's body was in the air, and he had used up all his energy. He could not maintain his wind-chasing kick. He wanted to use floating light steps to avoid Yi Xing's shadowless kick, but Yi Xing's speed was too fast. The first leg blocked Yi Yunkong's way of dodging. The second leg went straight up and hit Yi Yunkong's chin. Puff Yi Yunkong's body was sent flying by Yi Xing's kick. He spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 broken teeth. Yi Yunkong's reaction was very fast. He did not wait for his body to fall to the ground. He slammed his palm on the ground, flipped his body, and steadied himself. However, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were burning. Looking at the pool of blood and 2 broken teeth in front of him, he was so angry that he wanted to tear Yixing into pieces. Yixing had said that he would beat him until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. This time he was right. His teeth were really knocked out, and they were on the ground right in front of him. The square was silent. All the ordinary disciples were dumbfounded. Even the elite disciples and 5th-grade deacons were shocked. Unbelievable. Yi Yinkong was actually injured by Yixing? That was not the point. The point was that Yixing had used 3 types of low-grade martial skills in succession. First, it was the flower-piercing hand, then the chain palm, and finally the shadowless kick. These 3 martial skills were all at the perfection stage. They were used naturally and in a very coherent manner. In addition to Yixing's 7 sections / there were a total of 4 types of low-grade martial skills, all at the perfection stage. This was too shocking. To be able to cultivate low-grade martial skills to the perfection stage, even among 5th-grade martial artists, was very rare. However, Yixing's cultivation was at the 4th grade of the martial path, and at the same time, he cultivated 4 types of low-grade martial skills to the perfection stage. A martial arts genius. This was a natural-born martial arts genius. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is Yi Tiannan's grandson a martial arts genius? Why? In the loft at the side of the square, Yi Weiniang's eyes were about to spit fire. He clenched his fists, unable to believe this fact. In the loft at the side, Yi Yunlong, Yi Yunqian, and Yi Yunqi's expressions froze, their faces full of shock. In the end, Yi Yunlong was the first to react. He exclaimed, "This guy is really shocking. He was like this in Greenleaf Village, and he's still like this in Azure Sky City." Yi Yunqian murmured, "4 types of low-grade martial skills have been cultivated to the perfection stage. Even for me, I only have 2 types of low-grade martial skills cultivated to the perfection stage. I thought my martial arts talent was already quite outstanding, but compared to him, I've really suffered a blow." Yi Yunqi slapped his head and said, "I understand, I finally understand." No wonder he wanted to read all the secret manuals in the martial pavilion. It turns out that he wanted to learn all of them. At this point, Yi Yunqi sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought of an even more shocking possibility. Could Yixing have cultivated other martial skills? Although it was impossible for a person to cultivate so many martial skills, especially in such a short period of time, Yixing had already cultivated 4 types of low-grade martial skills to the perfection stage. This was clearly a freak that couldn't be judged with common sense. In the square, everyone recovered from their shock with different expressions. I knew it. Brother Xing will definitely create a miracle." Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly with an excited expression. He looked at Yixing with eyes full of worship. How is this possible? He's only been in the main clan for a month. How can he be senior brother Yunkong's opponent? Is he really a peerless genius? A true dragon? How can this be? Why? Lu Shuangling's face was full of disbelief as she kept retreating. As for Yi Qing, he was completely petrified. Yixing's words were like thunder in his head. If he couldn't erase the shadow in his heart from Yixing's shadow, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation, even if he was a 5-star heaven's mandate. This is really shocking. Yi Yunjue, I've won this bet. Yi Yunwan let out a long sigh. The shock on her face gradually disappeared. It's too early to say that Yi Yinkong has won. I don't believe that he'll give up so easily. To be able to enter the top 10 of the elite disciples, it's impossible for him to be defeated by a low-grade martial skill, even if it's at the perfection stage. Although Yi Yunjue's face was full of shock, he didn't think that his judgment was wrong. In the center of the square, Yixing took advantage of the opportunity to flip backwards and stand up after Yi Yinkong stabilized his body. Yixing's left hand was clenched into a fist and placed behind his back. His entire body was emitting an indescribable aura. It wasn't ostentatious, but it was very heavy. It was like a deep abyss that no one dared to ignore. He looked at Yi Yinkong, whose face was swollen like a pig's liver, and said with a gentle smile, "Have you found the teeth? Yi Yinkong, junior brother." The elite disciples were ranked according to their cultivation. Those in the top 10 weren't necessarily the oldest, especially Yi Yunlong, who was ranked first. However, he was very young, about the same age as Yi Xing. Since Yi Xing had defeated Yi Yunkong, there was naturally no need for him to give Yi Yunkong face and address him as senior brother. Furthermore, he deliberately emphasized the words junior brother. Since he had already slapped his face, Yi Xing didn't mind slapping him even harder. Yi Yunkong's breathing was rapid. The voices around him were getting louder and louder in his mind. In the end, he couldn't hear clearly. However, he felt that everyone was laughing at him. The grandson of an elder. He was ranked 8th among the elite disciples, and his cultivation was in the mid-5th stage of the martial path. He had actually been defeated by an ordinary disciple in the 4th stage of the martial path. Moreover, he was a disciple who fetched water from the pantry hall. This blow was too big for Yi Yunkong. His self-esteem had been greatly damaged. He felt that everyone in the world was laughing at him. He felt so humiliated that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. In the end, Yi Yunkong's humiliation turned into anger. He glared at Yi Xing, his eyes gradually turning scarlet. "You're just a branch clan country bumpkin who fetches water. How dare you hurt me? I'll cripple you. I'll cripple you completely." Yi Yunkong roared loudly. He used the floating light steps and rushed toward Yi Xing again. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. At the same time, most of the audience was shocked. Yi Yunkong had used a middle-grade martial art technique, Meridian Dividing Palm. Moreover, it was the Meridian Dividing Palm at the Profound Realm. The Meridian Dividing Palm was extremely vicious. If one was hit by the Meridian Dividing Palm at the Profound Realm, the outcome would be even more miserable. It was enough to break all the meridians in one's body and turn one into a cripple. Even the top 10 elite disciples were shocked. They did not expect Yi Yunkong to have practiced the Meridian Dividing Palm to the Profound Realm. "Stop." Yi Yunlong's voice came from above the attic. However, Yi Yunkong did not stop. He separated his hands and fiercely attacked Yi Xing's vital points. "Get lost!" Yi Xing shouted coldly. Since his opponent had made such a vicious move, he did not hold back anymore. He used the middle-grade martial art technique, Tiger Roaring Fist at the Perfection Realm. Tiger Roar. A fierce wind rose. The power of this punch was appalling. The Meridian Dividing Palm at the Profound Realm could not withstand it. With a crack, the bones in Yi Yunkong's hands broke. Then, with a loud bang, Yi Xing's fist directly hit Yi Yunkong's chest. Yi Yunkong immediately spat out blood, and his body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 41. Seeing Yi Yunkong's body being sent flying by Yi Xing's punch, everyone's eyes widened instantly. Other than disbelief, there was only disbelief in their eyes. The Meridian Dividing Palm was an extremely powerful and vicious mid-grade martial arts technique. Very few mid-grade martial arts techniques of the same level could match it. However, Yi Xing's Roaring Tiger Fist not only matched Yi Yunkong's Meridian Dividing Palm, but it was also far superior. Its power was shocking and unimaginable. Furthermore, there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. One was a 5th-grade martial artist while the other was a 4th-grade martial artist. It was not easy to make up for the gap between their inner strength and physical strength. This meant that Yi Xing's Roaring Tiger Fist was far superior to Yi Yunkong's Meridian Dividing Palm. Perfection. Perfection stage of Roaring Tiger Fist. This thought flashed through everyone's mind and their eyes were filled with shock. Roaring Tiger Fist was a mid-grade martial arts technique. The significance of cultivating a mid-grade martial arts technique to perfection was far greater than cultivating 4 low-grade martial arts techniques to perfection. Although it was not easy to cultivate a low-grade martial arts technique to perfection, there were still some among the younger generation of elite disciples who had reached this level. Cultivating a mid-grade martial arts technique to perfection? Not a single one among the younger generation of disciples. Even the first and second among the elite disciples, Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai, had not cultivated a single mid-grade martial arts technique to perfection. Therefore, when they realized that Yi Xing's Roaring Tiger Fist had reached perfection, even Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai were dumbfounded and deeply shocked. In this battle with Yi Yunkong, Yi Xing did not intend to hide his martial arts attainment. This was because if he defeated Yi Yunkong, he would be an elite disciple and would be ranked in the top 10 of the elite disciples. From then on, he would be heavily nurtured by the family and enjoy the best treatment. The more outstanding his performance, the more the family would value him. Even the family leader would value him. This way, he would not be afraid of that old man Yi Weining. Yunkong. Yi Yunkong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. While everyone was still in shock, Yi Weining's expression changed drastically. He immediately leaped out of the pavilion. Yi Weining was a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial Dao, and had lived for more than 60 years. After his cultivation had stagnated, he began to study martial arts. He had already cultivated the mid-grade martial arts Spirit Monkey Warp to the perfection stage. He leaped out like a nimble ape. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of meters and arrived at the square. He caught Yi Yunkong, who was retreating. Yi Yunkong was heavily injured and spat out blood. Yi Weining landed on the ground with him in his arms. He tore off the front of Yi Yunkong's shirt, and his eyes burned with fury. There was a fist mark on Yi Yunkong's chest. His sternum was broken, and his eyes were unfocused. He couldn't even speak. His injuries were much more serious than Yi Man's. Yi Man could be cured in a few months with mid-grade healing herbs, but Yi Yunkong would need at least half a year or even a year to fully recover. Moreover, with such heavy injuries, it could easily affect the foundation of the body. It would greatly affect the future cultivation. Yi Weining placed Yi Yunkong on the ground. His half-black and half-white hair fluttered in the wind like an angry lion. He glared fiercely at Yixing. Yixing's expression froze. He immediately felt a sense of danger. He used the 7-star steps and quickly retreated. "Little bastard, I'm going to tear you apart." Yi Weining roared and leaped forward like a nimble ape. The 7-star steps was a movement technique, while the Spirit Monkey Warp was a qigong. In a small area, the 7-star steps was more agile. However, in terms of long-distance speed, the 7-star steps was inferior to the Spirit Monkey Warp. In the blink of an eye, Yi Weining was already in front of Yixing. He raised his palm like a knife and chopped down at Yixing. Monkey King's stone scattering. This was one of the mid-grade martial arts techniques, the mountain-splitting palm. Yi Weining had studied martial arts for his entire life. He had already cultivated the mountain-splitting palm to perfection. In addition, his cultivation was at the 6th stage of the martial path. His inner strength had already been refined into his skin. The power of this palm was absolutely terrifying. No one expected that Yi Weining would disregard his status as an elder and attack Yixing, a junior disciple. Moreover, his attack was so fierce that many female disciples screamed in fright. "Stop!" Yi Yunlong was shocked. He used his qigong to leap out of the attic and flew down. Yi Yunlong was not only shocked by Yixing's martial arts talent, but he was also envious and even a little jealous. However, as the young master of the Yi clan, he prioritized the prosperity of the clan. He could not let Yixing be crippled by Yi Weining. However, at this moment, Yi Weining had lost his rationality because of Yi Yunkong's miserable state. His eyes were filled with madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his grandson Yi Yunkong. He wanted to beat Yixing up even more badly than Yi Yunkong. Therefore, Yi Yunlong's words did not make Yi Weining stop. Yi Yunlong's qigong was not as good as Yi Weining's, and he had rushed over from the attic at the edge of the square. Naturally, he could not stop Yi Weining in time. In the blink of an eye, Yi Weining's palm was about to chop Yixing's shoulder. The disciples screamed even louder. Many of them could not bear to watch and closed their eyes. Yi Weining's Monkey King splits rock was too terrifying. It could really split Yixing's entire shoulder in half. At this moment, Yixing's super brain was operating at its maximum capacity. Yi Weining's figure was scanned in his super brain. The trajectory of the attack, the transfer of force, the circulation of internal force. Yixing could see everything clearly. But even so, Yi Weining's movements were too fast. Yixing could not dodge in time. He could only block and neutralize the attack to minimize the damage from Yi Weining's palm. Just as Yi Weining's palm was about to hit Yixing's shoulder, Yixing's shoulder suddenly sank. Yixing's body suddenly went limp as if there were no bones in his body. At this critical moment, Yi Xing's shoulder dodged Yi Weiniang's attack, but a slight burning pain came from the skin of his shoulder. Yi Weiniang's palm had almost brushed past Yi Xing's shoulder and chopped down. He dodged it. Everyone was shocked. Many of them cried out in surprise. Those with better eyesight shouted, "It's soft bone palm!" Soft bone palm was a middle-grade martial arts technique. It was similar to the piercing flower hand. It was a martial arts technique that neutralized the enemy's strength, but it was of a higher level. Yi Xing's soft bone palm had also been cultivated to perfection. So at the critical moment, his bones were as soft as water, and he dodged Yi Weiniang's mountain-splitting palm. Yi Weiniang had personally made a move, but Yi Xing had actually dodged his Monkey King Scatter's rock. This caused him to be both shocked and angry at the same time. Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Yi Weiniang was even angrier. With a roar, he turned his palm into a fist and punched out. Middle-grade martial arts technique, Roaring Tiger Fist. Yi Weiniang had not cultivated Roaring Tiger Fist to perfection, but it was close. Its power was still terrifying. Soft bone palm. Against Yi Weiniang, Yi Xing could not fight head-on. He could only neutralize the attack. Yi Xing's arm was like a snake, like water. When it hit Yi Weiniang's fist, his body flew back lightly. Martial artists of 6th LV. Their inner force was trained to the point where it reached the skin. They could injure others with just a touch. However, Yi Weiniang's Roaring Tiger Fist was not perfected yet, so there were still flaws. As long as there were flaws, they would not be able to escape the superbrain scanning. Yi Xing dodged Yi Weiniang's fist and hit a weak spot. He only felt a little pain in his hands, but his muscles and bones were not injured. Elder Weiniang, that's enough. Yi Xing had neutralized 2 of Yi Weiniang's attacks. Yi Yunlong had rushed over and stood between Yi Xing and Yi Weiniang. He held a token in his hand. Yi Weiniang was a senior in the family and an elder with a high status. Even though Yi Yunlong was the young lord, he could not control him. However, the patriarch's token in Yi Yunlong's hand represented the patriarch of the Yi clan. Not to mention Yi Weiniang, even the top-ranking elders in the family would not dare to be impudent in front of the patriarch's token. Yi Weiniang clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Yi Xing. He had a strong urge to attack, but in front of the patriarch's token, he had no choice but to suppress the urge. He snorted angrily. Yi Xing also glared at Yi Weiniang. This old man, he would teach him a lesson sooner or later. Elder Weiniang, Yi Yunkong's injuries are quite serious. We can't delay it for too long. Let's hurry and get him treated. Yi Yunlong said and sent Yi Weiniang away. Yi Weiniang looked at Yi Xing unwillingly and turned to leave. His disciples Yi Yuntao and Yi Yunfan quickly carried Yi Yunkong and followed him. At this moment, Yi Yunlong turned around and looked at Yi Xing. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Yi Yunlong still remembered a month ago when he was in Qingye village and watched the Qingye village's clan meeting. At that time, he had a high and mighty attitude as he watched everything in Qingye village. As for Yi Xing obtaining first place, it was only because Yi Xing was once a cripple and had undergone some changes that made him a little interested. Otherwise, the branch clan's first place was nothing in his eyes. Therefore, after bringing Yi Xing and the others to the main clan, Yi Yunlong had basically forgotten about Yi Xing and the others from Qingye village. However, how long had it been since then? In just a month and a few days, Yi Xing had actually stood at the same height as him, and was also ranked in the top 10 of the elite disciples. Moreover, Yi Xing's martial arts attainments were even better than Yi Yunlong's. He had not cultivated a middle-grade martial arts to the perfection realm. In fact, it was not only Yi Yunlong who looked at Yi Xing with complex emotions. As long as it was someone who had once known Yi Xing, at this moment, looking at Yi Xing, their hearts were like raging waves. Lu Shuangling silently shed tears, and was filled with regret. Yi Qing was at a loss. He had been beaten to the point that he had lost his mind and his will was depressed. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly and looked at Yi Xing. The worship in his eyes was incomparably intense. Even some of the elite disciples who had met Yi Xing for the first time were shocked. Yi Yunjue, I won this bet. Yi Yunjuan's mouth hung with a smile, and her eyes were filled with amazement. Yi Yunjue snorted coldly. His expression was complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 42. In the middle of the square, Yi Xing bowed to Yi Yunkong and said, "Senior brother Yunlong, thank you." Yi Yunlong looked at Yi Xing. This scene was somewhat familiar to him. Yi Yunlong sighed in his heart. The complicated look in his eyes disappeared and became clear. He raised the patriarch token and said loudly, "On behalf of the Yi clan's patriarch, I announce that Yi Xing has been promoted to an elite disciple and is ranked 8th. Yi Xing defeated Yi Man and Yi Yunkong, and was qualified to become an elite disciple. However, he was not officially recognized by the Yi clan. Yi Yunlong held the patriarch token, and officially announced that Yi Xing was promoted to an elite disciple, and was ranked 8th. This was the official recognition of the Yi clan, and Yi Xing was given a title. All of the ordinary disciples were looking at Yi Xing with envy. Elite disciples were not divided into the main clan, branch clan, or other clans. What was important was cultivation and strength. They were the goal of all ordinary disciples. Before the duel, Yi Xing was just a water-fetching disciple in the cafeteria. He was the lowest existence among the ordinary disciples. After a duel, Yi Xing was promoted to an elite disciple and enjoyed the highest treatment. How could the ordinary disciples not be envious? There were even many who were jealous and wished that they could replace Yi Xing. Even many of the elite disciples were filled with emotions when they looked at Yi Xing originally. The water-fetching disciple of the cafeteria was an ant-like existence among the elite disciples. However, Yi Xing was promoted from a cafeteria disciple to the top 10 of the elite disciples. He was above all the elite disciples who were not in the top 10. The change in life, who would have thought? Other than Yi Xing's confidence in himself and Yi Feng's crazy worship for Yi Xing, no one would have thought that Yi Xing, who was a water-fetching disciple of the cafeteria, would have such a beautiful and fast turnaround. Hearing Yi Yunlong's announcement, Yi Xing's heart was filled with joy. His rise in Tiansong City had taken the first step. And it was a big step. "Many thanks, senior brother Yunlong." Yi Xing cupped his fists towards Yi Yunlong and nodded with a smile. Yi Yunlong came forward and patted Yi Xing's shoulder and said, "Brother Yi Xing, you really made me look at you in a new light. I haven't seen you for a month and you actually became one of the top 10 elite disciples. This is really unexpected, really unexpected, really unexpected." If it was an ordinary disciple who suddenly became one of the top 10 elite disciples, and was even praised by the Yi clan's young master, they would probably be so happy that they wouldn't be able to tell north from south. However, Yi Xing's expression was natural. Although he was happy, this little achievement was not enough to excite him, let alone make him lose his sense of direction. Yi Xing had a faint smile on his face as he said, "It's all thanks to the main clan's nurturing. If I didn't come to the main clan to learn higher-level martial arts, I definitely wouldn't have made such great progress." Hearing Yi Xing talk about martial arts, the corner of Yi Yunlong's eyes twitched instinctively. In front of a martial arts genius like Yi Xing, unless one was like Yi Weining who had been practicing martial arts for their entire life, anyone else would feel a sense of defeat. 7/ flower-piercing hand, chain palm, shadowless kick for low-grade martial arts, all at the perfection stage. Furthermore, there was also the perfection stage middle-grade martial arts, tiger roaring fist, and the 7-star steps which surpassed the perfection stage. No, there was also the soft bone palm. Yi Yunlong was filled with emotions as he asked Yi Xing, "Your soft bone palm has also reached the perfection stage?" Yi Xing nodded his head. If it wasn't the perfection stage soft bone palm, how could it possibly neutralize Yi Weining's mountain-splitting palm and tiger-roaring fist? Even though he had already expected this, the corner of Yi Yunlong's eyes couldn't help but twitch. As for the rest of the disciples, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. If they knew that the extremely difficult 7-star steps, Yi Xing had also reached the perfection stage, and that he had a total of 25 low-grade martial arts and 6 middle-grade martial arts that had reached the perfection stage, who knew how they would react? Even if it was Yi Yunlong, he would probably be so shocked that his face would turn pale and he would lose his mind. Of course, Yi Xing wouldn't reveal that he knew so many martial arts that had reached the perfection stage. To be able to cultivate a few low-grade and middle-grade martial arts to the perfection stage, others would only think that he was a martial arts genius and had a heaven-defying talent for martial arts cultivation. If he revealed all his martial arts to the perfection stage, it would be unbelievable and others would think that he was a demon. Even though they treated Yi Xing as a martial arts genius, the disciples were still very surprised. How could Yi Xing cultivate martial arts so quickly? Why? Yi Yunlong also had the same question in his heart, and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "It's not difficult at all. You can remember these martial arts with a single glance, and then think it through clearly in your mind. You'll be able to learn it in one go, and as you cultivate, you'll reach the realm of perfection." Everyone's head was full of black lines. Was this the difference between them and a martial arts genius? They had cultivated a martial arts for many years, and were unable to reach the perfection stage. There were even some who didn't reach the great accomplishment stage. But Yi Xing cultivated and reached the perfection stage. Listening to Yi Xing's tone, it was as if it was as normal as eating and drinking. This was too shocking. Yi Yunlong didn't want to be shocked anymore and said, "Junior Yi Xing, now follow me to see my father. You have entered the top 10 of the elite disciples. I will arrange a new residence for you and also give you generous rewards that will help your cultivation." Yi Xing said a few words to Yi Feng, and then left with Yi Yunlong for the Yi clan's main hall. Following the departure of Yi Yunlong and Yi Xing, the deacons and disciples in the square quickly dispersed. In the Yi clan's main hall, Yi Xing met with the patriarch Yi Wendao and several top-ranking elders of the main clan. Although Yi Xing's fate was very low, his strong martial arts talent and powerful combat strength had won the attention of the main clan. Yi Wendao's rewards for him were very generous. He was rewarded with an independent courtyard, 2 maids and 3 middle-grade medicinal herbs. He was rewarded with a star-accumulating pill. He was rewarded with a middle-grade weapon. He was rewarded with 30,000 taels of silver. In addition, he was rewarded with 500 contribution points, and could enjoy a middle-grade medicinal herb, 10,000 taels of silver and 100 contribution points every month. These rewards were very generous and very valuable. Excluding the courtyard and the maids, the rest of the rewards were definitely more than 100,000 taels of silver. The middle-grade medicinal herbs that were rewarded were relatively common, and were worth around 10,000 taels of silver. However, they were very good for replenishing one's qi and blood. They were the best medicine for cultivating a body-tempering technique. The star-accumulating pill was a type of pill refined from middle-grade medicinal herbs that were rich in stellar energy. The stellar energy contained within could be directly absorbed to increase a martial artist's cultivation. It was extremely valuable, and was worth more than 30,000 taels of silver. As for the middle-grade weapon, Yi Xing chose a pair of black and gold gloves. He already had a bow for his bow and arrows. In close combat, he often used his fists and palms. With the black and gold gloves, Yi Xing's hands were invulnerable and could fight against weapons. As for the 500 contribution points, it was extremely precious to other disciples. They could be used to exchange for time in the martial pavilion. It was priceless. However, to Yi Xing it was of little value. The martial arts in the martial pavilion were already stored in his super brain. As for the upper-grade martial arts on the 3rd floor of the martial pavilion, only martial artists of the 6th level and above were qualified to learn them. Yi Xing obviously did not have this qualification yet. Yi Xing did not need to do anything. His things were moved to his new residence. He used the money he had to buy a saber, a sword, a spear, a staff, and other weapons. In the future, when he had time, he decided to cultivate all kinds of weapon-type martial arts techniques. Yi Xing's goal was to become a martial sage and become a peerless expert. Learning all kinds of martial arts and gathering their essence in one body to become a martial arts grandmaster was also Yi Xing's goal. He had an unparalleled advantage in cultivating martial arts. He did not want to waste this advantage. As long as he had time, he would learn all the martial arts that he had not learned yet. After becoming an elite disciple, especially in the top 10 and having an independent courtyard, even Yi Weining, as an elder, could not control Yi Xing. Yi Xing did not need to do any work. He also did not need to train with the other disciples. Every day he could do whatever he wanted, just like when he was on the Cliff of Sin. However, the difference was that on the Cliff of Sin, Yixing was punished to reflect on his mistakes. He could only eat 1 meal a day and could not cultivate any body refining techniques. This had a certain impact on his cultivation of the Xianqing technique. But now there was super nutritious and precious food delivered to his residence every day. It was enough for Yixing to eat until he was full. Therefore, in his own courtyard, Yi Liang also arranged for the cultivation of body refining techniques to be on the agenda. Yixing used to be a top hunter in the fantasy world. He knew very well that the more comprehensive one's skills were, the higher the attributes, and the more powerful the character was. In his opinion, it was the same in the Star Continent. The more comprehensive a martial artist's martial arts were, the stronger his body was, and the more powerful he would be. He wanted to become an expert. An all-round expert. Naturally, he could not allow himself to have any weaknesses. Body refining techniques were a must, and he had to start from a low-grade body refining technique. Step by step, he had to strengthen his body from the basic stage. Perfect Bone Explosion Fist had refined all the bones in Yixing's body, and it was the best foundation for body refinement. Besides, the Superbrain had also perfected the flaws in body refinement techniques based on the knowledge of multiple body refinement techniques. Yixing believed that his cultivation speed in body refinement techniques would definitely be much faster than other people's. Every day, Yixing lived a fulfilling life. In the morning he would cultivate the Xianqing technique. In the afternoon, he would train his martial arts. In the afternoon he would occasionally go to the firewood yard to take a stroll, so that Yifeng would not be bullied again. All the disciples knew that Yifeng was under Yixing's protection. Naturally, no one dared to bully Yifeng anymore. In the evening, Yifeng would come to Yixing's courtyard. Yixing would give him pointers on his martial arts cultivation. On top of that, Yixing taught him the perfect bone explosion fist, so that Yifeng could strengthen his foundation. At night, after Yifeng went back, Yixing still had to cultivate the Xianqing technique for 3 hours before he could sleep. The days passed by. During this time, the top 10 elite disciples, Yi Yunwan, Yi Yunzhong, and Yi Yungui, all came to visit him. Yixing was kind and treated them well. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Other than archery, all the other martial arts and qigong had been cultivated to perfection by Yixing. As for the body refining technique, Yixing cultivated the improved green skin secret technique. With the help of the precious nutritious food and the 3 mid-grade herbs, Yixing had already cultivated the green skin secret technique to perfection. The strength of his body had increased by a lot. As for his cultivation, it had also made remarkable progress in this month. The improved Xianqing technique was originally very fast. With the help of the star accumulating pill, Yixing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. His inner strength had already been refined to the 10th meridian. As for the next step, it was to refine the inner strength into the flesh. This could only be achieved after the 5th ring was condensed in the dantian. Chapter 43. The Ye family's archery range. As the name implied, the archery range was a place to practice archery. Today Yixing was here. His various martial arts, including qigong, were all practiced to perfection. The only exception was his archery. This was because archery was not something that could be practiced through the superbrain alone. It also required practice and a place to practice. The place to practice archery was very large. The independent courtyard he was in was obviously not enough. The Ye family's archery range occupied a large area. It was suitable. If he could practice archery to perfection, he would be able to focus on breaking through to the 5th stage of the martial path. There were very few archery skills in the martial pavilion. There were 2 low-grade martial arts and 1 mid-grade martial arts. They were the basic archery, movement archery, and spinning archery. The basic archery was a simple straight shot. The movement archery was divided into shooting when the target was moving and shooting when the user was moving. They were all low-grade martial arts. As for the spinning archery, it required a higher level of skill. It required the use of inner strength so that the arrow could no longer be shot in a straight line. Instead, it could change direction. Direct archery was a big threat to ordinary martial artists. However, it was not a threat to strong martial artists, especially strong martial artists who were proficient in Qinggong. It was even harder for them to be hit by a straight arrow. The spinning archery was much more terrifying than a straight arrow. Once it reached a certain level, the target would not be able to block it even if they wanted to. They could only be shot to death in fear. With Yixing's archery skills, whether it was in terms of basic archery or movement archery, he was already at the great accomplishment realm, or even close to the perfection realm. It was very easy to cultivate them to the perfection realm. The most important thing was the cultivation of revolving arrow. Archery was far more difficult than other martial arts. It was even more difficult to practice Qinggong. Yixing's basic archery and movement archery were close to perfection. However, it still took him 3 days to practice them to perfection. On the 4th day, Yixing began practicing the spinning archery. He held a bow and knocked a sound-breaking arrow. He pulled the bowstring to a full moon. The inner strength in the 10 meridians in his body began to circulate. He followed the direction of the spinning archery and pointed the arrow diagonally forward. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound-breaking arrow left the bowstring and spun a few rounds in the air. Then, with a bang, it nailed into the target 100 meters in front of Yixing. The arrow hit the target, but when Yixing looked at it from afar, he realized that the arrow was a little far from the center of the bullseye. It was outside the 3rd ring. If someone else practiced the revolving arrow technique, they would definitely be overjoyed to be able to hit the target in the 1st round. However, Yixing's requirements for himself were clearly much higher than others. What he needed was not only to hit the target, but also to hit the bullseye. Only then could he accurately hit the target's vital point in a real battle. A picture appeared in Yixing's superbrain. It was the trajectory of the soundbreaker arrow that he fired just now. It was scanned by the superbrain. The arrow that left the bowstring shot into the target in the blink of an eye, but the superbrain could slow it down by dozens of times and slowly project it. Then, it could study the arrow's trajectory and force to find the reason why the same arrow did not hit the bullseye. No one had the ability to do that. Every single flaw in the previous arrow had been discovered by the superbrain, and Yixing had learned about it and modified it. Yixing brought out a second soundbreaker arrow and fired it diagonally. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the soundbreaker arrow spun a few rounds in the air and accurately hit the boot, right in front of Yixing. Yixing looked into the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The arrow hit the 2nd ring. Compared to the previous arrow, it was much better. After studying the image of the 2nd arrow, Yixing fired the 3rd arrow. Then the 4th arrow, the 5th arrow. In around 2 hours, Yixing fired all 50 soundbreaker arrows in his quiver. The target in front of him was filled with arrows, and the few soundbreaker arrows behind him had almost all hit the bullseye. Using revolving arrow to shoot the bullseye in front of him diagonally could only be considered as a beginner in revolving arrow. A real enemy would not stand still and let you shoot. Besides, sometimes, the enemy would not give you the chance to stand still and shoot. Therefore, only when you moved or changed your shot and maintained your accuracy could you be considered a real expert in archery. Yixing was still far from that. However, Yixing had the help of the superbrain, so he improved very quickly. After practicing revolving arrow for 5 days, he reached greater mastery in it. Senior brother Yixing, you're indeed a martial arts prodigy. Your archery skills are amazing. Senior brother Yixing, my respect for you is like a torrential river, endless and unending. Senior brother Yixing, I have never seen such amazing archery skills. It's amazing, it's amazing. Senior brother Yixing, your archery skills are amazing. Among the younger generation of our tribe, you are definitely the best archer. On the archery range, there were many Yi clan disciples practicing their archery skills. Towards Yixing's archery skills, they sincerely admired him. When Yixing finished shooting a round of arrows, they all gathered around him to kiss his ass and hug his thigh. Half of their words were flattery, and the other half were sincere compliments. This was because Yixing's archery skills were indeed amazing. Compared to these disciples, he was much better. Especially those disciples who had been practicing in the archery range for the past few days. They were even more impressed by Yixing. This was because they knew that Yi Xing's archery skills had improved in the past few days. What was a martial arts genius? This was it. Just a few days of practicing the revolving arrow technique was comparable to years, decades, or even longer than that of other people. Humph. A young man holding a bow came to the archery range. When he heard the disciples praising Yi Xing, he snorted angrily. Then he said coldly, "Who said that he is the best archer in our tribe?" His voice was so cold that it made the disciples shiver. When they turned around, they were all shocked. Fear appeared on their faces as they lowered their heads in silence. Yi Xing also looked over and smiled. "Senior brother Yinju, they are just praising you. Please don't take it to heart. I'm sure many of our junior brothers have also said that you are the #1 archer in our clan, right?" The newcomer was Yi Yunjue, ranked 3rd among the elite disciples. Yi Yunjue's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. He was very strong and his archery skills were amazing. If he and Yi Yunlong were to fight in the Azure Cloud Mountains, Yi Yunlong might not be his match. "Praising you," Yi Yunjue sneered. "To you, they are praising you. To me, they are just telling the truth. I, Yi Yunjue, am the best archer in our tribe." "That is true." A trace of indescribable feeling flashed through Yi Xing's heart. This fellow's words were really unpleasant to listen to. Yi Xing naturally would not argue with Yi Yunjue over such a trivial matter. He said, "Senior brother Yunjue is right. You are the best archer in our tribe. They are just praising me. Haha's praising me." A smile finally appeared on Yi Yunjue's face. "Junior brother Yi Xing, at least you know your place." Yi Xing smiled perfunctorily. Just when he thought that this matter was over, Yi Yunjue's face darkened. He looked at the disciples beside him coldly. Yi Yunjue said, "Who is the one who said that Yi Xing is the best archer in our tribe? Come out and slap yourself 10 times. Yi Xing immediately stepped forward. "Senior brother Yunju, this matter is over." Although Yi Xing didn't like the flattery of these ordinary disciples, if they were taught a lesson because they flattered him, it was tantamount to slapping his face. Yi Xing wouldn't sit idly by. Yi Yunjue snorted. "If you say something wrong, then your mouth is cheap. You deserve to be beaten. Junior brother Yi Xing, you gave Yi Yunxian a slap because of his foul mouth on the plaza of the martial practice hall over a month ago. What? Are you going to stop me today?" The best archer in the Yi clan was just an empty title. Yi Xing did not care. If Yi Yunjue wanted it, Yi Xing would not stop him. However, Yi Yunjue wanted to use this as an excuse to teach the junior brother of the top archer of the younger generation a lesson. Yi Xing would not agree. The kindness in Yi Xing's eyes faded. If you say something wrong, then you deserve to be beaten. However, if you are not wrong, then you don't deserve to be beaten. Yi Yunjue's face turned serious. He immediately took a few steps forward to Yi Xing. His face was only a foot away from Yi Xing's face. His aura was imposing as he said word by word. "Yi Xing, are you saying that he is right? That you are the best archer in our tribe?" In the face of Yi Yunjue's imposing manner, even the disciples beside Yi Xing, who weren't targeted by Yi Yunjue, retreated. Yi Xing was like a reef in the waves. He was as still as a mountain. He looked straight into Yi Yunjue's eyes and said word by word, "That's right. The best archer in our tribe is me, Yi Xing. Not you, Yi Yunjue." Yi Yunjue's eyes narrowed. His aura suddenly became aggressive like a sword. The ordinary disciples behind Yi Xing stepped back again. However, this little bit of aura was completely ineffective against Yi Xing. He smiled faintly and said in a carefree manner, "That's right." "What? You're angry because of this? Looks like you don't have the qualities an archer should have. Let me teach you. An archer should be calm. Do you understand?" Yi Xing's aura made Yi Yunjue angry again. When he was in a good mood, Yi Xing would try his best to be kind to others and make friends with them. Everyone would live happily and happily. However, when he used up his good temper, the consequences would be severe. He would no longer think of making friends. Instead, he would try his best to slap the other party's face and trample them to death. "Calm down." Yi Yunjue was so angry that he laughed. He suppressed the anger in his heart and tried his best to look calm. "You're just a country bumpkin from a branch family. I don't know what kind of luck you had to become an elite disciple, and make it into the top 10. Instead of being an honest person with your tail between your legs, you're stepping on my head. Good, you've got guts. Since you've got guts, let's have a bet. Let's see whose archery is better. The loser will slap himself in the face and apologize to the other party. Do you dare? What a tragedy. I haven't even warmed my seat in the new book, and I've already been kicked out. How pitiful. Please recommend me. Please get it back. Chapter 44. Since someone was stretching their face out to be slapped, Yixing naturally wouldn't refuse. He said, "No problem." Yi Yunjue's face darkened. He said, "Good. Today, I will let you, a country bumpkin, know the consequences of being arrogant in front of the main clan." Arrogant? Yixing laughed. Who was the arrogant one? Ever since he defeated Yi Yunkong and became one of the top 10 elite disciples, no one dared to call him a country bumpkin. However, Yi Yunjue had said that twice in front of Yixing. Today he had to teach him a lesson. Yixing squinted his eyes and said, "Yi Yunjue, since we are making a bet, you have to admit it if you lose. In front of all the junior brothers, let's swear that whoever doesn't admit it is a coward." Yixing's strength made Yi Yunjue's expression change slightly. His momentum suddenly weakened. Yixing took advantage of the situation and said, "Yi Yunjue, you don't dare? Or are you prepared to go back on your word if you lose?" Yi Yunjue was very confident in his archery skills. After being provoked by Yixing, he said angrily, "Who says I don't dare? Fine, let's swear together." Then the two of them pointed to the sky and swore. All the disciples were witnesses. Yi Yunwan looked at the archery field from afar. She saw Yixing and Yi Yunjue pointing to the sky and saying something. Her eyes lit up and she walked over. Following Yi Yunjuan's arrival, a group of female disciples followed behind her. "Hey, what are you two doing? Becoming sworn brothers?" When Yi Yunwan came over, Yixing and Yi Yunjue had already finished their vows. She guessed. Becoming sworn brothers? All the disciples wanted to laugh but did not dare to. "We are making a bet on archery skills." In front of Yi Yunwan, Yi Yunjue's expression softened. Yi Yunwan and Yi Yundai were known as the two beauties of the Yi clan. Not only were their cultivations profound and powerful, they were also ranked at the top of the elite disciples. Moreover, they were beautiful enough to move the hearts of countless men. There were many people in the Yi clan, and they were divided into dozens of branches. The blood relations between those of the same branch were very thin, and those of different branches were not. Therefore, the different branches of the Yi clan could intermarry. For girls like Yi Yunwan and Yi Yundai, as long as they were from a different branch of the Yi clan, who wouldn't want to marry them one day? Yi Yunlong was usually close to Yi Yundai. Therefore, Yi Yunjue, who was ranked third among the elite disciples, was naturally the most outstanding one among Yi Yunjuan's pursuers. Compared to the other junior disciples, Yi Yunwan treated Yi Yunyu differently and had a good relationship with him. Last time, when Yixing and Yi Yunkong were dueling, Yi Yunwan favored Yixing. This made Yixing instinctively loathe him. Yi Yunjue had always been confident in his archery skills. This was one of the main reasons why Yi Yunwan was attracted to him. Because the other junior disciples' archery skills were not as good as Yi Yunjue's. Therefore, when he heard that Yixing was the best archer in the Yi clan, he was so angry that he wanted to teach that disciple a lesson in front of Yixing. His real goal was not to make life difficult for the other disciples, but to make Yixing lose face. It was because of this that Yixing was angered. When Yi Yunwan heard that Yixing and Yi Yunjue were dueling, her face was full of shock. She stared at Yixing with sparkling eyes and said, "Yixing, could it be that your archery skills are very high as well?" Yixing's mastery of many martial arts techniques was already enough to make Yi Yunwan look at him in a new light. Now that his archery skills were comparable to Yi Yunjue's, she was even more intrigued. Yixing smiled and nodded. "It's just so. It's not that high." Yixing's goal was to master the revolving arrow technique to perfection. In his eyes, the revolving arrow technique to perfection was just so. Hearing Yixing's words, the shock on Yi Yunjuan's face receded. However, the light in her eyes did not diminish. She said, "Then you have to be careful. Yinjue's archery skills are very high. Even though Yi Xing's archery skills were not as good as Yi Xing's, Yi Yunwan was still very interested in Yi Xing's all-around skills. Yi Yunjue's face was as dark as water. Yi Yunwan only had eyes for Yi Xing and not him. This made him very angry. Yi Yunjue said coldly, "Yi Xing, stop being so wishy-washy. If you can't do it, admit defeat now." Yi Xing shrugged his shoulders at Yi Yunwan. He turned to Yi Yunjue and said, "You think your archery skills are awesome? Then let's see how it goes." A confident smile appeared on Yi Yunjue's face. "Alright, I'll show you what it means to have profound archery skills." As he spoke, Yi Yunjue took out his bow. He glanced at a row of targets in the distance and jumped backwards. Whoosh! Yi Yunjue was in the air, head down and legs up. The arrow left the bow and broke through the air. The arrow drew a few distorted trajectories in the air, and then hit the bullseye with a ding sound. This target was not the one directly in front of Yi Yunjue. It was more than 200 steps away from Yi Yunjue. While jumping in the air, the arrow accurately hit the bullseye of the target more than 200 steps away. Yi Yunjue's archery skills were indeed quite good. Even though he had not reached the level of mastery, he was very close. This meant that he was very talented in archery. Senior Yunjue's archery skills are invincible. Yi Yunjue's followers shouted. Yi Yunjue's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Yi Xing and said, "It's your turn." All the disciples looked at Yi Xing naturally. These disciples could not tell who was better in archery. They only knew that Yi Xing and Yi Yunjue were very good at archery. As for who was better, they did not know. Therefore, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Yi Xing's lips curled. He activated his super brain and scanned the entire archery range. Then he turned around and walked away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After walking for dozens of steps, Yi Xing did not stop. Everyone looked at Yi Xing in a daze. They did not know when he would shoot an arrow. Deliberately mystifying. Yi Yunjue snorted. Yi Xing walked for more than 50 steps before he stopped. He bent his legs and jumped up. Then his body spun like a spiral and jumped up. Everyone was dumbfounded. His body was spinning like a spiral. How could the arrow be accurate? Then at that moment, Yi Xing drew his bow and shot an arrow. Swoosh! An arrow broke through the air and drew 9 curved trajectories in the air. In the end, it flew for about 400 steps and nailed to the ground in a remote corner of the archery range. He did not even hit the target. Did he miss? Some of the disciples who knew Yi Xing's archery skills looked at each other in disbelief. Yi Yunwan also frowned. She was puzzled. Yi Yunjue laughed. "Yi Xing, is this your archery skills? Ha! You shot far enough. But you didn't even get close to the target. Haha. How dare you compete with Senior Yunjue with this kind of archery skills? You are overestimating yourself." Senior brother Yunju is indeed the #1 godly archer among the younger generation of our clan. Some people are worlds apart from senior brother Yunju. Yi Yunjue's followers began to mock and ridicule him. Yi Yunjue was smiling like a blooming flower. He was in a good mood. He pointed at Yi Xing and said, "Hee hee. Admit defeat, country bumpkin." Yi Xing looked at Yi Yunjue and his followers as if he was looking at an idiot. He said word by word, "Who said I was going to shoot the target?" Yi Yunjue was stunned. Then he laughed disdainfully and said, "If you don't shoot the target, do you want to shoot the ground? Hee hee. You really hit the ground. However, I think everyone here can see who is the winner. Yi Xing, don't go back on your words. Slap yourself and admit your mistake." Yi Xing ignored Yi Yunjue. Instead, he waved at a disciple of the 4th stage of the martial path and said, "Go. Pull out my arrow and see what it hit." "I think it hit the ground," one of Yi Yunjue's followers said in a strange voice. Since Yi Xing said so, the disciples naturally did not believe that Yi Xing did not hit anything. They all looked into the distance. The disciple of the 4th stage of the martial path ran to Yi Xing's arrow and exclaimed, "It hit!" The eyes of all the disciples suddenly widened. What did he hit? The disciple of the 4th stage of the martial path pulled out the arrow. There was a small snake on the arrowhead. The snake was about 1.5 feet long. Its body was slender, and its head was just a little bigger than the arrowhead. Yi Xing's arrow pierced right through the little snake's head, leaving only a layer of skin around it. When the disciple of the fourth stage of the martial path took the arrow, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The bullseye that Yi Yunjue shot was the size of a fist. The snake's head was only the size of a finger. The difference between the two was obvious. Most importantly, Yi Yunjue had hit the bullseye from 200 steps away, while Yi Xing had hit the snake's head from 400 steps away. Moreover, Yi Xing shot the arrow while he was in the air, so his body was more balanced. However, Yi Xing shot the arrow while his body was spinning, which was more difficult. Comparing the two, Yi Xing's archery was far better than Yi Yunjue's in terms of difficulty, accuracy, and range. Between the two of them, it was clear who was better at archery. Yi Yunjue's followers were all shocked and shut their mouths. Impossible. This is impossible. This is an accident, a coincidence, definitely a coincidence. How could you hit it from 400 steps away? It was in the grass and you couldn't even see it. This is definitely a coincidence. Yi Yunjue was a little absent-minded at first. Then he roared loudly. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, Yi Yunjue, let me teach you another requirement of an archer. That is eyesight. You can't see it, but it doesn't mean that I can't see it, understand? At the side, Yi Yunwan looked at Yi Xing and her eyes shone even brighter. The number of favorites has exceeded 7,000. Brothers, please vote for the archer god. Chapter 45. The archery field was silent. Many disciples wanted to laugh but did not dare to make a sound. Only Yi Yunjue's breathing was particularly loud. It was obvious that he was not calm. His face was flushed red, and in his agitation, blood rushed to his head. He was ranked third among the elite disciples. How high and mighty was he? How was it possible for him to slap himself and admit his mistake in front of Yi Xing? Moreover, he had to do it in front of so many ordinary disciples. Most importantly, Yi Yunwan was also watching. He could not afford to lose face like this. I can't lose. I can't lose. I didn't lose. He screamed in his heart. Finally, Yi Yunjue found a way to vent. He shouted, I didn't lose. This was an accident. Yi Xing, you missed. You were lucky to hit the snake. You lost. You lost. Yi Xing smiled coldly and said, all the junior brothers have eyes and they will naturally know who will win and who will lose. Yi Yunjue glanced coldly at the disciples and shouted, let me ask you, who thinks I lost? Step out. None of the ordinary disciples dared to speak after being yelled at by Yi Yunjue. Even a few elite disciples didn't dare to provoke Yi Yunjue. He was obviously using his status to deny the result and forbade others to say anything. Even Yi Yunjue's underlings felt uneasy at this moment. Yi Yunwan watched from the side. She was clearly disappointed in Yi Yunjue. However, she had known Yi Yunjue for a while, and Yi Yunjue refused to admit his mistakes. She couldn't go against Yi Yunjue, so she just watched from the side. Yi Yunjue pointed at the disciples and questioned them. Then he said to Yi Xing, you saw it. No one thinks I lost. You missed. Yi Xing looked at Yi Yunjue with disgust and said, it seems that you are not convinced by my previous shot. Let's compete again. No tricks, just straight shots. Determine the target. Whoever has the longest shooting range and the highest accuracy wins. What do you think? Yi Yunjue also knew that he was in the wrong. Seeing Yi Xing take the initiative to suggest a rematch was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, he believed that in terms of shooting he would definitely not lose to Yi Xing. At the very least he would not lose. Alright, let's do it again. In the second round, Yi Yunjue was still the first to make a move. He chose a target and stood 400 steps away from it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Yunjue drew his bow 3 times in a row and shot 3 arrows. All 3 arrows hit the bullseye of the target 400 steps away. 2 of the arrows hit the center of the bullseye, and 1 hit the edge of the bullseye. Yi Yunjue was already very satisfied with this result. Yi Xing had shown that his shooting range was around 400 paces. If he could hit the bullseye with all 3 arrows from 400 paces away, he would definitely not lose. In fact, if Yi Xing made a mistake, he still had a chance to win. This made him happy. When it was Yi Xing's turn to shoot, he chose a target and walked towards the edge of the archery range opposite the target. The archery range was very big, spanning more than 500 paces. Seeing that Yi Xing had walked all the way to the edge of the archery range and was more than 500 steps away from the target, everybody was surprised. 500 steps away, the target in his sight was almost the size of a finger. The rings and the bullseye on the target were all blurry. Even if he hit the target, there was no guarantee that he would hit the bullseye. You're digging your own grave, Yi Yunjue thought to himself. Yi Xing shot from 500 paces away. As long as one arrow did not hit the bullseye, he would lose. Only if all the arrows hit the bullseye would the shooting range be meaningful. If the accuracy was not up to standard, it would be useless no matter how far the shooting range was. Yi Xing held the one cauldron bow in his left hand and pulled out 3 sonic arrows with his right hand. From 500 paces away, he wants to shoot 3 arrows at once, someone exclaimed. Everyone stared at Yi Xing. If Yi Xing shot 3 arrows at once from 500 paces away and hit the bullseye, he would undoubtedly win this archery battle. Yi Yunjue's eyes were solemn, and his heart was beating fast. Victory or defeat depended on Yi Xing's arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Xing did not take much aim. The 3 sonic arrows immediately shot out. At this critical moment, Yi Xing's movements did not stop. He stretched out his right hand and instantly grabbed 3 more sound-breaking arrows, knocking them on his bow. All the disciples were shocked, but before they could even exclaim, 3 sound-breaking arrows had already left the bowstring. Whether it was the power or the speed, they were much faster than the previous 3 arrows. Before the first 3 arrows could hit the target, the next 3 arrows caught up and hit the tail of the arrows, causing them to explode. After the last 3 arrows broke the first 3 arrows, they continued to shoot forward. Nail, nail, nail. The 3 sound-breaking arrows landed right in the center of the arrowhead, right next to each other. All the disciples' jaws dropped. However, the archery field was silent. No one made a sound. He was stunned, dumbfounded. His mastery of archery had far surpassed Yi Yunjue's. Yi Yunjue's face turned pale instantly. He had lost. He had lost. And he had lost miserably. He had lost so badly that he did not even have the chance to distort the truth. After a short silence, there was a series of exclamations. Senior brother Yi Xing, your archery skills have truly reached the acme of perfection. It's shocking, too shocking. Apart from senior brother Yi Xing, who else would be able to shoot such a marvelous archery technique? I admire you. I prostrate myself in admiration. All the disciples were so shocked that many of them did not even notice that Yi Yunjue was beside them. They were so excited that they praised from the bottom of their hearts. This time junior brother Yi Xing has won. Even Yi Yunwan expressed her opinion in shock. Yi Xing smiled at Yi Yunwan and the other disciples. He strode toward Yi Yunjue and said, Yi Yunjue, do you have anything else to say? Yi Yunjue's breathing quickened and his face turned red. His eyes were burning with anger. He glanced at the disciples, snorted angrily, and turned to leave. Should he slap himself and admit defeat to Yi Xing? Impossible. That's impossible. Seeing that Yi Yunjue was still trying to be lazy, Yi Xing said coldly, Yi Yunjue, you swore. Yi Yunjue, you swore that if you go back on your word, you'll be a coward. What? Do you really want to be a coward? Some of the disciples could not help but burst into laughter. They were so scared that they quickly covered their mouths with their hands. Yi Yunjue stopped. His face and neck were red. The anger in his eyes turned into unwillingness, resentment, and even killing intent. I'm not a coward. Yi Yunjue said word by word. Slap. Then Yi Yunjue slapped himself. I was wrong. After saying that, Yi Yunjue's shoulders trembled slightly. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. He left quickly. Yi Yunjue's followers also left the archery range in a hurry. When Yi Xing disappeared from their sight, the disciples in the archery range felt much more relaxed. Naturally, they were full of praises for his archery skills. Yi Xing. Yi Yunwan came to Yi Xing. She was wearing a white blouse. Her waist was slender, and her breasts were firm. She was so beautiful that the disciples looked at her as if she was a goddess. They stepped aside to make room for Yixing and Yi Yinhuan. Senior sister Yinhuan. Yixing nodded slightly. Yi Yinhuan was indeed beautiful. Lu Xuangling was the most beautiful girl in Qingye town. However, compared to Yi Yinhuan, she was very ordinary. On earth, Yixing had only seen a few women who were as beautiful as Lu Xuangling. However, there was no one who was as beautiful as Yi Yinhuan. Yi Yinhuan was very beautiful. However, she was not enough to move Yixing. After coming to the Star Continent, Yixing had his own dreams and goals. He wanted to become a warrior sage, a peerless expert. Before reaching his goal, he did not want to be distracted. If he reached the peak, he would have no lack of beauties. On the other hand, if his strength was ordinary, he would not be able to protect the beauties even if he had beauties with him. Yixing did not have much experience on Earth. However, in the fantasy world he had seen many beautiful female players who had either voluntarily or been forced to break up with their original partners. They had switched to the arms of tall, rich, and handsome men. In life, one's own strength was the most important. Only with strength would one be able to protect the things one had. Without strength, one could only watch as their things were taken away by others or voluntarily left with others. Therefore, after Yixing came to the Star Continent, he wholeheartedly focused on martial arts. His goal was to become a peerless expert like a warrior sage. Yixing made Yi Yinhuan have a whole new level of respect for him. He was very attractive to Yi Yinhuan. In front of Yixing, she had a smile on her face like a spring breeze. Yi Yinhuan said in a surprised tone, "I did not expect Yixing. Not only are you proficient in fist, palm, and leg techniques, you even have such high attainments in archery. This is too surprising." Yixing had a faint smile on his face and said, "Actually, my archery skills are not high. My revolving arrow technique is still far from perfection." Yi Yinhuan revealed a shocked expression and said, "Your flying revolving arrow technique has reached the realm of great success?" Yixing nodded. Yi Yinhuan could not help but give a thumbs up and said, "The difficulty of the revolving arrow technique is much higher than other middle-grade martial arts. It is almost as difficult as high-grade martial arts. I'm afraid that there is not a single archer in Tiansong City who has reached perfection in the revolving arrow technique." Yixing had a confident expression and said, "Then let me be the first." Looking at Yixing's confident expression, Yi Yinhuan was slightly infatuated and said, "I believe that you can do it. With your revolving arrow technique at perfection, you will definitely amaze the world in this year's hunting competition. There is hope for you to obtain first place in the individual results." Hunting competition? Yixing was puzzled. As Yi Yinhuan spoke, she took out an invitation and handed it to Yixing. "Don't you know about the hunting competition? Every year before the big hunting competition, the genius disciples of the Yi, Wei, and Xiong clans will hold a genius summit. This year, it's held by the Wei clan, and the top 10 elite disciples of the 3 clans are qualified to participate. This is your invitation." Yixing received the invitation. On the cover were the words Genius Summit. When he opened it to take a look, it said, "The 8th elite disciple of the Ye family, Yixing, is invited to participate in this year's Genius Summit. Signed, Wei Qingyan." I've heard of Wei Qingyan, but what's with the hunting competition and Genius Summit? Yixing could not help but ask. First place is always hard to sit still. Once night comes, it will be destroyed. Brothers, please vote for it. Can it be destroyed again? Chapter 46. In Azure Sky City, my Ye family, Wei family, and Xiong family are the strongest martial arts families. They compete with each other and conflicts are inevitable. The Ye family, Wei family, and Xiong family are all big families. They can't fight just because of a little competition. Seeing that Yixing didn't understand, Yi Yinhuan began to explain in detail. Therefore, the 3 families have decided that every autumn, the younger generation will enter the Azure Sky mountain range to hunt fierce beasts and hold a competition. The family with the best overall results will be the winner, and the loser will have to make concessions in all disputes. As Yi Yunwan spoke, she looked at Yi Xing and smiled. Moreover, the three families will also take out some good things to reward the younger generation with outstanding individual results. The top 10 will all be rewarded. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. In hunting fierce beasts in the Azure Sky Mountain Range, martial artists who knew archery had a huge advantage. Yi Yunwan was obviously very confident in Yi Xing. Yi Xing heard this and nodded slightly. In the Azure Sky Mountain Range, he was like a dragon in the sea. He indeed had a greater advantage than other martial artists when hunting fierce beasts. Yi Xing asked, "The Azure Sky Mountain Range is vast and boundless. There are countless fierce beasts inside. In the hunting competition, will each person enter the mountain to hunt one fierce beast or multiple fierce beasts? If multiple fierce beasts are hunted, how will they be transported back?" Yi Yunwan smiled sweetly and said, "There are ways to do this. There is no need to transport the entire fierce beast back. Just cut off its left ear. Naturally, there will be elders who are familiar with fierce beasts who can distinguish the fierce beast's identity and rank from its left ear. Each family is limited to 30 people participating in the hunting competition. The time limit is 10 days. The higher the rank of the fierce beast, the higher the score." Yi Xing had only been in the Star Continent for 3 months, and this was his first time coming to the main family. In the main family, he spent most of his time cultivating. Therefore, this was the first time Yi Xing heard about the hunting competition from Yi Yunwan. As for the hunting competition, Yi Xing was looking forward to it. It was definitely the time for him to show off his skills. Yi Xing understood the hunting competition, but he still didn't understand the Genius Summit. He asked, "What is this Genius Summit for?" "This is the summit that all the younger generation martial artists of Celestial Azure City want to go to the most. However, only the top 10 elite disciples of the three great families have the qualifications to go. Of course, everyone who has the qualifications to go can also bring a friend along to broaden their horizons." Yi Yunwan explained, "When the elites of the younger generation of the three great clans gather together, they naturally have to compete and compete. Those who stand at the very top are the publicly acknowledged geniuses of Celestial Ocean City. For example, senior brother Yunlong won the title of Geniuses of Celestial Ocean City last year." Yi couldn't help but be intrigued. He asked Yi, "Yunjuans? Since the proud sons of heaven are at the top, does that mean senior brother Yunlong isn't the only one?" Yi Yunwan nodded and said, "That's right. In last year's Genius Summit, there were a total of 4 proud sons of heaven. They were senior brother Yunlong, Wei family's Wei Qingyan, Xiong family's Xiong Qifeng, and City Lord Manor's Gu Yijian. Gu Yijian isn't from the 3 families, so his participation in the Genius Summit is an exception. However, he is the City Lord's son and has extraordinary talent. Therefore, he was also invited last year. Whether it was Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, Xiong Qifeng, or Gu Yijian, they were all famous geniuses of the younger generation in Azure Sky City. In last year's Genius Summit, they were named as the 4 proud sons of heaven. However, other than Yi Yunlong, Yi Xing had only heard of Wei Qingyan. She was a proud daughter of heaven, the dream goddess of the younger generation in Azure Sky City. Compared to Yi Yundai and Yi Yunwan, her fame was much greater. Yi Xing would occasionally hear the Ye family's disciples talking about Wei Qingyan. Senior brother Yunlong is one of the 4 proud sons of heaven. Right now, his cultivation is only at the peak of the 5th level. My cultivation is at the peak of the 4th level, and all my martial arts are at the Great Circle stage. My strength may not be inferior to senior brother Yunlong's. Looks like I'm also at the level of a proud son of heaven?" Yi Xing thought to himself. If he wanted to, he could absolutely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at this Genius Summit. However, Yi Xing didn't have such plans. Unless someone wanted to challenge him, he couldn't be bothered to reveal his strength in a battle that didn't benefit him. Yi Xing smiled and said, "Looks like in this Genius Summit, senior brother Yunlong, as a proud son of heaven, will be in the limelight again." Yi Yunwan shook her head and said, "Senior brother Yunlong is a proud son of heaven, and this was the evaluation at last year's Genius Summit. In fact, it can't be called that anymore. There are only 2 proud sons of heaven left in Azure Sky City. They are Gu Yijian from the City Lord Manor and Xiong Qifeng from the Xiong family. Half a year ago, the two of them had already stepped into the 6th level of the martial path, reaching the level of an elder in their family. Whether it is senior brother Yunlong or Wei Qingyan, if they can't step into the 6th level of the martial path as soon as possible, they won't be able to be mentioned in the same breath as Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng. Yi Xing's eyes lit up and said, among the younger generation of Azure Sky City, there are already people in the 6th level of the martial path. Yi Xing's battle intent surged. Right now, he was confident that his strength wasn't inferior to Yi Yunlong's. If he were to reach the front line of Azure Sky City's younger generation, it would be too unchallenging. Yi Yunwan sighed and said, yes, as the #1 martial arts family in Azure Sky City, the Xiong family is indeed more prosperous than the Ye family and the Wei family. However, I heard that this year, the Wei family has a rising talent called Wei Qingxian. She is Wei Qingyan's younger sister, and her talent is much higher than Wei Qingyan's. Just like you, she is also a martial arts genius. Her cultivation has already stepped into the 5th level of the martial path, and her strength is catching up to her sister Wei Qingyan. She will definitely shine during this genius summit, but your cultivation is too low. More than a month ago, when Yi Xing fought with Yi Yinkong, his cultivation was only in the middle of the 4th level. In just a month's time, Yi Yunwan obviously didn't know that Yi Xing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level. Moreover, even if he was at the peak of the 4th level, his cultivation wasn't considered high in front of a 5th level martial artist. Yi Xing naturally didn't explain it on purpose. After chatting with Yi Yunwan for a while, Yi Xing left the archery range. The next day was the day of the Genius Summit. The location was Wei family's Rain Listening Pavilion. Every junior participating in the Genius Summit was allowed to bring along one person. Yi Xing decided to let Yi Feng broaden his horizons. After applying for leave for Yi Feng, he brought him along. In the past month, Yi Feng had been receiving guidance from Yi Xing every day and had improved in all aspects. His cultivation had reached the middle of the 4th level, and he had already cultivated one of his low-grade martial arts techniques to the Great Circle stage. Moreover, 2 of his low-grade martial arts techniques had reached the Great Circle stage. Yi Xing used the super brain to scan and point out Yi Feng's mistakes. Naturally, Yi Feng's martial arts level improved rapidly. Those who received the invitation were the 10 elite disciples of the Ye family. Among these disciples, not all of them had close relationships. Therefore, when they went to the Wei family, they went their own way or in pairs. Accompanying Yi Xing was Yi Yunwan. She also brought along a female disciple at the 4th level of the martial path. Her name was Yi Yuan. She was as beautiful as a flower, and was not inferior to Lu Shuangling. Along the way, Yi Xing and Yi Yunwan chatted about a few topics. Yi Feng and Yi Yuan followed behind and struck up a conversation. They talked and laughed and had a lot of fun. The Rain Listening Pavilion was located beside a small lake. The pavilions here were divided into 3 areas. The juniors of the 3 major family clans were located in different areas. Between the pavilions, there was a spacious area. When the disciples of the martial arts families gathered, it was inevitable that they would fight. This was the place where they would fight. Yi Xing and Yi Yunwan didn't arrive early. There were already many people here. When the 2 arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. Yi Xing naturally didn't have that much charm. There were a few juniors of the Ye family who noticed Yi Xing. As for the juniors of the Wei and Xiong families, most of their attention fell on Yi Yunwan. Although Yi Yunwan wasn't as famous as Wei Qingyan, she was still a famous beauty in Azure Sky City. Wherever she went, she would attract attention. Who is this kid? The Ye family's new expert? How come I haven't seen him before? When someone noticed Yi Xing, they asked. Yi Xing and Yi Yunwan had people following behind them. Therefore, no one suspected that he was an ordinary disciple who came with Yi Yunwan. What new expert? His inner strength hasn't been refined into his flesh and blood. He's just a 4th level martial artist. Someone carefully sized up Yi Xing and said, after having inner strength, those with good eyesight could judge the specific level of cultivation based on the inner strength. However, whether it was the early, middle, or late stage of cultivation, They couldn't tell. He also has a 4th-level martial artist following behind him. Does that mean he's also a genius who was invited to the Genius Summit? A mere 4th-level martial artist. How could he be qualified? I heard that the Ye family produced a genius. He was originally a branch family bumpkin, but he defeated the 8th elite disciple, Yi Yunkong. Therefore, he replaced Yi Yunkong's position and became the 8th elite disciple. Some people didn't understand, but others knew the inside story. In a few words, they explained. Yi Yunkong, I heard that you were beaten to a pulp by this branch family bumpkin. Is that true? Huh. A junior disciple of the Xiong family laughed. Yi Yunkong? Yi Xing frowned. Yi Yunkong was seriously injured by him. How could he recover so quickly? Yi Xing's gaze swept across the area where the Ye family disciples were. Sure enough, he saw Yi Yunkong. When he was questioned by the Xiong family disciple, his eyes were full of anger and hatred as he stared at Yi Xing. Elder Weining went to the Purple Mountain County to ask for a top-grade healing elixir, which allowed Yi Yunkong's injuries to recover a few days ago. Yi Yunwan saw Yi Xing's expression and knew that Yi Xing didn't know about this matter. She explained to Yi Xing. Yi Xing had once obtained a medium-grade star accumulating pill, so he was well aware of the value of pills. In particular, pills used to treat severe injuries were even more precious. A high-grade healing pill would definitely have a sky-high price. Yi Yunwan had said that Yi Weining had spent a lot of money on this, and that wasn't a lie. Yi Yunkong had a huge hatred towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing could feel it from the former's gaze. He smiled faintly. If Yi Yunkong didn't know what was good for him and still dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind injuring him again. Yi Xing only noticed Yi Yunkong's hatred towards him. However, he didn't notice that among the Xiong family disciples, a 4th-level martial artist's face changed greatly after seeing him. Seeking recommendation votes. Rolling on the ground seeking recommendation votes. Bowing 90 degrees seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 47. The main characters of this year's Genius Summit were the invited elite disciples, not the ordinary disciples who came with the elite disciples. This young man was sitting in the back row of the Xiong family disciples. It was obvious that he was an ordinary disciple who came with the elite disciples. If Yi Xing had noticed him, he would have definitely recognized him. In the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, 5 Xiong clan disciples had snatched his medicinal ingredients and forced him to jump off a cliff. After that, he had chased after the 5 Xiong clan disciples, and in the end, only this person had escaped. Yi Xing's appearance was naturally deeply imprinted in Xiong Yifei's mind. As soon as he saw Yi Xing, he recognized him. At the same time, Xiong Yifei moved his body and blocked Yi Xing's line of sight with a young man in front of him. Then, Xiong Yifei moved his head to the back of the young man's head and said in an excited but soft voice, "Brother Qi Lu, I saw the murderer who killed young Master Qi Kai. It's the Ye family disciple who just arrived." Xiong Qi Lu, Xiong Qi Kai's cousin, ranked 4th among the elite disciples of the Xiong family. When Xiong Qi Lu heard this, his eyes suddenly emitted a fierce light. He looked at Yi Xing, Yi Yunwan, Yi Feng and Yi Yueyan and asked, "Which one?" Xiong Yifei looked and said, "It's the one beside Yi Yunwan." Yi Xing felt Xiong Qi Li's gaze and just happened to look over. Their eyes met for a moment and then shifted to Xiong Yifei. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. Naturally, he recognized Xiong Yifei as the Xiong family disciple who escaped with his life. It seemed that the matter of him killing the Xiong family disciple had been exposed. However, Yi Xing's expression was fearless. The current him was no longer the martial disciple who killed Xiong Qi Kai, but a martial disciple of the peak martial path level 4. Moreover, he was one of the top 10 elite disciples of the Ye family. Even if the Xiong family knew that he was the murderer, so what? Although the Ye family was not as strong as the Xiong family, they were not inferior by much and could compete with the Xiong family. Moreover, with Yi Xing's own strength, he could already stand on his own. There was no need to worry about the Xiong family's revenge. He wasn't worried that the Xiong clan would retaliate against the Ye family in Qingye village. The Xiong clan and the Ye family were both great clans with a long history in Celestial Ocean City. Since they were able to develop, they naturally wouldn't fight to the death over a small matter. There were hidden rules between them. For example, if one wanted to deal with the branch families of other clans, the main clan could not act. They could only use their own branch families to deal with the branch families. If the main clan acted, it would expand the battle and force the other party's main clan to act as well. Moreover, the Xiong family wanted to deal with Yi Xing, not the Ye family. Yi Xing glanced at Xiong Yifei and Xiong Qila, then withdrew his gaze and calmly walked into the pavilion where the Ye family disciples were. In the pavilion, there were a total of 10 tables and 2 rows of seats, a total of 20. The 10 seats in the front row were for the top 10 elite disciples. The 10 seats in the back row were for the disciples who were brought in. Everyone's seat was determined according to their ranking. For example, on the Ye family's side, the first table belonged to Yi Yunlong, who was ranked first. The second table belonged to Yi Yundai, who was ranked second, and so on. Yi Xing was ranked 8th and sat at the 8th table. Below him was Yi Yinkong. Junior brother Yinkong, your injuries have healed very quickly. Have your teeth grown back yet? Seeing that Yi Yinkong was glaring at him furiously, Yi Xing sat down and smiled at Yi Yinkong. This sentence completely hit Yi Yinkong's sore spot. His face immediately flushed red. He angrily snorted and turned his head to the other side. Although Yi Xing didn't arrive early, there were still people who arrived even later than Yi Xing. Those who arrived later were naturally the younger elites with higher rankings. Not long after, the Ye families Yi Yunjue, Yi Yundai, and Yi Yunlong arrived one after another. The Xiong family's side was also basically full. As the host, the Wei family had more junior disciples present. Most of them were just spectators. When Wei Qingyan appeared, the gazes of all the junior disciples in the audience all turned towards her. Wei Qingyan wore a light red dress with a few fiery red roses embroidered on the tail. She was stunning. Her eyebrows were curved like willows and her eyes were clear like spring water. Her nose was small and tall. Her cherry lips were light red, and her skin was white as snow. She looked very noble and dignified. In terms of appearance, Wei Qingyan didn't lose to Yi Yunwan. However, in terms of temperament, she was superior. Beside Wei Qingyan was a woman with a veil covering her face. She wore a purple dress embroidered with butterflies. Her waist was tight and her breasts were high. Her figure was enchanting and didn't pale in comparison to Wei Qingyan. Although this woman's face was veiled, it wasn't hard to tell from her figure that her looks were probably not inferior to Wei Qingyan's. Wei Qingyan's gaze swept across the Ye family disciples. Her gaze only paused on Yi Yunlong for a moment before turning to the Xiong family disciples. When her gaze landed on the seat in front of the Xiong family's first table, there was a slight change in her expression. This seat belonged to the Xiong family's #1 elite disciple, Xiong Qifeng. At last year's Genius Summit, Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, Gu Yijian, and Xiong Qifeng were evenly matched. As the top 4 experts of the younger generation, they were crowned as the 4 proud sons of heaven. However, this year, Wei Qingyan and Yi Yunlong were still stuck at the 5th level of the martial path. Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng had already stepped into the 6th level of the martial path. Their strength was comparable to the family's elders. They didn't even have the interest to attend the Genius Summit. Yi Yunlong's gaze landed on Xiong Qifeng's seat. There was also a change in his expression. Being surpassed by a disciple of the same generation who was once on the same level as him wasn't a good feeling. At this Genius Summit, Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng were both lacking. Compared to the previous Genius Summit, they paled in comparison. No matter who it was, even if they were the strongest person present, they didn't have the qualifications to be called the proud sons of heaven. That was because there were still the 2 great mountains of Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng above them. The title of proud sons of heaven in Tiansong City currently belonged to only Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, young heroes of the younger generation. As the host, Wei Qingyan first gave an opening speech, welcoming the younger disciples of the Ye family and the Xiong family to attend the Genius Summit. Although she was just saying polite words, most of the youths listened attentively. After Wei Qingyan was done with the pleasantries, she introduced the girl with a veil on her face beside her. Many people guessed correctly. This girl was Wei Qingyan's younger sister, Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxuan's looks didn't pale in comparison to her elder sister Wei Qingyan's. However, because her face was covered by a veil, the young heroes present had no chance to see her beautiful face. This made many male disciples feel that it was a pity. However, even though Wei Qingxuan's face couldn't be seen, she still attracted everyone's attention. That was because her cultivation speed was too fast. Wei Qingxian had just turned 14 years old, and her cultivation had already reached level 5 martial path. Even Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, the 4 proud sons of heaven from last year, stepped into level 5 martial path at around 15 years old. Most importantly, not only did Wei Qingxian cultivate quickly, she was also a martial arts prodigy. She had cultivated many low-grade martial arts techniques to the Great Circle realm, which was shocking. The main purpose of the Genius Summit was for the young elites of the 3 big families to spar with each other and prove their strength. Therefore, after Wei Qingyan's introduction, she returned to her seat with Wei Qingxian. The free challenge period began. Although it was free challenge, there were hidden rules. That was, the lower the ranking, the first to fight. Gradually, the higher the ranking, the higher the ranking. The 9th and 10th ranked disciples of the 3 great clans quickly finished fighting each other. There was not much difference between the strength of these disciples. Among the 10th ranked disciples, Yi and Yi Yunhong of the Yi clan were the strongest. They were superior to the 10th ranked disciples of the Wei and Xiong clans respectively. Yi Yunhong was originally ranked 9th. Yi Xing defeated Yi Yunkong, which caused him to drop a rank. Therefore his strength was stronger. However, Yi Yunhong was defeated by Xiong Qiyao, who was ranked 9th in the Xiong family. After Xiong Qiyao defeated Yi Yunhong, he immediately challenged Yi Yunkong. Yi Yunkong had just recovered from his serious injuries, and his strength decreased instead of increasing. He was also defeated. After that, Xiong Qiyao continued to challenge the 9th elite disciple of the Wei family, Wei Qingming, and defeated him in one fell swoop. It was clear that his strength was not weak. Xiong Qiyao won 3 rounds in a row, and left the stage with a face full of pride. At this time, Xiong Qila signaled the 8th elite disciple of the Xiong family, Xiong Qizhao, with his eyes. Xiong Qizhao immediately walked out. Xiong Qizhao's gaze swept over the Ye family's pavilion and fixed on Yi Xing. He proudly said, "Ye family's 8th ranked disciple, get out here." Most of the Ye family's disciples were enraged. Even the Wei family's disciples were startled. Although the Xiong family and Ye family's competition was fierce, and they had always been at odds, that was only in the dark. On the surface, they were still very harmonious. Any conflicts and competition were resolved through the hunting competition. Like Xiong Qizhao, directly telling the other to get out, this really hurt the harmony on the surface. Yi Xing naturally knew the reason why Xiong Qizhao disregarded the harmony on the surface. But this didn't mean he wasn't angry. The reason he killed those Xiong family disciples was because they stole his herbs and wanted to kill him. This kind of person must be killed. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with cold light. He stood up and walked out. Xiong Qizhao coldly looked at Yi Xing and said word by word, "Did you kill Xiong Qizai?" Ye family's and Wei family's disciples suddenly realized why Xiong Qizhao didn't even care about the harmony on the surface with Yi Xing. So it was like this. But their faces were also filled with shock. Yi Xing actually killed the Xiong family's main family disciple. Moreover, Xiong Qizai was the son of a Xiong family's 7th stage martial path master. Ye family's disciples were even more surprised. After Yi Xing entered the main family, he had been cultivating in the main family. How could he have time to kill Xiong Qizai? Before entering the main family, Yi Xing was only a 3rd stage martial path martial disciple. Xiong Qizai was a famous young genius of the Xiong family. His cultivation was as high as the peak of 4th stage martial path. How could he have killed him? Who is Xiong Qizai? I don't know him. Yi Xing lightly said. When he killed those Xiong family disciples, he shot arrows from afar. Although Xiong Yifei was sure that Yi Xing shot the arrows, it was only a guess. He didn't see it with his own eyes. Of course, Yi Xing wouldn't admit it. Being guessed by others was one thing, but admitting to it himself was another. Chapter 48. If Yixing did not admit it, the Xiong family would not have any evidence. The Ye family would naturally protect the elite disciple Yixing, and the Xiong family would not be able to do anything. Once Yixing admitted it, the Xiong family would be able to find the Ye family to vent their anger. The Xiong family would have reason and evidence, and the Ye family would have no choice but to hand over Yixing. Therefore, even if Xiong Qizai and the others deserved to die, Yixing would never admit it. He did not admit it not because he did not dare to admit it, but because he did not have enough strength. If Yixing was a martial Dao master, he would definitely pat his chest and admit that he was the one who killed them. Why would he be afraid of the Xiong family? On the contrary, the Xiong family would apologize to him. This made Yixing even more determined to become a martial saint and a peerless expert. Without strength, even if he did what he should do, he would not admit it. Therefore, formidable strength was something that must be possessed. Yixing's denial made Xiong Qizhao angry and said, Yixing, don't be afraid to admit what you did. You killed Xiong Yiming in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, and then chased after Xiong Qizai and the others for an entire day. Outside the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, you killed Xiong Qizai and 2 other disciples of my Xiong family, and you still want to deny it? Xiong family did not make a big fuss about the death of Xiong Qizai and the others because they did not know the murderer. The disciples of the Ye family and Wei family did not know much about it. Even if they knew a little bit of information, it was not comprehensive. Now that they heard Xiong Qizhao's words, they knew that not only Xiong Qizai died, but also 3 other disciples of the Xiong family. All 4 of them were killed by Yixing? The disciples of the Ye family and Wei family found it hard to believe, but the disciples of the Ye family, who knew about Yixing's archery skills, were somewhat convinced. Yixing shrugged and said, I have never killed anyone. Xiong Qizhao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Otherwise, I will sue you for slander. Yixing's last sentence sounded a little strange, but Xiong Qizhao could understand it. He snorted coldly and said, Slander? Yixing, you didn't kill all of them. Xiong Yifei escaped from your hands. He's right here. Are you going to testify in front of me? At this time, Xiong Yifei stood up, pointed at Yixing and said loudly, It's you. Even if you turned into ashes, I would still recognize you. You killed Xiong Yiming, Young Master Qi, Xiong Wuliu and Xiong Guanshan. Yixing glanced at Xiong Yifei and said, Which eye of yours saw me kill them? I. Xiong Yifei paused for a moment. He had not seen Yixing's attack with his own eyes. However, they had forced Yixing to jump off the cliff. Naturally, Yixing was taking revenge on them. Xiong Yifei said, You killed them from afar with a bow and arrow. It's you. At this time, someone from the Ye family said, I don't know if Yixing killed the Xiong family disciples, but his archery skills are very high. It's easy for him to kill a 4th-stage martial artist. I can prove this. It was Yi Yunjue. Yixing's eyes narrowed. He hated traitors like Yixing the most. Other than Yi Yunkong, the rest of the Ye family disciples were very angry at Yi Yunjue's words. At this time, they should try their best to protect their own family. Yi Yunjue's words were obviously disadvantageous to Yixing. Yi Yunjue did not care whether the others were angry or not. He only had one thought in his mind. As long as there was a chance to kill Yixing, he would not miss it. My archery skills are not low, but I didn't kill anyone. In the Mount Qingyan, I found a red blood Ganoderma. After I killed the ferocious beast guarding the red blood Ganoderma, a few Xiong family disciples suddenly appeared and tried to kill me. They wanted to steal my red blood Ganoderma. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and jumped off the cliff. Yixing laughed. Wasn't it just making up a story? I'll make it up for you. I was washed away by the river below the cliff and was seriously injured. I escaped by luck and hid in a cave to recuperate for a few days before I recovered. How could the Xiong family disciples stole my red blood Ganoderma and were killed by others? How could you blame me for it? Yixing asked fiercely. You didn't give up after stealing my red blood Ganoderma and wanted to kill me? Is there any justice in the Xiong family? Do you have any humanity? Xiong Yifei shouted. No. You didn't get hurt when you jumped off the cliff. You hid under the cliff and shot Xiong Yiming and Child Kai Kai when we let our guard down. It was you. Yixing chuckled and said, that cliff was 60 to 70 meters high. At that time, I was only a second-stage martial disciple. When I jumped into the river, I spat out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. At that time, I was swept away by the torrential river. How could I still shoot arrows to hurt people? Why don't you try jumping off a 60 to 70 meter cliff? Even if you're a martial artist of the fourth stage of the martial Tao, let's see if you can still stand up. The disciples of the Ye family and Wei family began to whisper amongst themselves. They clearly believed Yixing's words. A 60 to 70 meter cliff. Even a martial artist at the fifth stage of the martial Tao would fall to his death if he jumped down. Even if there was a river below, the river wasn't deep, so the chances of death were high. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Even the disciples of the Xiong family felt that Yixing's words were very normal. It was too abnormal to not be injured after jumping down. Xiong Yifei saw that Yixing's words were believed by most people and anxiously said, "You're lying, you weren't washed away by the river at that time. You weren't injured, you were still there. After you shot Xiong Yiming, you even spoke." Yixing pretended to be surprised and said, "How is that possible? What did I say?" Xiong Yifei said, "You said, Tiansong City's Xiong family, Black Bear, that bear, I've heard of." Before Xiong Yifei could finish, Yixing sneered and said, "That's bullshit. Even if you want to slander me, you should at least come up with something normal. Black Bear, that bear? Why would I say such low-level words?" Most of the disciples of the Ye family and Wei family burst into laughter. Their laughter was full of ridicule. The disciples of the Xiong family were livid. Xiong Yifei pointed at Yixing with a trembling finger, and almost vomited blood. He was speechless by Yixing's words. "Nonsense, I'll kill you." Xiong Qijiao was infuriated and charged at Yixing. Xiong Qijiao rushed at Yixing like a bear, his hand like a bear's paw, fiercely slapping down. Middle-grade martial technique, Bear King's Paw. Bear King's Paw was a famous martial technique of the Xiong family. When used, it was like a fierce beast, extremely powerful. Xiong Qijiao's attainment in Bear King's Paw was not low. It was far beyond the initial stage, and was about to reach the advanced stage. It indeed looked like a fierce bear's sudden attack. Ordinary martial artists would be shocked by this momentum, and be hit directly by his paw. Bear King's Paw pursued power. Its attack power was extraordinary. If hit, it would not end well. However, Xiong Qijiao's momentum did not affect Yixing at all. He did not retreat half a step and his hands slapped forward as if they were boneless. Middle-grade martial technique, soft bone palm. The two palms slapped together, but there was no sound of collision. Yixing's hands were like water, retreating as soon as they touched Xiong Qijiao's palms. Xiong Qijiao suddenly felt that his palms were a little uncontrollably slanted to the side. The power of this palm was dissipated in the blink of an eye. At this time, Yixing's soft hands suddenly shot out like a spring. They went past Xiong Qijiao's palms and slapped his chest. Xiong Qijiao could not react in time. Bang 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 bang, several muffled sounds were heard almost at the same time. Xiong Qijiao screamed and his body was suddenly sent flying. He vomited blood and fell more than 10 meters away. Soft bone palm was not only used to dissipate moves, it also had a very strong and very fast counterattack ability. Xiong Qijiao was not much stronger than Yixing before he was injured. Now, Yixing's cultivation was much higher than when he fought with Yi Yinkong. His inner strength was more vigorous, so naturally, he defeated Xiong Qijiao easily. All the disciples present were shocked. They did not expect Xiong Qijiao to be defeated so easily. Many Ye family disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Yixing's strength had improved a lot compared to a month ago. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. I, Xiong Qishuan, will fight you." Xiong Qijiao had just been defeated and a disciple of the Xiong family immediately rushed out. Xiong Qishuan was ranked 5th among the Xiong family's elite disciples. He was 3 ranks higher than Xiong Qijiao. According to the unspoken rules of the Genius Summit, the rankings should be ranked from low to high. However, Yixing easily defeated Xiong Qijiao. If the 6th and 7th ranked elite disciples of the Xiong family went up, they would only be abused by Yixing. Therefore, Xiong Qishuan, who was ranked 5th, directly rushed out. He did not care what others thought, and did not care whether Yi Xing agreed or not. Xiong Qishuan's first move was a thunderous strike. He leaped 10 meters into the air, and with a flip of his body, his leg came down vertically. There was an explosion in the air, like a clap of thunder. Middle-grade martial skill, thunderous kick. Xiong Qishuan's cultivation was at the late 5th stage of the martial path. His attainment in thunderous kick was also quite high. His strength was much higher than Xiong Qizhao's. The power of this kick was quite terrifying. If it hit, it was hard to imagine what the consequences would be. It would definitely be a serious injury. Yi Xing used the Big Dipper step and dodged the kick. Xiong Qishuan's kick landed on the ground, causing a crack to appear on the hard floor. Bang! Xiong Qishuan just landed and his body jumped up again. His leg was like lightning and his voice was like thunder. He continued to ruthlessly kick Yi Xing. Yi Xing dodged the opponent's first attack, but did not dodge the second time. The corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile, and he also kicked out. Middle-grade martial skill, wind-chasing kick. The angle and timing of Yi Xing's kick was perfect. Before the opponent's leg landed on Yi Xing's body, Yi Xing's leg had already kicked the opponent's knee. Immediately, Xiong Qishuan felt his entire leg go numb, and he lost all his strength. However, Yi Xing's leg was like the wind, and another kick flew out. Bang! It hit Xiong Qishuan's chest. Xiong Qishuan also flew up and vomited blood as he fell over 10 meters away. A burst of exclamations sounded. Yi Xing's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Facing the 5th-ranked elite disciple of the Xiong family, Xiong Qishuan, he actually won cleanly. Even the veiled Wei Qingxian from the Wei family looked at Yi Xing with a trace of interest. She could see that whether it was soft bone hands or wind-chasing kick, Yi Xing's attainments were quite extraordinary. Chapter 49. As they gazed at Yi Xing, who stood there like a towering mountain, the expressions of everyone changed. Most of the younger generation had looks of disbelief on their faces. They found it hard to believe what had just happened. Yi Xing was able to defeat Yi Yunkang and rank 8th among the Ye family's elite disciples. This proved that he had the strength to back it up. Xiong Qizhao was also ranked 8th among the Xiong family's elite disciples. Therefore, even if Yi Xing had defeated Xiong Qizhao cleanly, it would at most be a little surprising. It definitely wouldn't reach the point of disbelief. However, Xiong Qishuan was different. He was ranked 5th among the Xiong family's elite disciples. This ranking was much more important than being ranked 8th. Even the 4th-ranked elite disciples of the Ye family and Wei family wouldn't dare say that they could easily defeat Xiong Qishuan. Yi Xing was only in the 4th stage of the martial path. Being able to defeat Yi Yunkang and rank 8th among the Ye family's elite disciples was already very surprising. Now that he had defeated Xiong Qishuan, it was naturally hard to believe. The younger generation of the Wei family was shocked that the Ye family had produced a person with heaven-defying combat strength. The younger generation of the Xiong family was shocked and gnashing their teeth in anger. The younger generation of the Ye family had the most complicated expressions. Some were happy, some were sad, and some were worried. Yi Yunxiao and Yi Yunjian, who were ranked 6th and 7th among the Ye family's elite disciples, couldn't help but sigh. Without a doubt, Yi Xing's strength had already surpassed theirs. Even the 5th-ranked Yi Yunzhong felt that he wasn't Yi Xing's match. This was because even if he were to fight against Xiong Qishuan, he didn't have the confidence to win. However, Yi Xing had cleanly defeated Xiong Qishuan. Yi Yunjue and Yi Yunkang were frustrated when they saw that Yi Xing's strength had increased so quickly. Their faces were filled with worry. As for Yi Yunwan and Yi Yunlong, they were pleasantly surprised, but Yi Yunlong was also worried. Yi Xing was only at the 4th stage of the martial path, and his strength was already so strong. If he reached the 5th stage of the martial path, wouldn't he surpass him? Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng used to be heaven's favored ones like him. He felt very uncomfortable being surpassed by the two of them. If he were to be surpassed by Yi Xing, whom he had witnessed growing up in Greenleaf Village, he would be even more depressed. Yi Xing, you killed my cousin. Give me your life. After a brief moment of anger, another person from the Xiong family rushed out. It was the 4th-ranked elite disciple Xiong Qila. Xiongqila's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. His martial arts attainments were quite high and he was much stronger than Xiong Qishuan. His strength was higher than the 4th-ranked elite disciple of the Wei and Ye family. He could definitely challenge the 3rd-ranked elite disciple of the Wei and Yi families. What's wrong? Does your Xiong clan want to take turns to fight and bully us with numbers? The 4th-ranked elite disciple wants to challenge the 8th-ranked elite disciple of the Ye family. Don't you have any shame? At the same time, Yi Yunwan also rushed out and stood in front of Yi Xing. She said, Xiongqila, if you want to fight, I Yi Yunwan will fight with you. Xiongqila's frivolous gaze swept over Yi Yunjuan's exquisite body. He said, so what if he's 8th? His strength is not inferior to yours. You think you can fight with me just because you're 4th? It's more likely that you'll fight with me on the bed. You bastard. Yi Yunjuan's pink face suddenly turned red. She was furious and was about to start a life and death battle with Xiongqila. Senior Yunwan. Yi Xing grabbed Yi Yunjuan's delicate hand. He glanced coldly at Xiongqila and said, leave it to me. Believe me, I can take care of this animal whose mouth is full of shit. Yi Yunwan looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded and gave her an affirmative look. Yi Xing's confidence was what Yi Yunwan admired the most. She nodded and said, I believe you. Teach him a lesson for me. It's best if you can slap his mouth until it's broken. Yi Xing smiled and let go of Yi Yunjuan's delicate hand. He said, all right, I'll slap his cheap mouth until it's broken. Even though Yi Xing had let go of her hand, Yi Yunwan could still feel the touch of Yi Xing's hand. She gave Yi Xing a gentle look and returned to her original position. Everyone could see Yi Yunjuan's expression. Her feelings for Yi Xing definitely went beyond the ordinary friendship between a man and a woman. Yi Yunjua's eyes were filled with jealousy. He cursed in his heart that Yi Xing would be beaten to death by Xiongqila. Arrogant brat, die. Just as Yi Yunwan returned to her original position, Xiongqila roared and rushed towards Yi Xing like a phantom. His speed was too fast. In fact, the phantom even created a shadow image clone. It gave people the feeling that there were two people. Middle grade martial arts, light body technique, phantom steps. Xiongqila's phantom steps had already been cultivated to the realm of great success. When he took a step, it was like a phantom walking, making people unable to grasp it. When the juniors could not see Xiongqila's figure clearly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Xiongqila's figure suddenly became clear and appeared behind Yi Xing. He pointed a finger and stabbed the back of Yi Xing's head. The sound of something breaking through the air came from this finger. Middle grade martial arts, air-piercing finger. The finger technique used a point to hit the surface. Its penetrating power was extremely strong, and its destructive power was very great. Xiongqila's air-piercing finger had already been cultivated to the realm of great success. Its finger strength was terrifying. If this finger hit, Yi Xing's head would definitely be pierced through. When the air-piercing finger was used, Xiongqila's figure had not yet become clear. When Xiongqila's figure became clear, his finger was about to hit Yi Xing's head. It looked like he was about to be stabbed. Some of the Ye family's juniors could not help but cry out in alarm. Yi Yunjue and Yi Yinkong, on the other hand, were secretly smiling. The Xiong family's juniors did not restrain their smiles. As long as Yi Xing was alive, he would not admit to killing Xiong Qicai. The Ye family would definitely protect him. However, as long as Xiongqila stabbed Yi Xing to death, the Xiong family would have Xiong Yifei as a witness. The Ye family would not know what had happened in the past. Then it would be completely true that Yi Xing had killed Xiong Qicai and the others. When the time came, the Ye family would definitely not support a dead person. Hearing the sound of the wind behind his head, Yi Xing's lips curled up slightly. In an instant, Yi Xing stepped on the Big Dipper and disappeared in a flash. Xiongqila's finger had clearly hit Yi Xing's head, but there was nothing. It had only hit Yi Xing's afterimage for a moment. Competing with Yi Xing in body movement? Xiong Qicai was still too young. How could the phantom steps of the mastery realm be compared with the 7-star steps of the perfection realm? Yi Xing did not use the 7-star steps of the perfection realm at all. He easily dodged Xiongqila's sudden attack. Xiongqila exclaimed. Obviously, Yi Xing's ability to dodge his finger was beyond his expectation. You've also practiced a body movement to the mastery realm? I'd like to see how many air-piercing fingers you can block. As he spoke, Xiongqila executed the phantom steps. His silhouettes overlapped as he continued to charge towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing's 7-star steps was purely a quick reaction. However, Xiongqila's phantom steps created layers of shadows as he walked. It had a hallucinatory effect. If he didn't even know Xiongqila's exact location, how could he fight? The lethality of the air-piercing finger was astonishing. One could dodge it once, but it was difficult to dodge it twice. Therefore, martial artists with the same cultivation level were basically not Xiongqila's match. However, Xiongqila's opponent was Yi Xing. His phantom steps could confuse others, but it could not confuse Yi Xing. Xiongqila had just stepped out and his silhouettes overlapped when Yi Xing suddenly rushed over and punched out. The wind from the fist whistled and the tiger roared. Yi Xing was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. His power was like thunder. Middle-grade martial skill, roaring tiger fist. Xiongqila planned to use the phantom steps to circle behind Yi Xing, and then use the air-piercing finger to kill Yi Xing. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would actually see his exact location and rush over so quickly? In a hurry, Xiongqila could only make an emergency move. The air-piercing finger stabbed out like a spear and suddenly stabbed forward. Bang! Xiongqila's air-piercing finger collided with Yi Xing's roaring tiger fist. Yi Xing cultivated the perfect bone-explosive fist and refined all the bones in his body. Furthermore, he cultivated the low-grade body refinement technique, green skin technique, and had reached the large success stage. His flesh was hard and his fist was almost like a hammer. Although he could not use his fist to clash with a sword, it was enough to clash with Xiongqila's finger. Kacha! The finger that Xiongqila pointed out was directly broken by Yi Xing's punch. At the same time, his entire arm retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Perfect stage roaring tiger fist? A Wei family junior exclaimed. Middle-grade martial skill at the perfect stage? Even among all the juniors in Celestial Azure City, it was hard to find a second one. How could it not be shocking? While this person was exclaiming, Yi Xing had already seized the opportunity to attack. Striding forward like an arrow, the tiger roared and the roaring tiger fist blasted out again. At this moment, Xiongqila's finger bones were broken, and he was in intense pain. He was almost defenseless. Yi Xing's fist drove straight in and directly smashed into Xiongqila's face. An even more shrill scream rang out. Xiongqila's blood splattered and his face was covered in flowers. His body was blasted back by this punch, and he rolled dozens of meters away. Xiongqila fell to the ground and groaned. His nose was smashed and a mouthful of broken teeth and blood flowed out of his mouth. Because his nose suffered a heavy blow, tears flowed from his eyes. He looked as miserable as one could imagine. Hiss! Many juniors sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than Yi Feng, who had always blindly worshipped Yi Xing, no one could have expected this outcome. The juniors of the Ye family were pleasantly surprised and shocked. Just what level had Yi Xing's strength reached? Even Yi Yunlong couldn't help but start to doubt. Could it be that Yi Xing has the qualifications to fight with me now? This thought made Yi Yunlong feel incredulous. He didn't dare to believe it. Xiongqila was heavily injured. Immediately, 3 people from the Xiong family rushed forward. Among them, 2 went to treat Xiongqila. As for Xiong Qiyu, who was ranked 3rd among the elite disciples of the Xiong family, he shouted angrily at Yi Xing. What a vicious and merciless brat, to actually be so heavy-handed. Yi Xing clenched his left fist and placed it behind his back. His entire person was like a deep abyss as he stood upright, revealing an incomparably heavy aura that wasn't ostentatious. Yi Xing didn't explain who was the vicious one. He only looked indifferently at Xiong Qiyu. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If not, then scram. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. I'm returning to Hunan today. I'm currently at the airport, preparing to board the plane to attend my sister's wedding. I'm returning to Shenyang on the 16th. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.